كأس خادم الحرمين الشريفين، كأس ملك إسبانيا، دوري أبطال آسيا للعبة، دوري أبطال آسيا 2 على SSC وشاهد. تواصل معنا على hello@mms.net.
أحييكم من جديد. حول التصعيد بشأن إيران، أبدت الخارجية الروسية استعدادها لمساعدة أمريكا وإيران للتوصل لاتفاق معقول قبل فوات الأوان. الخارجية الروسية اعتبرت استخدام القوى العسكرية ضد إيران غير قانوني وغير مقبول، كما اعتبرت الخارجية الروسية أن قصف البنية التحتية النووية سيكون له عواقب كارثية على العالم. هذا وكشف مسؤولون إسرائيليون وأمريكيون لصحيفة ديلي ميل البريطانية أن الولايات المتحدة تعتزم شن ضربات على المنشآت النووية في إيران خلال الأسابيع المقبلة. وأشار مصدر رفيع المستوى في الحكومة الإسرائيلية للصحيفة أن القيادة في تل أبيب تعتبر عودة ترامب إلى البيت الأبيض أفضل لحظة للتعامل مع إيران، وأن فرصة أخرى من هذا القبيل لن تتكرر. هذا وحذر وزير الخارجية الفرنسي جان نويل بارو من أن مواجهة عسكرية مع إيران ستكون شبه حتمية إذا فشلت المفاوضات بشأن برنامجها النووي.
المجال أمام إبرام اتفاق نووي مع إيران بات محدودا. المواجهة العسكرية مع إيران ستكون شبه حتمية. إذا فشلت المفاوضات بشأن برنامجها النووي ستكون لها تكلفة باهظة تتمثل في زعزعة الاستقرار في المنطقة بشكل خطير.
ينضم إلينا من واشنطن العقيد عباس دهوك، المستشار العسكري السابق لوزارة الخارجية الأمريكية لشؤون الشرق الأوسط. أهلا بك أستاذ عباس. في ظل تناقض كل هذه المعطيات، برأيك هل هناك حظوظ لنجاح المفاوضات بين إيران وواشنطن؟
طبعا مساءكم وشكرا جزيلا لكم على هذه الاستضافة. طبعا هذا سؤال المليون دولار. فثمة إدارة ترامب التي تزيد من خطاباتها بشأن استخدام القوة العسكرية مع ترك المجال للدبلوماسية والتفاوض مع إيران. لكن الرأي السائد هنا في واشنطن وفي إسرائيل بأن الوقت ينفذ أمام العمل العسكري، وهذا يعني أنه بينما لا يمكن أن يكون هناك هذا الانتشار العسكري في الشرق الأوسط لفترة طويلة من الزمن، فهذا يتطلب أيضا من إيران أن تتوصل إلى صفقة ما في وقت قصير، أي في غضون 30 يوما. إذن ثمة دائما إمكانية التوصل إلى اختراق ما، وأعتقد هذا ما تفضله إدارة ترامب. ولكن في الوقت ذاته لا يمكن الحفاظ على الاستعداد العسكري لفترة طويلة من الزمن. يجب أن يكون النتيجة عبر المفاوضات أو العمل العسكري.
طب ما صحة التقارير التي تتحدث عن قرب العملية العسكرية وحتى تحديدها بخلال أسابيع بحد أقصى؟
من الواضح جدا بناء على ما نراه من قوات عسكرية في المنطقة، فلدينا حاملة الطائرات الأمريكيتان في المياه الإقليمية في شبه الجزيرة العربية، ثم لدينا قاذفات البي-2 التي تم نشرها في قاعة ديغو غارسيا. لا يمكن لهذه المعدات العسكرية أن تبقى هناك لفترة طويلة من الزمن. الفترة القصوى هي شهران، وقد مضى شهر على تواجد هذه المعدات هناك. إذن هناك حد أقصى لما يمكن لهذه القوات الأمريكية والمعدات العسكرية أن تبقى في المنطقة. ثم هناك مؤشرات توحي بضرورة حصول شيء ما خلال تلك الفترة، سواء من خلال الخوض في مفاوضات مباشرة وغير مباشرة، أو قيام الولايات المتحدة وإسرائيل معا، أو ربما إسرائيل بمفردها بدعم من أمريكا تقوم بتنفيذ ضربات ضد المنشآت النووية الإيرانية وكذلك المخازن وكذلك استهداف بعض الشخصيات أيضا.
طيب، هل هناك خطة عسكرية واضحة لكيفية الاستهداف؟ بمعنى البعض يقول بأن أمريكا حشدت في دييغو غارسيا وبالتالي هي ليست بحاجة لإسرائيل. حضرتك تقول بأنه يمكن أن توكل المهمة لإسرائيل. هل علم من سينفذها؟ وهل سيتم ضرب كل المنشآت الإيرانية في إيران أم يعني تعطى الأولوية للأكثر تقدما؟
هذا سؤال وجيه للغاية، ومن الصعوبة بمكان معرفة تفاصيل الخطة التي يتم إعدادها، ولكن بالتأكيد ثمة خطة
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. New trade tariffs unveiled by US President Donald Trump send shockwaves across global markets. The EU calls it a major blow to the world economy as China vows to retaliate against what it's described as bullying by the US. And the Myanmar earthquake death toll rises to over 3,000 people, with hundreds still missing. Our top story today. President Donald Trump's new tariffs on US imports have sent shockwaves across global markets and have been condemned by the European Union and other key US allies. EU Chief Ursula von der Leyen described them as a major blow to the world economy. Let's take a look.
President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice. Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Many of you feel let down by our oldest ally. Yes, we must brace for the impact that this will inevitably have. Europe has everything it needs to make it through the storm. We are in this together. If you take on one of us, you take on all of us.
Let's get into this further with Professor John Ryan, Network Research Fellow at CES IFO and a Senior Advisor in Geoeconomics and also Geopolitics. John, thank you for joining me. Why is the European Union facing bigger tariffs than the UK?
Because the EU is a much bigger entity and it's a bigger exporter into the US market. So that is very clear that when you were listening to President Trump talk about the two main targets of his tariff, that were going to be China, first of all, and the European Union, with a particular emphasis on Germany.
Wall Street opened sharply lower amid recession fears. In Europe, the market response has been much more measured, but still negative. Would you say that investors in America's listed companies are more concerned about the fallout in the domestic economy there?
So I think this is an interesting question because with the tariffs that are being put forward, there's a cost element to American businesses. So, for example, one of the purposes of these tariffs is to reshore manufacturing back to the United States. So companies like Apple, which have a heavy presence in China, Taiwan, and other Asian countries, have made a commitment to reshore some of that back to the United States. This is all well and good, but that's going to take 12 to 18 months. And the question is, will they be as effective in the United States as they have been in those Asian countries in terms of skilled labor, etc.? And also, if you're hitting China, you're hitting one of the countries that actually spends a lot of money on some of the technology companies actually advertising their goods, like Meta. So that's the cost issue. I think what will come is the revenue issue when the EU and China's retaliation kicks in. So the revenue that I think President Trump thought he was going to get is going to be much less than he envisaged. And we're seeing that in the marketplace because, in effect, a lot of people can't really work out in the marketplace what is the strategy here.
John, since US Vice President J.D. Vance made that speech at the Munich Security Conference, relations with the European Union appear to be strained. And in light of the higher tariffs on the bloc, where does this leave the EU-US partnership? And where could China possibly step into this mix?
So I think that you've got a situation where not only in terms of defense and security, there is a feeling overall in Europe that America under President Trump can no longer be counted on or trusted to be a security or defense partner in the future. And these tariffs only accentuate that feeling. And yes, I think there's three main blocks in the global economy: the United States, the EU, and China. Of course, there are other countries like India, etc. But those blocks now will probably interchange because Europe was more aligned to the United States, especially under Presidents Obama and Biden. But I think they will knock. And I think China will see an opportunity here to actually work with the European Union if they can smooth over some of the difficulties they've had in the past. Because for the global economy now, and for all of those three countries, it's going to be a very, very rough time. So there is an opportunity that there might be a rebalancing of that trilateral relationship. Maybe the EU may edge towards China more. But we'll have to wait and see how this all pans out with what the EU comes up with in terms of its retaliation of the tariffs that Trump's imposed.
Donald Trump appeared to spare America's traditional foes. Many people are wondering why the likes of Russia, Cuba, Belarus and North Korea appear to be left off that list that he showed us last night in the Rose Garden. Any ideas why this could possibly be?
Russia has been sanctioned since the Ukraine war. Other allies of Russia have also had that issue played in. So I think that they were never going to be there. I mean, they've been under severe pressure since the start of the Russian-Ukraine war. So they were not a factor. I think he's made it very, very clear that his targets are China and other countries where, for example, Vietnam, where a lot of companies came out of China and went and relocated in Vietnam. And there's if you look at the chart, Vietnam is quite high on that. Although a small country, the sanctions are quite high, the tariffs are quite high. So I think he had in mind with these tariffs China and the European Union and some other country, because Russia has already been sanctioned. And remember, just recently, Putin has asked for some lightening of those sanctions in terms of facilitating his acquiescence to a peace deal.
Yes, I was just having a look at that chart, and Vietnam, 46% reciprocal tariffs. So as you say, the ASEAN countries are going to be paying a lot more. Professor John Ryan, Network Research Fellow at CES IFO and Senior Advisor in Geoeconomics and Geopolitics. Great to have your insights on the show. Thank you.
Very much.
We can now go live to Brussels to speak to our correspondent there, Riz Khan. Ross, thanks for joining me. Can you talk us through the reactions across Europe to this news?
Yeah, Leigh Ann, let's start in France, in fact, where the President Emmanuel Macron has been hosting a meeting with representatives from some of the sectors that are going to be impacted by President Trump's tariffs. Emmanuel Macron saying that the decision by the US President to impose these sweeping import taxes was brutal and baseless, saying that the decision will leave US consumers poorer and weaker, and saying it will have a massive impact on the European economy. That is echoing the words of Ursula von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. Earlier on Thursday, she said that it was a major blow to the world economy, these tariffs, saying she deeply regrets the choice of the US President to bring them in. The global economy will massively suffer. She said the consequences will be dire for millions of people around the world. And also, I'll just bring you one comment. A little bit earlier today, we had a news conference by the International Trade Committee Chair of the European Parliament, Bernd Lange, and he said that President Trump called it Liberation Day. Well, I call it Inflation Day, because it's totally clear the tariffs will increase prices in the US and in the EU.
Yes, of course, Ross, that is much feared. But what countermeasures is the EU planning right now?
Well, in fact, Mr. Lange, in that news conference, he said that the EU has a toolbox packed full of measures, and it is not afraid of using those measures. Now, it says they could use enforcement regulations or anti-coercion instruments to potentially target more than $20 billion worth of US goods. Now, the EU is in talks with the United States. The top trade commissioner has been in Washington twice in the past 2 weeks. That dialogue is ongoing, and the EU hopes that dialogue will win out and they will be able to have a negotiated solution to this crisis. But if the talks fail, Leigh Ann, then the EU says it will not back away from using retaliatory countermeasures to try to protect European exporters and European consumers.
Riz Khan, I think there's a lot more to go in this story. Thank you so much for joining us from Brussels. I'm sure we'll speak soon. Once again, thanks. China has vowed to retaliate against what it's described as bullying by the US after President Trump's tariff announcement. China was the hardest hit, stoking fears of an escalating trade war between the world's two biggest economies. Yana Lee has more on the impact the tariffs have on the Asian nation.
China's foreign ministry has accused the White House of severely violating WTO rules, saying that the US should correct its wrongdoing and that Beijing will take countermeasures. Now, China is no stranger to a trade war, and we've seen in the past what they're capable of. Tariffs for tariffs, export controls, or blacklisting US companies, or indeed a mixture of the above. Parallel to all of this, we've been seeing that China is trying to develop its trading relationship with other countries and regions, with Japan and South Korea, for example, as well as trying to speed up a free trade agreement with the Gulf Cooperation Council countries. Aside from China, Asia as a whole has been hit really hard. If you look at some of the countries hit with the steepest tariffs, well, they've been Laos, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, etc. Vietnam, one of the hardest hit countries. Well, for them, the US is its top export market. This business represents some 30% of its GDP. The country had been vying to take over the title of world's factory over from China, but now with these tariffs the US has slapped on them, 46%. Well, it won't be easy. Cambodia too, 37% of its exports land in the US currently. A painful hit then for these countries' manufacturing hubs, which had actually benefited until now from the first US-China trade war. Companies from around the world had started to develop their production in Southeast Asia. Actually, very interestingly, this month, Chinese President Xi Jinping is to head down to that region, making stops in these two countries as well as in Malaysia. No doubt he'll be offering his country as an alternative power to lean on in these turbulent times. Finally, Washington's strategic allies in the Asia-Pacific region, South Korea, Japan, and Taiwan, received no reprieve either.
Yana Lee there in Beijing. Thank you. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Hungary has announced its withdrawal from the International Criminal Court. It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is under an ICC arrest warrant, arrives in Budapest for a state visit. Hungary is a founding member of the ICC, which consists of 125 member states. Thousands of people in Haiti have taken to the streets to protest against armed gangs. Violent groups have forced over 1 million from their homes, leading to mass hunger and a declining economy. The coalition, known as Viv and Sam, are also accused of extortion, mass rapes and killings. Senior Russian negotiator Kirill Dmitriev has met with the Trump administration over in Washington as the United States continues to push for a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire. Dmitriev is the highest-ranking Russian official to travel to the U.S. on state business since Russia's expanded invasion of Ukraine. And at least 30 people have died as a result of the Los Angeles wildfires, which raged through the region back in January. Authorities gave the update as the remains of other victims were discovered. The fires, which destroyed parts of California, burned for 3 weeks and forced thousands to evacuate their homes. Back to our top story. Some critics have likened President Donald Trump's tariffs to gambling on a global poker playing table, even arguing he's putting his presidency on the line. It comes as a new poll reveals his approval rating has fallen to 43%, its lowest since his return to office. But the president was defiant during his speech at the White House yesterday, insisting his plans will help give the U.S. economic protection. Let's take a look.
Tariffs give our country protection against those that would do us economic harm, and many people were looking to do us economic. But even more importantly, they will give us growth. These tariffs are going to give us growth like you haven't seen before, and it'll be something very special to watch. This is transforming our nation. Our entire nation is going to be transformed, not only with the cars, but on every single other item that's built. We're going to become an industrial powerhouse.
For more on this, I'm joined from Delaware by former Trump chair Rob Arlett. Rob, great to have you on the show. Appreciate your time. So, Rob, listen, we are all digesting Trump's much-anticipated tariffs. Wall Street has opened sharply lower, with the tech-heavy NASDAQ down over 5%. The White House is telling Wall Street, trust in Trump. You've worked with Trump. Will the market reaction we are seeing across the global markets give him buyer's remorse, do you think?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be with you and your audience. And I would just say not at all. I think President Trump knows exactly what he's doing and why he's doing it. And what I mean by that, quite simply, is that he just wants an even playing field. When there is a country, as an example, that's got a 200% tariff on their rice that's coming into America, that's not really fair. So at the end of the day, President Trump is only placing these tariffs on countries that are not being fair to the American citizens as it relates to their exports that are coming into this country. So at the end of the day, President Trump is a businessman. Yes, and he has said we may have some short-term difficulties, but at long term, this will be very successful. And I believe President Trump, again, he is a businessman. And so I think that the markets are showing some concern, but that's not uncommon, I think, in a situation like this. But I would say I think it's a short-term loss for a long-term big gain as it relates to President Trump. And I think he is. I think he's right on as it relates to these tariffs and why he's doing them as it relates to the American people. Because in the end, it's all about bringing back manufacturing and jobs to America and not those in other countries. That's exactly why he's doing this.
So, Rob, that's something that I just wanted to touch on with you. Economists say many companies are actually likely to pass the increased cost of imported goods onto their customers. You just mentioned the short-term pain there, but will this appear to Trump's supporter base? Are they prepared to pay more until things get easier?
Well, I guess time will find out. I think at the end, but I think it is working because there are already many manufacturers that have stated that they're coming back to America and investing billions of dollars in manufacturing facilities and plants and jobs here in America. So I think even before these tariffs came into effect yesterday, I would say that prior to that, companies knew they were coming and they were already announcing their desire and intent to invest in America and invest in the American worker. So I think out of the gate, it is working. Can the American people handle a short-term increase in some products? Not all products, but in some products? I think time will tell. I think at the end of the day, it's all about pro-America and pro-American, made in the USA, and I think that's exactly what President Trump is doing.
Howard Lutnick, the U.S. Commerce Secretary, says there is no chance Trump will back off these tariffs. Do you think there's still room for negotiation? We always know Trump is open to phone calls, as the White House says. Do you think he'll be taking calls and trying to make a deal?
Absolutely. That's who President Trump is. So, I mean, he's already stated, when I would say some of these other countries back off, should they back off on some of their tariffs, then yes, President Trump will do the same on our end. So he's all about the deal, and in his mind, it's got to be fair. It's got to be a fair and equitable process around the country, around the world, I should say. And in his mind, it has not been. So in his mind, he is doing this to make it more of an even playing field. And should they reduce or omit their tariffs, would President Trump in turn do the same here? Yes. I think he's all about the deal, and he's getting their attention to negotiate and in his mind, stop taking advantage of the American consumer and therefore the American taxpayer as it relates to the economy and the commerce.
Rob, what about his critics who accuse him of almost gambling? Some people are actually saying right now this is putting his presidency on the line. Do you think this could be his downfall?
I say no. I say this actually could be part of his tremendous legacy because that's exactly what he believes. And I believe President Trump. Again, he is a very successful businessman, and he's bringing his business experience to the White House and to the American policies. So no, I think this will be something that will be very positive and be part of his legacy. And I think that's what he wants. And that's what I, as an American, am hoping and expecting. But I believe that that will be the case. I think this will be a part of a success legacy and not just the opposite, despite what the critics are saying.
Yeah, well, there's always...
His critics are his critics. They are always critical of President Trump, no matter what he does. So we have to understand that lens, and no matter what he does, they're not going to like it. So why would they like this? Well, they won't, just because he's doing it, and again, it's an even playing field. So when the balance of tariffs is way high for other countries, why can't we just increase our tariffs to match theirs? And that's what he's doing. He's not being unfair. He's making it fair. It's really that simple.
Yes, it is that simple, but economists are still concerned this could be inflationary, it could have global ramifications, and the stock markets are kind of telling us today. So there is some concern, Rob. We must be realistic, though, when we're looking at this. And what could it mean for the midterm elections, too?
It's a great point. I think, yes, people are concerned, again, as reflective of the stock market. But again, I believe this is just a short-term initial reaction. And I think some people are already saying, well, gosh, it's a great time to buy stocks, right? As they come down, it's a good time to buy into them. So, but I think if this does not work, I would say by the end of this year, as we head into an election year next year, yes, absolutely, it could be devastating to the midterms. And whereas the Republicans keep control of Congress, but be it the Senate or the House of Representatives. So yes, this has to work, because if it does not, it will directly impact next year's election cycle, which would be a very big time negative against President Trump. Because if he doesn't have the support of Congress, he can't get the bills passed that he wants to proceed with his policies. So it is very important, and I agree with you.
Rob Arlett with the Trump red tie on. It's been a pleasure to have you on there, former Trump chair. Thank you so much.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Anything else, I'm happy to help you.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making headlines today. The RSF, Sudan's paramilitary, claim they've downed a Sudanese army plane in northern Darfur. The group posted a video of the military plane wreckage earlier this week. The RSF leader said the war between his group and the country's army was not over. A British couple found dead in southwest France died by murder, followed by suicide, according to French authorities. Andrew and Dawn Searle were discovered on the 6th of February at their home near Toulouse. Mrs. Searle's body was found in the garden. Her husband's body was found inside. A federal judge has thrown out New York City Mayor Eric Adams' corruption case weeks after the Trump administration directed prosecutors to drop the charges. Adams was accused of conspiracy, fraud, soliciting illegal campaign contributions, and also bribery. He has denied any wrongdoing and will now focus on his re-election bid. And the British rock band Muse have cancelled a concert in Istanbul after the promoter criticised anti-government protest. Turkey has endured weeks of demonstrations against the arrest of Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. Muse told fans they will postpone the show until 2026 with an alternative promotion firm. The death toll from the 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit Myanmar last Friday has now killed over 3,000 people. In a statement, the military-led government says hundreds more are still missing and nearly 5,000 have been injured. Search and rescue teams are scrambling to provide medical care and shelter for the survivors. We can now go live to Bangkok to speak to correspondent Jan Kamenzend-Broomby. Jan, a pleasure to have you on the show. The death toll is going up at an alarming rate and is predicted to get even higher.
That's right. We've seen just in the last few hours, Chinese state media reporting that death toll is now upwards of 3,100. And let's not forget, we've had independent estimates from the US Geological Survey saying that it could get up to 10,000. And why is that? Well, if you listen to what some of the international organizations that are responsible sometimes for these rescue efforts, for the humanitarian aid, what they're saying is essentially this is really a horrific situation inside Myanmar. The WHO is now warning that because of the rain that we're expecting in the next few days, and I can tell you, even here in Bangkok, it's been spitting a little bit. There is a little bit of rain here. So you can imagine in Myanmar that is just neighboring, it could be the same. That rain combined with the heat, the WHO is now warning of the risk of cholera for those people, the hundreds, if not thousands of people that are sleeping on the streets of their cities because of their houses being destroyed, or because they're too scared to enter their houses for fear that they collapse due to the aftershocks that we've been seeing. The UN was saying that they've warned that there has been a lack of medical supplies inside, and the World Food Programme also saying that their work has been frustrated. They're finding it difficult to work inside Myanmar. So that death toll expected to rise as we move forward in the coming days. And it's now not just the earthquake that's causing these deaths potentially, it's now also a whole risk of other issues, other complications that come when you have people living outside without shelter, without access to clean water, without food, etc., etc.
Yeah, extremely distressing pictures coming out of Myanmar. But countries around the world are now sending aid. But the reality is the civil war is complicating these efforts, right?
Yeah, we've been following this story now for 6 days almost. And one of the things that's really been in the background of these relief efforts is, of course, the fact that Myanmar is still engaged in a civil war and has been since 2021 when the military junta took over there. And actually, the military junta fired airstrikes a few hours after the first earthquake. Now, we have had some developments, though, recently. What happened was, essentially in the last few days, we heard reports that the junta fired warning shots at a Chinese relief vehicle that was traveling inside of Myanmar. The junta saying they hadn't been notified that this relief vehicle was heading towards the city, the hard-hit city of Mandalay. But you can only imagine how difficult it is for those rescue teams to be operating within a civil war. And today, thankfully, looks like a step in the right direction. The junta announcing that they will be taking a 20-day pause when it comes to the engagements in the civil war. That also follows on from one of the main rebel groups earlier, even a few days ago, actually announcing that they also would unilaterally be pausing some of their operations. So that really does seem to be a step in the right direction. And why has that happened? Is that linked to the fact that there were warning shots fired at the Chinese? We know that there was some mention from the Chinese about a hope that there could be order inside and that the focus could be on the humanitarian effort. We don't know exactly why they've made that decision. But I also will say that we don't know if it will hold. Myanmar inside is a kind of patchwork in some areas of different alliances, different militia groups, some allied with the military junta, some fighting against the military junta for democracy or for self-determination. And so we're really going to have to see if this kind of piecemeal ceasefire can hold for the 20 days that the junta have said that it will be not engaging in these hostilities.
Jan, you're actually in Bangkok. What can you tell us about the situation there? Because obviously there was an aftershock. Is there any update?
Well, I can say that the buildings in Bangkok mostly are fine, but we've really seen the rescue efforts in the last few days focusing on this large building. It was going to be the State Audit Office, a government building that collapsed from 30 floors or something now into rubble on the ground. And we've been hearing different things in the last few days about whether or not there are still people alive inside. We know that there are still supposed to be dozens of people trapped inside, but whether or not we've heard vital signs, well, that's been really the big thing. And what I can tell you is that as of this morning, local media was reporting that they had heard what they thought was the sound of a woman's voice coming from inside one of the areas. And that's where we think they've been trying to focus the rescue efforts. What I will say, though, is that they haven't heard that voice since then as of this evening. So we don't know whether that's someone who's now unconscious, perhaps someone who's not been able to respond anymore, who's too weak to respond. The governor of Bangkok saying that they hope that this is a person who is inside the fire escape, which is thought to be one of the stronger areas of these buildings when they collapse, of course. So they're hoping that the person whose voice they think they heard, that they're going to be able to get them out in time. And that would be really a victory for those rescue forces. But I think they'll be carrying on regardless until they get everyone out of there, dead or alive.
Jan Kam Enzend Broomby in Bangkok. Thank you for joining me. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Oil prices fell by over 3% on Thursday as a reaction to President Trump's tariff announcement. Investors are concerned a global trade war will affect economic growth and limit fuel demand. Brent futures were down $2.66 to $72.29 a barrel earlier today. Similarly, US crypto stocks fell in pre-market trading on Thursday. Investor confidence has been rattled due to increasing trade tensions, prompting a sell-off in riskier assets. Crypto exchange Coinbase Global fell 4%, while major Bitcoin holder Strategy dropped 3%. A reminder of our top stories. New trade tariffs unveiled by US President Donald Trump send shockwaves across global markets. The EU calls it a major blow to the world economy as China vows to retaliate against what it described as bullying by the US. And the Myanmar earthquake death toll rises to over 3,000 people, with hundreds still missing. And that's all from us on W News. Riz Khan is coming up next, followed by Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora. We'll be back with W News Extra in 2 hours' time. Thank you so much for joining us, and I'll see you later.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hi, I'm Riz Khan. Welcome to the show. 5 years ago, the world changed overnight. Streets emptied, doors shut, and uncertainty loomed for half the population of the planet living under lockdown. What began as a temporary measure to control a global pandemic turned into a defining period of our lives. We're still living with the social and economic repercussions of that time and learning more about its physical and mental legacy. And questions remain. Was it all worth it? Did lockdowns really save lives? Why did health experts make a U-turn on how to tackle the pandemic? Did world leaders make the right decision on whom to save? And how did the situation contribute to political polarization and a lack of trust that continues to this day? Well, two Princeton University political scientists have tackled some of these provocative questions in a new book. In COVID's Wake, How Our Politics Failed Us. Well, the answers the professors came up with will make uncomfortable reading for some of the people in power during the pandemic. Later in the show, I'll speak with Professor Stephen Macedo, but I'll start with his co-author, Professor Francis Leigh. Professor Francis Leigh, I'm glad you could join us for the show. Now, this is such a sensitive issue with quite strong feelings on both sides, sometimes with kind of threatening arguments on one side. And I wonder to what degree you had to think about the potential backlash to your academic career in tackling this particular subject.
I was concerned about it initially, knowing that there's been so much emotion wrapped up in all of these issues. And, it was clear that academics who had raised questions about the pandemic response often were subjected to reputational attacks. So there was some hesitance in taking on the topic. But as we've completed the book and since it's been published, what we've discovered is that in many ways we're just pushing on an open door, that there is a willingness now to revisit the decisions of the past and to reflect on them. And that is, in the end, what the book is. It's an early history. We take a look at, the decisions that were made and what the consequences were of a, very critical period in U.S. and world history.
It is interesting to discover, though, that these non-pharmaceutical intervention models date back as far as George W. Bush's presidency. What did you discover about that?
So in the aftermath of 9/11 and the anthrax attacks on the U.S. Congress, there was a heightened awareness of issues of biosecurity. George W. Bush, during a summer vacation, read a book about the 1918 pandemic flu, and he asked members of his Homeland Security team to start working on a pandemic plan. And so they began to pool together experts who could help to game out scenarios for responding to a crisis of that nature so that we wouldn't be as unprepared as we had been in 1918. And some of those advisors began to turn to and produce, some of them produced and some of them turned to academics who were producing models that suggested that non-pharmaceutical interventions could work. They also took a look back at 1918 and argued that cities in the U.S. that had imposed closures of theaters and other public gatherings, that they fared better in the 1918 pandemic. So that was out there. Now, of course, those ideas were also very controversial among public health officials. So when George W. Bush's advisors went to CDC with these ideas, they found a cool reception. And so the Department of Health and Human Services commissioned a study to be conducted by what was known then as the Institute of Medicine, now the National Academy of Medicine, to take a look at those models. And they examined them carefully and they looked at the data and they found it rather equivocal. They pointed to the high costs that would attend these measures, and they declined to endorse this kind of a strategy. So this had been examined, and this was out there. Now, the advisors, of course, wanted to have something to offer the president to say, well, this is something we can do. And so there it was on the shelf. And so those ideas were present at the time the COVID pandemic broke out in 2020. These ideas had been circulated, but they had not been embraced. There had been, in fact, a recent study in 2019 by the World Health Organization that reviewed the evidence base around each of the proposed non-pharmaceutical interventions, meaning masking, business closures, school closures, testing and tracing, all the various measures that were taken to try to stem the spread of the disease. And they rated all of those measures as having poor evidence. And in the case of several of them, they recommended them not to be used under any circumstances in the context of a respiratory pandemic. Among those were contact testing and contact tracing, quarantine, and border closure. And yet, 6 months later, all of those measures would be deployed globally against COVID, with policymakers saying that they were following the science, even though the evidence base had not previously been judged as being there for such stark claims about what the science would tell us to do under these circumstances.
And then, of course, when China did its lockdown of its province that included Wuhan, it looked like a blueprint for everyone else to follow. So what happened there? Why did that suddenly seem to be the right way to go?
That's right. So Wuhan imposed these sweeping measures, unprecedented measures. I mean, the initial reaction of public health officials in the U.S. to the Wuhan lockdown was that this was mind-boggling. They had never imagined a response of this scale. And then you begin to see cases come down. You begin to see people in Wuhan taking down the temporary hospitals that they had built to handle the crush of demand as that pandemic wave hit. So they could see the lockdown and then the decline of cases and death. And so on the basis of that World Health Organization report recommended the strategy to the whole world without exception. And strangely, there were not skeptical voices pointing out that based on prior experience with pandemics, we knew that they come in waves. And that prior pandemics had been characterized by waves that hit different places at different times and then repeatedly do so. So there was no basis for confidence that this was the end of the story in Wuhan. And yet there was a jumping to conclusions about what to do in the context of the initial Wuhan experience.
Now, Professor, even if people were wary of information coming out of China, as is often the case in the West, Italy then had the first democratic country, I guess, to create its own lockdown policy. And that seemed to reinforce what China was doing, didn't it?
Absolutely. The Italian lockdown, which was the first nationwide lockdown, demonstrated to democracies around the world that it was possible to impose measures such as lockdowns in a democratic country, and that they would be popular. And in fact, there was a great clamoring for a similar action in other countries as they looked to what was being done in Italy. In the US, when the lockdowns were initially imposed in mid-March of 2020, they were hugely popular, with polls showing 87% of Americans approving, which is a remarkably high approval rating in a country that is characterized by a lot of political polarization.
It is interesting also that there were a number of influential reports that came out of places like the UK and elsewhere that said that lockdowns could be a very effective way to flatten the curve, allowing healthcare systems to kind of cope with the huge jump in infections and perhaps recover their ability to handle it. So it did seem like a good idea there as well.
That's right. So that Imperial College Report number 9, which was officially published on March the 16th, that's the same day that the coronavirus task force in the U.S. began to recommend lockdowns to the United States, to governors across the U.S. But Neil Ferguson had been a longtime collaborator of those same George W. Bush advisors who had been working on mathematical models for controlling the spread of a pandemic disease. So he had a long track record of working in that space and being an advocate of those measures, even though those measures were controversial in public health more generally. But his report showed, just dire projections of what would happen in terms of the fatalities from the disease if such measures were not taken. For the U.S., the projection was 2 million deaths by August of 2020. So if these measures were not taken, but if they were, the model suggested considerable mitigation would occur. So policymakers, felt tremendous pressure to do something along the lines of what the report recommended, because it seemed to say if you didn't, then far more people than necessary would perish.
It's interesting when you said earlier that opinions seem to be very much in favor of lockdowns, ironically, especially in the USA, in a country where polarization in opinion is quite common. So did opinions just fall in line, or were there a notable number of voices arguing against it?
There were some initial skeptics in March and early April in opinion outlets. Now, the polling showed that the measures were popular, but there were some skeptical voices early on. As reopening began to get started in the U.S., which that the lockdowns, of course, were not sustainable for the whole time period until vaccine was available in any country. And in the U.S., those initial lockdowns lasted about a month in Republican states and about a little over 2 months in Democratic states. So as there began to be some debate about reopening, you began to see in opinion outlets, so in the broader, you say it's the elite discourse that policymakers read, that the news magazines, the newspapers, the editorials, just a shutting down of debate around the measure. So it's very interesting that initially in March there was some questioning, then the measures were implemented. And then after that, we characterize as sort of a turn on a dime among experts at that juncture, experts, opinion leaders, where it just became sort of anathema to raise questions about the effectiveness of those measures beginning in summer of 2020. And the disdain for raising such questions lasted for a long time and was something that was still in the background as my co-author and I began undertaking the research for this project, concern about whether or when people would be ready to ask these questions again. So it's an interesting story of perceptions and of policy debate and consideration of policy alternatives and questions around democratic deliberation, in addition to the questions around the science of pandemic management.
And I'm guessing the situation also, the dynamic changed when we started to see presidents and prime ministers holding regular press briefings alongside scientists such as Dr. Anthony Fauci in the USA, where everyone was assured that the policy was to follow the science. As the term became very well known. How did that strategy develop?
Well, I think for political leaders in the U.S. And in other places, it was easy to sort of hide behind their expert advisors. I mean, these were highly consequential decisions with devastating effects on society. And it was much easier for them to say that what they were doing was merely following expert advice. And so in order to sustain that, it was necessary to make sure that dissenting voices among scientists didn't get much of a platform. And so you then began to see efforts to suppress such questions on social media. And an editorial line maintained quite tightly at the major newspapers, raising, sort of making such questions off limits.
Was it hiding behind the science, the scientists, or were they actually putting their trust into the scientists? And perhaps were they even ducking their political responsibility and accountability?
I think they were ducking their political responsibility and their accountability in the sense that there were obviously questions that were not being asked, such as when in the U.S., when states began to reopen, the models projected that there should be a resurgence of the disease. And yet it didn't necessarily happen that way. That the models were not as powerful in predicting the course of the disease as they were portrayed to be early on in the crisis. So the problem that we are pointing to in the book is not just of those initial decisions, but of future and subsequent decisions over the course of what turned out to be a lengthy crisis, where more information was being obtained all the time, information that called into question some of those earlier decisions, and yet there was a resistance to reconsidering.
Is there any defense for the political leadership that perhaps public panic had set in and they were under a lot of pressure in order to find a solution?
That's a fair point, absolutely, that the public trusted the scientists. The way that the whole issue got framed for the public in the news media was often that there's the scientists here on one hand, and then there's the politicians on the other. Who do you trust? Publics in any democracy have a reasonable amount of skepticism about political leaders. Scientists are not subjected to the same degree of skepticism and are seen as having less by way of conflicts of interest. So there was a preference to believe the scientists relative to the politicians.
Now, of course, lockdown affected people in very different ways. And I wonder how that one-size-fits-all strategy had an impact on people in terms of, how they handle the epidemic, irrespective of their geographic positioning, their social status. There were so many factors that could change people's experiences of the lockdown.
That's right. Well, when we took a look in the book at what was known about the costs of the measures that were taken, there are systematic ways in which those costs fall more heavily on the less advantaged in society. Beginning with the fact that not everyone could lock down at all. About a third of the workforce in the U.S. were essential workers, and those tend to be, at least disproportionately, low-wage service workers. So they are not being protected by the lockdown measures. Meanwhile, the schools are closed and their kids can't go to school, and yet they have to continue to work. School closures had a disproportionate effect on the less advantaged. That it was harmful to learning across the board, but the harms fell more heavily on school districts that were already low performing, that already featured wide learning gaps. Those grew wider. So you can go through each of the measures, and it has this character. Large businesses continued to do well, and in fact, in many cases, grew dramatically. You think about the growth of online retail. Meanwhile, small businesses shuttered, and many of them were never able to reopen. There was a systematic class bias in the effect of these measures. It's probably one of the reasons why the measures were as sustainable as they were, in that they fell harder on people with less political power.
I know you described the decision-making that occurred as selective life-saving, that it cost one group, at the expense of another. One group was able to be saved. And I wonder, is it not inevitable in such a large-scale event that is going to take place?
It is inevitable in that, that we rely on human cooperation for our basic survival. And so that can't stop. So for the things that we need to keep on living, we need some share of people to keep on working. The question is, how those costs are going to be distributed. There was an alternative approach, which was to take what we knew about who was at most risk of disease, severe outcomes, and ask them to take measures to protect themselves and to organize society to help protect them. That would have acknowledged that the virus is going to continue to spread, and that was very difficult politically for leaders to do. And so instead, they preferred to talk about containing it, suppressing it, stopping the whole thing, which, of course, the measures we were taking were never capable of doing that, given the large share of people who had to keep working. It was kind of a collective delusion that we could protect everyone. We pretended that the lockdowns could protect everyone, even though it was quite obvious, if you gave it any thought, that they were not capable of protecting everyone. So a different strategy would have been to acknowledge that reality, that we lacked the technology to control this thing, and then to adjust our strategy to that reality.
Do you have any sympathy for the policymakers who had to determine whether they should be trying to save lives versus protecting the economy and saving livelihoods?
Well, I object to that framing, that's a little too simple. There are lives on both sides of the equation. That lockdown measures themselves have health costs. They haven't been as fully examined as the close analysis of the number of people who were catching COVID and dying from COVID on a daily basis during the pandemic. These are longer term costs, but unemployment has been shown to have effects on people, the length of time people live. The same thing with education. This is what's long been known in the field as the social determinants of health. And so measures that impose these kinds of harms on society will have health consequences over the long term. Not to mention questions around other types of care people needed to get during the pandemic. Routine care, care for chronic diseases. One thing that what we can see as we study the pandemic now is that excess mortality during the pandemic exceeds deaths from COVID. And there were rises in deaths from many other causes that, outside the norm during that time period. Deaths from overdose, deaths from dementia and Alzheimer's. The nursing home care, the quality of that declined significantly when family members were not able to assist. So the range of society-wide costs is extraordinary. And requires us to do a lot of study and broader thinking than was being done during the pandemic. What we had during the pandemic was a tunnel vision on one kind of threat to human well-being. And the actions we took had collateral damage for human well-being more broadly.
It's interesting you talk about that tunnel vision and the other consequences, because it did create divisions in society. Tell me about what you described as moralized antagonism in the book.
Yes, that was certainly a characteristic of the politics around the pandemic in the United States. It became highly partisan. That as reopening began, it happens on party lines, so that Democratic states are slower to reopen businesses, slower to reopen schools than Republican states. And so that it overlaid what was already a pre-existing high level of party polarization. So there was a great deal of demonization of people with alternative views. A lot of geographic sorting of people with opposing views, so that residents of Democratic-leaning states simply saw alternative approaches as unthinkable, and those are bad people. So it was very moralistic, and I think that got in the way of taking on board information that could be obtained from looking at variation across the country in the COVID response and in the outcomes of that variation. In other words, as states reopened, the dire projections of the model simply weren't being borne out. Reopening schools, many parts of the U.S. reopened their schools in the fall of 2020. There was no crisis following that. And no evidence by the end of the whole period prior to the vaccine rollout that states that took a more stringent approach to the pandemic fared better than states that took a less stringent approach to the pandemic. By the end of December 2020, states are very similar in their cumulative COVID mortality rates, regardless of what measures they had taken.
I had noted you looked at that the party divisions along the state lines when it came to the policies and how they were handled. Is it possible to conclude then perhaps that Democrats were wrong and Republicans were right when it came down to lockdowns and strategy around lockdowns, but that perhaps it was the other way around when it came to vaccination?
So that is such a striking feature of the data, that if we track COVID mortality over the course of the pandemic, you can see that Democratic and Republican states look very similar up through the start of the vaccine rollout. But after the vaccine rollout began, you begin to see Democratic states where residents were much more excited to get vaccinated, much quicker to line up and get the vaccine. They begin to fare better. So that by the end of the time series that we analyze in the book, you can see that that Republican states have roughly 30% more COVID mortality than Democratic states. But all of that emerges all that difference emerges in the post-vaccine period. So you can certainly see that the Democrats who were eager to get vaccinated, that looks like a good decision for them. I mean, we are analyzing aggregate data. This is not randomized control trials. That's what we've got, to look back on. But we can see that in the pre-vaccine period, the different policies that states took don't correlate with the outcomes. But in the post-vaccine period, states with more vaccine uptake fared better.
Well, the Trump administration of the time did go along with the lockdowns at first. So at what point did the policy change? How and why? And why did it hand over the responsibility to the state governments in the end?
Well, in the U.S., in our federal system, the emergency powers that were needed to respond to the pandemic, in other words, the quarantine powers that that officials possess, those lie at the state level. So it would have been highly controversial and contested had any president in the United States attempted to impose a nationwide lockdown. There was some discussion of it, but the legality of that was highly questionable. Meanwhile, governors unquestionably possessed those powers. And so the way the Trump administration handled that, on March the 16th, they recommended in a press conference that was carried live all across the U.S., they recommended that governors take these measures, which they then proceeded to do. Where you begin to see the polarization is in the reopening process, where Republican states began to reopen more quickly than Democratic states. Might also recall that President Trump in the summer of 2020 said that schools should reopen in the fall of 2020. And when he said that, there was a great deal of backlash. I mean, it's also important context to recognize that this was a presidential election year, and President Trump was running for re-election, very controversial president, and loathed by Democrats. I mean, always had very low approval rating among Democrats. So virtually anything he said would produce a backlash among Democrats. And so I think that helped to drive the highly partisan nature of the pandemic response in the U.S. The U.S. experience is different than other countries in that regard. It was not always so party polarized everywhere.
Well, Professor Leigh, you and your co-author, Professor Stephen Macedo, did a lot of deep research on this. And based on that, what do you believe has been the long-term damage to society as a result of the kind of policies that were enacted during the COVID pandemic?
Well, it exacerbated further the polarization that already existed in U.S. politics. It drove down trust in government officials and in science agencies. It has driven down trust in universities and among experts generally. It helps to drive a populist backlash that has characterized U.S. politics. The high inflation that was also downstream of many of the pandemic measures, the high level of spending without any corresponding increases in taxes that carried people through the pandemic closures, that's also had significant effects on U.S. politics. It will take time for trust to be rebuilt. And I think in order to rebuild that trust, we need to have a reckoning. We need to look back and acknowledge what we got right and what we got wrong, and come to some kind of shared societal understanding, if that is even possible in a country as polarized as the U.S.
Well, governments across the world, including the U.S., of course, had this unique opportunity to enact policies that would be unthinkable had it not been for something as severe as a global pandemic. And I wonder to what degree that there was possibly even a chance for governments to kind of test out their ability to enforce authoritarian measures and see and test the ground, if you like, on what might happen.
I mean, I'm sure this was a great learning opportunity for governments in terms of what is possible. You began to see a global effort to restrict communications or control miscommunication or misinformation on social media in the context of the pandemic. Of course, the strong evidence that vaccines can protect people from severe disease and death, you can understand how they would want to protect people from conspiracy theories around vaccines, given their track record. But the effort to control misinformation extended way beyond vaccine misinformation to every aspect of the pandemic response. So I think governments learned from that. In the U.S., we learned that we can basically institute a nationwide universal basic income. that we basically had that during the pandemic. That it was an extraordinary expansion of the social welfare safety net in the U.S. For a brief time, the U.S. looked a lot like Western Europe in its social provision. So it was a time of great governmental experimentation. And there certainly needs to be a look back, not just at what we can do, but what worked. What does the evidence suggest about the effectiveness of these measures? And of course, that also includes the effectiveness of efforts to control the spread of misinformation online.
I was in and out of the US quite a lot around the time of COVID. And post-pandemic lockdown, it seemed that businesses struggled to get people back into the workforce for a long time. It seemed that literally no one wanted to work. And I wonder if there was an adjustment in society's attitude towards employment and certainly going into the workplace.
Yes, that it's a long tail on these pandemic measures. And, getting people to, go back to work has been difficult everywhere. I mean, in the context of the U.S., in many cases, people just accelerated their retirement. They're not going back. So that's been a feature of the post-pandemic economy. It's also been a feature of post-pandemic schooling, that chronic absenteeism has just exploded. It roughly doubled nationwide in the U.S., and you see the same pattern in other countries as well. So it's not just that people didn't want to go back to work, they also didn't want to go back to school.
That's quite remarkable. Were you surprised, though, when the lockdowns were enacted at how compliant so many societies around the world seemed to be when it came to obeying the rules?
I was surprised at the extent of compliance. I mean, especially here in the U.S., it's a very individualistic society. I wouldn't have thought ex ante that there would be the degree of compliance that we saw. Now, it was, of course, an imperfect compliance at all times. I remember in the first week of the lockdowns, I was living in Washington, D.C., and I could hear some people out on the street partying late at night, one of those nights during that first week, and thinking to myself, I don't think this is really going to work. But even with that said, you could see streets were empty. People were, to a very great degree, staying home. I mean, I just wouldn't have thought that was possible. So it was an extraordinary time.
And it seems that the research that you and your co-author, Professor Stephen Macedo, have done seems to indicate that these non-pharmaceutical interventions had no real life-saving benefit in terms of the actions that were taken. So what would have been the alternatives, in your opinion?
Well, the alternative would have been to advise people about what was known about their risks. That, let people know how the disease is transmitted, at least what was known about it. I mean, that, of course, that's one of the many questions that scientists had to confront, that they simply didn't know for sure how COVID was transmitted. And so it's really impossible to design an ideal strategy in response to a disease where you don't even know for sure how it is transmitted, whether it was through surfaces or whether through its droplets or whether it was aerosolized. All of that was uncertain. But to sort of just to, in other words, tell it to the people straight. Don't indulge in noble lies. Don't try to tell people what you want them to think. Tell them the truth. I think policymakers would have stood themselves in much better stead had they been more frank with the public about what they knew and what they didn't know, that these measures hadn't been tried. We think, at least if you stay away from other people, you won't catch this. Like, just tell people what you know. And then be ready to take on board new information. I think it would have been a much sounder strategy in the long run.
But there were no historical comparisons for the COVID-19 pandemic, were there? Nothing near that.
Well, I mean, the 1918 pandemic is a long time ago. And it happened at a time where it was simply not possible for any significant segment of societies to stay home. So you could stop large gatherings, stop parades and theaters and that sort of thing, but that's about all you could do during that time, and some places did that. Now we've had other pandemics in the 20th century. They were not as severe. So 1957, 1968. And during those pandemics, there had been no recommendations to try to take measures to slow the spread of the disease. So I think some acknowledgement that we just didn't know for sure what would work would have been in order. I mean, there was a lot of reasons to think that these measures wouldn't work, beginning with the fact that such a large share of the workforce had to keep on working, and that so many residents of every society are dependent on others for their needs, elderly and young people, and so they can't be separated. And so that the sort of the recognition that we lacked the technology to stamp this thing out, to contain it, especially after it had spread widely. This is, I think, a very important question. Why weren't governments eager to find out how far the disease had spread early in 2020? That you would have thought that they should have launched seroprevalence studies, random testing, to find out how many people had been exposed. As we look back here in the U.S., there is evidence in blood banks that COVID had been spreading in the U.S. In 2019. There are samples in blood banks from 2019 that indicate COVID antibodies and having been exposed. So we had no idea how long it had even been spreading, but certainly these measures would not be effective if the disease was widely disseminated already in the society.
Well, of course, it's very hard to make historical comparisons because we live in a time where people can travel so easily and so quickly at a global level. Plus, there's information spreading by the microsecond. So, of course, anything is different. But, of course, we have an AI age upon us. And I wonder how that would change things, because people seem to have a bit more faith in what AI says. It kind of almost takes the politicians and scientists out of the equation to some degree. I wonder if that's going to have any factor or be a factor when it comes to any future such infection.
That's a question I hesitate to tread in answer to that question. I mean, I think as someone who does research for my job, I have found that as of yet AI can be helpful, but you have to check its work. I certainly wouldn't if I were advising people in society generally. I would not recommend that they take any AI's word for it.
Well, Professor Leigh, you and Professor Macedo, with your book, have put the magnifying glass on this pandemic that we all endured at a global level so recently. What do you think, realistically, having discovered so much, what do you think realistically would or could be done differently? God forbid another infection like this spreads.
Well, obviously, all through the pandemic, there was standing there the Swedish example where government officials shared with the people what they knew and recommended that they take actions, but did not impose society-wide closures, border closures. They declined to close schools for people under age 16. They did not impose mask mandates. Nor, in fact, did they recommend masking for society generally, given the quality of the evidence that they had. So an advisory approach, given the level of uncertainty around what works under these conditions. And as you pointed to just moments ago, the speed with which these diseases can spread widely, given how fast we travel today. Sort of a recognition that's just the reality of the lives we lead today, that it's very fast moving, and that in that context we have to acknowledge limits around what is reasonable, what can we reasonably accomplish here, and in that context tell people what you know and let them in their own lives make adjustments. And you can take measures to help those at most risk, but a law enforcement approach, these mandatory actions, the evidence that they worked is poor. So under those conditions, I think governments ought to hesitate to impose mandates if you don't know for sure that they're going to work.
Professor Francis Leigh, thank you for such a fascinating perspective on the COVID pandemic. Really appreciate the time.
Thank you very much.
Professor Francis Leigh there. Next up is Professor Stephen Macedo, the co-author of In COVID's Wake. We'll explore how the pandemic polarized politics and led to a lack of trust in experts, and how mainstream and social media responded to the crisis. We'll also consider what, if any, lessons have been learned from the COVID-19 pandemic. Professor Stephen Macedo, thank you very much for making the time. Now, when it comes to the COVID pandemic, everyone has a view. So when researching and writing your book, how did you make sure that your own personal and political views didn't influence the book?
Well, we did quite a lot of research. I mean, I think that was the main, effort there. And I will say that I did not start off with the views that wind up being advanced in the book. I did not expect to find as much doubt expressed in pre-COVID pandemic documents about the measures that were pursued. I didn't expect to find the amount of messaging from public health officials that didn't seem to be entirely accurate. And insofar as we arrive at conclusions that are critical of government measures and democratic states measures in the United States, these were not things I anticipated, particularly when I went into the book. So we had no trouble finding critics along the way, critics of our view, people that doubted what we said, because most of our colleagues began, as we did, by being skeptical about some of the claims that we advanced in the book.
And of course, the COVID pandemic hit at a time of deepening divisions as President Trump's administration polarized opponents and supporters. So how did that play out when it came to the response in the USA?
Yes, I think that was a major factor. I think the United States is an extremely polarized society, more so than other Western European countries in comparison. And 2020 was an election year. So the pandemic really arrived in February and March 2020. For a time, there was a period when all of the states acted in unity to close their schools. Schools closed across the entire United States very quickly. And business closures and lockdowns likewise took place almost uniformly across the entire country for 4 to 6, maybe 8 weeks. But then as spring and summer began, the states dominated by the Republicans on the one side and the Democrats on the other side diverged in their approaches, with Republican states opening much more quickly, Democratic states keeping their lockdowns in place much longer. And in particular, when the fall came around, many schools in Republican states tended to open. In Florida, in fact, Governor Ron DeSantis mandated that all of the schools in the state should be open, whereas Democratic states kept their schools closed through much of the 2020-21 school year, or indeed all of that year. So there was a major divide that emerged by party in terms of the stringency of the pandemic response, the imposition of non-pharmaceutical interventions. And then, of course, the rhetoric was very intense and became extremely angry. And I think that's partly because President Trump became associated with the side arguing to reopen the economy and let people move about more freely, more skeptical about the severity of the virus, perhaps. And so it took on a very strong partisan, polarized inflection, the debate did in the United States.
Well, under those circumstances, isn't it inevitable that the big event of the day would become polarized and politicized?
Yes, I think that's probably true. At the time, perhaps we didn't realize the extent to which that would occur. But in retrospect, I think it's not surprising. President Trump is a uniquely divisive figure, but the country is polarized in any case. He was on the ballot. I think the news media, in part, had worried that they had contributed to his victory previously in 2016 by paying attention. Maybe they felt then too much to the Hillary Clinton laptop issue and other issues that gave him some support. And there's even some evidence now that those who are developing the vaccines might have slowed down their development a little bit so that he would not be able to claim credit for them going into the 2020 election. That's not something we focus on in the book, but there At least there's some messaging that some people involved seem to have suggested that. So it was very politicized, very polarized, and worse in the United States than elsewhere. I think European countries tended to reopen their schools in the fall of 2020, in part because the debate was less polarized, and in part because people were more willing to learn as more evidence that became available that schools were not significant sources of virus transmission. But it took progressive states a long time to learn that lesson in the United States, because I think it wasn't a message that was appealing from a partisan standpoint, where they associated school reopening with the Republican Party.
And of course, the term follow the science became quite widely used during the pandemic. Now, initially, people on both sides of the divide generally trusted health officials. What changed?
Well, I mean, I think a number of things changed. Partly, it became clear that the scientific establishment was not being altogether frank about various things. I mean, I would identify first the origins of the virus. The virus emerged in Wuhan, in Hubei province in China, and Wuhan is home to China's leading bat coronavirus research institute. On the other hand, China has many live animal markets, and yet after there were some suggestions that the virus might have leaked from the Wuhan lab, the scientific establishment swung into action very quickly to try to suppress that idea, to try to cut off debate about it. The evidence rather suggests, and to push the argument that it had to have arisen in nature. And I think that was deeply implausible to people. And the evidence was always mixed, and it was always at least a reasonable hypothesis that the virus might have emerged in the lab. And yet it was being called a racist conspiracy theory. I think that was something that people could see was rather absurd. I mean, it's absurd to suggest it's more racist to say that the virus came from a lab in Wuhan than came from a market in Wuhan where the Chinese get live animals to eat. So that was one thing. And then I think the social distancing measures, well, including the masks, there was a lot of mixed messaging around masks. Don't wear them, you must wear them. They became mandatory in various places. And of course, there was a lot of scientific doubt about the effectiveness of masks. And then the lockdowns themselves had aspects that I think people could see were palpably absurd, about not allowing people to be outside, restrictions on outside movement, going to the beach, sort of severe limitations on outdoor recreation that didn't seem particularly rational. And I think there were certainly many that were willing and eager to go along with those measures, but there were other people that made different judgments, and I think felt reasonably that science was the public health officials were going beyond what the evidence would have supported. And then finally, there was some mixed messaging around vaccines. We're not vaccine skeptics. Vaccines were game changers for the elderly and vulnerable. But, there were suggestions that the vaccine would be sterilizing, that you would be a dead end to the virus once you had a vaccine, that you couldn't pass it on. Well, the virus, the COVID trials, the vaccine trials did not test for that outcome. So there was no basis for saying that. And of course, it soon became clear that while the vaccines were very effective at preventing most people from getting seriously ill or dying from COVID, it didn't prevent them from contracting COVID and passing it on. So I think there were a bunch of different ways in which scientific messaging was not as frank and nuanced, not as honest as it should have been. I guess I'd mention one other thing, which is about the vaccines. The message was being pushed in many places that you would not get immunity from contracting the virus and recovering. The World Health Organization actually changed the definition of herd immunity on its website over the summer of 2020 from saying that it was that herd immunity or population level immunity could be gotten from people either getting vaccinated or getting the virus and recovering. And they changed it over the summer of 2020 to say herd immunity came from vaccination, period. And I think the reason why they did that was to discourage people from contracting the vaccine and encourage them to wait discourage people from getting the virus, encouraging them to wait for the vaccine, which was fine. But that was a misleading message that had nothing to do with well-established science. So there are a variety of ways in which scientists and public health officials seem to be not telling the whole truth, and indeed, in such a way, often as to manipulate the public. And I think the public had reason to feel disrespected and as though they had not been told the whole truth.
How did it get to a point where a figure such as President Trump's former medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, became someone who was loved and loathed in equal measure?
Well, that's a long story, and it's a tough one. I mean, he certainly participated in some of the mixed messages around masking. In 2019, just before COVID, not long before COVID at all, he participated in an interview with a medical reporter who began to ask him, with no knowledge of COVID on the horizon, suppose there's another pandemic, what should we do? Should we wear masks? And Dr. Fauci immediately cut him off and said, no, avoid that paranoid stuff. Just keep healthy, get a good night's sleep, don't drink too much, do the normal healthy things. And so, that was 2019. And then lo and behold, masking became something that he supported, at least after a time. There have also been suggestions. He also made some of these claims about being a dead end to the vaccine, I believe. And then too, he's apparently, at least some evidence suggests and people suggest that he played a role in deflecting attention from the possibility that the virus originated in the Wuhan lab. There are suggestions that may have been in part because U.S. government funded research in that Wuhan lab on gain-of-function research on coronaviruses, not necessarily this particular virus, but but funded related research. So while part of the motivation for that may have been a desire to retain the trust of the Chinese and not introduce a divisive discussion into the pandemic in February 2020, there may have been reasons of self-interest as well. That's a story that's just unfolding. So there were various grounds for wondering whether he was being entirely frank with the public.
When President Trump suggested that sunlight and injecting disinfectant could help to combat the virus, his comments were roundly condemned by the medical community and ridiculed in the media. What impact did those comments have and the response to them on the levels of trust?
Well, it's fair enough. I mean, President Trump was very inconsistent. His press conferences, I think, were very ill-considered, speaking off the cuff that way in a kind of a non-serious way. I think he lent a sense of chaos to the what should have been a very serious situation. People should have been speaking who had greater expertise, and I do think everyone should have spoken with greater frankness. But there's no question that he is a uniquely divisive figure in American politics, and people had concerns about his motivations with respect to getting the economy open. He wanted the economy to be strong going into the election. So there were suspicions that it was that was perhaps motivating him rather than public health considerations, though his instincts, turn out perhaps to have been not entirely wrong. So I definitely think he played a role. He's not always wrong, but he often presents his views in ways that are not designed to persuade people of their rational basis. So he definitely played a role.
What do you believe the role of the mainstream media should be during an event such as a major pandemic, and how well did the media fulfill its role when it came to COVID-19?
Well, I think the media performance under COVID does need to be reexamined and leaves something to be desired in various ways. What we find is that in many ways the mainstream media, the elite media was very much on the side of the scientists who, in approaching COVID, really focused on one outcome only, and that was reducing deaths from disease, reducing the transmission of COVID, and reducing disease spread. Perhaps that's understandable early on, But as we went through the summer of 2020 and into the fall, it should have been clear that we were learning things about people's vulnerability, that they were very unevenly vulnerable, and we should have been paying more attention to what was obvious, and obvious from the start, which is that the interventions that were put in place to slow the spread of COVID, the non-pharmaceutical interventions, would be very costly, and not just costly in economic terms, but costly for children, children's education, children's well-being at a fundamental level, and human well-being at a fundamental level. These things were pointed out in the pre-COVID pandemic plans. And yet the media constantly asked why more wasn't being done, why a national lockdown wasn't being contemplated, why the lockdowns were not more stringent and kept in place longer. So the media took the side of many, and focusing only on the stringency of lockdowns and not paying enough attention, paying very little attention to the costs of these measures. And that was a fundamental point of irrationality in our approach. We should have known from the start the lessons of the pre-COVID pandemic plans, that these measures were not were of a very uncertain effectiveness and certain costliness. That's the message of the pre-COVID pandemic plans. And unfortunately, it's something that was largely ignored, certainly in the early parts of the pandemic and for a very long time after.
How do you judge the role of social media during that time?
Well, that's a tricky one. I didn't follow social media particularly on this, but one thing we do know is that, of course, social media can be a way of transmitting misinformation as well as information. And certainly there was a tremendous concern with that during COVID. So what we now know is that the Biden administration was in touch with the social media companies, pressuring them to suppress postings, messaging that was at odds with administration policy, and that the social media companies in general complied. And this was all behind the scenes. The public was not aware that this was taking place. And we have the emails and communications between Biden administration officials and the social media companies. And in some cases, they were pressured, the social media companies, to suppress postings that were true concerning, small numbers of side effects from vaccines. The pressuring was on the ground that it was thought that this would be unhelpful, even if it was true. But there was also messaging related to the election that was suppressed. Now, in retrospect, Mark Zuckerberg and others have expressed regret about this. People have suggested that he's done that in order to curry favor with the Trump administration. But I think there's good reason for the social media companies to feel that they did not play their proper role in their across the board compliance with this. So I have to say that while there's legitimate concern with misinformation and disinformation on the internet, but I'm not confident that we should put in governments the power to decide what is misinformation, and they certainly shouldn't have the power to secretly pressure social media companies into suppressing messaging that the government considers to be misinformation. We quote sources in the book from the Journal of the American Medical Association, an article that was published in August 2023 about doctors spreading misinformation on their social media accounts. And among the things that article, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, calls misinformation are things that we know and should have been known at the time in 2023 to either be true or perfectly reasonable, like that the virus might have originated in Wuhan, like that natural infection, getting the virus and recovering, contributes to immunity. The article classifies those as misinformation. It also classifies as misinformation suggestions that public health officials misled the public. Well, public health officials have admitted to misleading the public. They had admitted to misleading the public by the time this article was published. So we have to be very careful about according governments the authority to decide what the truth is, because they don't have a good record on that. And frankly, they don't have a particularly good record on it under COVID.
Professor, to what degree do you think that the misinformation, disinformation, conspiracy theories, and echo chambers that we see on social media today are a result of the polarization that occurred during the pandemic period?
Well, there's no question that we went into the pandemic polarized, but it does seem to have exacerbated things. That is true. The response of the 50 states was highly polarized. It was the red states opened much more quickly than the blue states. The kind of discussion that was taking place in the blue states was very much, I think, partly shaped by being opposed to what was taking place in the red states. And perhaps most depressingly, there's been very little learning across the partisan divide. One thing that we saw as governors stood for re-election after the initial period of the COVID pandemic, in spite of the fact that they pursued very different policies across the 50 states, Republicans and Democrats, and in spite of the fact that there's been very little evidence that the lockdowns had the intended effect, but were certainly costly. In spite of all that, the governors were almost uniformly reelected, both Democrats and Republicans. So I think we're starting to learn some things, but so far, I think the extent of partisanship has been one of the factors that has impeded learning, because I think, frankly, a lot of journalists, academics, and certainly public officials are reluctant to ask questions that might seem to give aid and comfort to the other side. I think that's one of the things, along with the trauma of COVID itself and not wanting to think back on that period. I think the partisan aspect has also been something that has so far derailed a serious reckoning about what happened and what we should learn from it.
So it sounds like there's a clear distinction when it came to wearing masks, social distancing, and even ultimately vaccines, that depending on the political alignment, people behaved with those interventions accordingly.
Yes, that's correct. The lockdowns, mask mandates, and so on were more stringent, more tough, more long-lasting in democratic states. And the evidence also suggests that there was more compliance with these measures in democratic states. People's cell phone data and so on shows more of a fall off in movement in democratic states than in Republican states. So it's true. People arrived at different, it seems, value judgments about the risks of the virus and their willingness to sacrifice for the sake of avoiding those risks in different places. And I think that's one of the things we should recognize, is that COVID policy from beginning to end was never a matter of following the science. There are always value judgments involved about risks and trade-offs, and people differ with respect to those value judgments. Partly they differ on partisan grounds, but they differ on other grounds as well. And I don't think we had enough respect for that. I think the discussions emphasizing follow the science never recognized the important place of value judgments and trade-offs in making those policies. There should have been more open discussion about the value trade-offs that were underlying all of these policies. Not being able to have a funeral, not being able to visit a loved one in a nursing home. I mean, there were reasons for social distancing restrictions, as it turns out, perhaps not great reasons, but things that at the time may have been perceived to be reasonable. But there were always value judgments, and those should have been weighed.
There was also some kind of provocative input into this when President Trump called COVID-19 the China virus and made such references with, of course, the references to the lab and so on. Was that to some degree deflection on his part, trying to avoid criticism of his administration?
Well, it might have been. It might have been. And certainly that kind of rhetoric was not at all helpful. There were reasonable grounds, as I mentioned before, for suspecting that the virus may have spilled from or even been manipulated by the lab in Wuhan. The virus did originate there, and there is a very important bat coronavirus research institute in that town, as it turns out. So there were some grounds for that, but obviously it was a suggestion that should have been advanced in a sober way. And those kinds of rhetorical flourishes, which he is so fond of, can be very unhelpful, and certainly was in the case of a situation of desperate importance, as COVID was. So that kind of messaging was not helpful, for sure.
Do you think there was a cover-up ultimately? Do we even really know what the true cause was?
Well, I think more and more information is coming out. Cover-up is a big phrase to use, but looking at the record and paying careful attention to the emails that have come out, to the additional information that's being published in various places, I would recommend a news site called U.S. Right to Know, which has done a number of freedom of information requests on this and published some very good articles, basically just publishing the emails that we have from the scientists and others. It does seem to me that the likelihood is that it emerged from the lab in Wuhan, perhaps by a spill or perhaps manipulated. There are definite signs of a manipulated virus. There's very little question about that. We've learned quite recently that early on, German intelligence officials informed Angela Merkel that the virus had a lab origin with high likelihood. I believe they said 80 to 95% certainty. And the other thing that's been suggested is that if people did think it emerged from the lab, that would have been one of the reasons for imposing these stringent lockdowns very early, because a manipulated virus might have been manipulated. This is the point of gain-of-function research, to make it more transmissible among humans, meaning that some public officials may have been aware, without letting the rest of us know, that this was liable to be a virus, that this was a virus that was going to be extremely unusually highly transmissible among humans, and therefore that could have been one of the reasons for these stringent lockdowns, which we weren't aware of at the time.
Now, you say that when COVID showed up, public health officials developed tunnel vision. In what way?
Well, when we look back at these pre-COVID pandemic plans, the two emphatic messages, or the three emphatic messages, are these measures, lockdown, school closures, have a weak evidentiary base in terms of effectiveness. We're not at all sure that they work. The evidence for them is poor. However, we are confident that if they are imposed for any sustained amount of time, they will be costly. And further, those plans emphasize public officials will nevertheless be tempted to use these measures to show that they're in charge, to show that they're in control. And therefore, public health officials must be frank with the public about the uncertainty of the effectiveness and the certainty of the costs. And this is why it's so unfortunate in retrospect that public health officials and politicians, in many cases, simply focused in making their policies on COVID on reducing deaths from the disease and reducing disease spread. Obviously, deaths from COVID is a very bad outcome, but there were the policies themselves were also generating very bad outcomes in terms of medical tests being postponed, visits to hospitals and doctors' offices being postponed for a considerable amount of time. Fear, the closing of small businesses and other businesses also has health effects. There's a big literature on the social determinants of health. So there were many more consequences that should have been considered. And yet we can see, looking back, that there was a tunnel vision focused simply on disease spread and minimizing deaths from COVID, when other serious costs should also have been taken into account.
What do you think have been the long-lasting results? What's been the long-term impact on human mental health, on behavior, education, and so on, as a result of the lockdowns?
Well, there's considerable evidence for very serious knock-on effects from these measures. Increased depression and learning losses among children that are severe and that appear to be long-lasting, that are not being made up for. Economic concerns and losses in terms of closures of small businesses. And beyond that, too, I think a greater distrust in science and public health officials, a greater distrust in expertise in public messaging. So we have a long chapter on costs in the book, and they are many and wide-ranging. And I think the loss of trust in science and public health are among them, and that will not be easy to restore. So I do think it's time for a reckoning about all these matters, an honest reckoning in which educated elites take a self-critical look at what we did right, but also what we did wrong and how we can do better.
On that point, the UK is in the midst of a wide-ranging independent review of its handling of the COVID crisis. Other countries are doing the same. Why hasn't there been any such kind of review enacted in the USA? I
think because of lack of bipartisan buy-in. There was a very good committee in the House of Representatives, the House Select Committee on the Origins of the Coronavirus, That was something that was advanced by Republicans in the House. Congressman Brad Wenstrup of Ohio chaired that committee. I thought they did a good job, basically, digging for the truth about the origins of the virus, an issue we talked about a minute ago. Democrats participated a bit, but often seemed more interested in making partisan points in the course of that committee hearing. I think that's unfortunate. It's too important a question to simply regard from a partisan standpoint. So I think that's played a big role. The extent of partisanship and the extent to which people are afraid of asking questions that might seem to put them at a partisan disadvantage. It's really unfortunate. We hope that our book contributes to this kind of reassessment and to a reckoning, but so far it's not taken place at the national level.
Well, in absence of that kind of political collaboration and cooperation resulting in no review, what do you think are the main lessons that should be learned?
Well, I think there are a variety of main lessons. One is that decisions about pandemics, policy decisions about pandemics, involve a lot more than virology and epidemiology and narrow public health expertise. And those decisions should be made by people that hold political office, by governors, executives, legislatures, and should be made on the basis of the whole range of considerations that are relevant to the public good. So too much power was yielded or accorded to narrow public health experts. There needed to be wider public input and a much wider consideration of all the values relevant to these decisions. So we gave too much power to narrow experts. A wider group of experts should have been consulted, economists, sociologists, and others, not just epidemiologists and virologists. But I think the public should have been involved too, both directly and through the legislative branch. Legislatures representing the people should have played more of a role in asking questions, in being skeptical, frankly, and chiding the experts and getting them to explain and to consider alternatives. So there needs to be a much wider set of public deliberation on this. And then finally, we also just need to be more modest, honest in acknowledging the limits of our knowledge, the uncertainty around these matters. The science on the non-pharmaceutical interventions was not clear. There was not a good evidentiary base to assert that these things were bound to be effective, and there was too much hubris, sense that we could control this. So I think we need to acknowledge the extent of our ignorance to a greater extent, and also the fact that there are differences of judgment and value out there that should be respected, differences of opinion, including across the partisan divide, that deserve greater respect than we accorded them under COVID.
A final thought, Professor. In a nutshell, what was your personal biggest takeaway from the COVID experience?
Well, I was, a bit late coming to the views that I've come to. I was living in a blue state, and I complied with the measures, and I assumed, for the most part, that they were well-founded. So I think we need a much wider public discussion. It turns out, I'm not a public health person. I'm a political scientist, political theorist, social theorist. But there's plenty of information out there that's perfectly accessible. We need wider public conversation about these matters. We shouldn't have concluded that this was a kind of a scientific question to be decided by experts. A wider public conversation about these matters is called for. I think the other thing that I would take away is that we're very vulnerable to a narrowness of thinking in these kinds of existential crises. Fear played an enormous role. I think we need to try to stand back and be a bit more rational. We count on public health officials to help us with that, but what we need to be very more cognizant of the ways in which both fear and partisanship can distort our thinking. And certainly as an academic, I think I'm more prone to be worry about the effects of groupthink, that there's a tendency for intellectuals, academics, to form a collective view and again, not to take seriously enough critics of what seems like the common wisdom.
Professor Stephen Macedo, thank you very much for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, the book, In COVID's Wake, How Our Politics Failed Us, is available now. And we'd like to thank its co-authors, Stephen Macedo and Francis Lee, both professors at Princeton University in the USA. And that's all for this episode of The Riz Khan Show. From me and the team, thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
After more than half a century of autocratic rule, Syria is negotiating a new future. But is this the rebirth of a nation or just a rebranding? Hayat Tahrir al-Sham made overthrowing the Assad regime look easy, but governing the fractured country will be anything but. We'll debate if the interim government is up to the task ahead, here on Counterpoints, with me, Melinda Nucifora. From an al-Qaeda fighter in Iraq to a terror group leader in Syria and now the newly self-designated president of his country, Ahmed al-Sharaa has a complex past and a very challenging future ahead of him. The HTS was disbanded when al-Sharaa took power in December. He's swapped his fatigues for a suit and tie, but is it realistic to believe that his entire team has discarded their extremist ideologies and embraced unity and justice? Now that would truly be a road to Damascus-style conversion. His administration has a lot to deal with. Israel has started launching attacks from the southern border. Negotiations are underway to remove international sanctions, and domestic rifts between minority groups and the government are threatening internal stability.
The Constitution does not represent us as the people of northern Syria, especially for us as Syriac people. We have been marginalized for 53 years. The Constitution has returned with the same approach, including only one perspective, to exclude and marginalize us.
Today on Counterpoints, we'll ask our expert panel, how are the new Syrian government dealing with the country's challenges? If minority groups will accept an Islamic government that pushes Sharia law, and what role, positively or negatively, the international community will play during the transition period. Stay with us. Well, joining me for today's discussion on Syria is Mahmoud Touron, the independent Syrian politician who is working to bridge the differences between the new government and the West, including the lifting of sanctions. Salih Muslim, the co-chair of the PYD, a leading political party in the autonomous Kurdish region in Syria's northeast. And rounding out our panel, Ambassador James Jeffrey, the former US Special Envoy for countering ISIS in Syria and a former ambassador to Turkey. Gentlemen, thanks for being with us here on Counterpoints. I want to begin today's discussion on the huge in-tray the new government faces.
It's believed 9 out of 10 Syrians live in poverty. The country's economy has contracted by a staggering 85%, and it's estimated it will cost up to $400 billion to rebuild the nation. Added to that, an outbreak of violence against the Alawite community has raised concerns about the new administration's ability to coherently govern the fractured country. Ambassador Jeffrey, let me start with you. Is the new administration up to these challenges of rebuilding, repairing and uniting the country?
First, thanks for having me on. It's good to be on with Salam again. Let me say that the new administration has been much more active generally in the Middle East than we had thought, with all of the talk before the election on pivot to Asia. That's good. The one area where it does not have a clear policy, in particular compared to the Biden administration in the last months, is in Syria, and that is not good. The administration did play a role in encouraging the Syrian Democratic Forces to negotiate a deal with Damascus several weeks ago for eventual inclusion. That's a positive, but the administration still has not taken a final decision on the sanctions, known as the Caesar sanctions, which are imposing really crippling costs on Syria. And it will be impossible for the international community, because it's a larger job than America, to fix Syria without the Caesar sanctions being lifted. There are some conditions being placed on the lifting. These have been passed reportedly to the al-Sharaa government. But still, Washington is being far slower in this administration than the last one was to reach out. And of course, far slower than Arab countries or the Europeans have been. And that's not a good thing.
We are absolutely going to come to the US's involvement and, of course, those sanctions a little bit later on. But let me turn to Mahmoud. What do you think? How have you assessed this new government's, first few weeks, months in the role? Can they live up to expectations?
Thanks for having me. The government has been in power now for the last 3 months here in Syria, having inherited a large pile of problems and unresolved issues in Syria. Starting with the international relations, they did pretty well in engaging with foreign countries, and so far the communications with Europe and particularly United Kingdom and certain other important countries have been quite good and promising. We've had a lot of bilateral meetings and communications. Some sanctions have been relieved, but the main engagement with the US is still pending to be more advanced and to produce more concrete actions on the ground. On the Arab side, the communications were excellent, and we've seen some quite significant progress being made in the engagement of Arab countries in Syria.
But can
that's
this
mainly
new
on the diplomatic
administration
side,
do
but
it on their own?
internally in Syria, that's the challenge we are facing here in Syria, and which is what I was about to say in on the local front. Inside, we haven't seen much of a development in the situation on the ground. Economically, we are still in collapse, and the living conditions are still extremely complicated. We can see that there is a lack of expertise. There is a lack of engagement from other parts of the Syrian population, not the population, let's say the Syrian professionals, to engage with the government. That has still not yet happened. And this may be a burden into taking the situation in Syria into a more advanced situation where the government needs to provide more concrete solutions to the complicated tasks that face the Syrian nation.
Saleh, let me turn it to you then. Leaving the international negotiations and relationships aside, if we just look domestically, this is a government that's going to need to unite the country on its own terms. How have you assessed, what's your verdict on how they face the challenges, the domestic challenges that they're confronting?
Well, first of all, regards to your guests and your team, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. What's going on, I mean, this at the new government, of course, I mean, all the Syrian people, they were happy and they were expecting a lot of things. But maybe they are facing the truth now. And the new administration, they are careful about to satisfy outside more than inside. Outside, maybe there were some visits and I mean connection with the European countries, with the United States and the other, and everybody welcomed this new regime and also the Arabic world also. But for the local issues, they didn't solve any issues till now. And on the ground, you can find these massacres going on in the coastal areas and fighting going on with some groups in the north of Syria between those groups encouraged by Turkey and supported by Turkey, and even Turkish attacks. Just last week, one family, all children, they were killed in Kobani, and those problems. And the government is keeping silent without doing anything. So the situation inside is different from the outside policy and diplomatic policy with other countries. I think this regime or this government should care locally more than outside, because the base is to satisfy your people inside. So they have to prevent such massacres and so on. From the other side, we have seen a deal between the SDF, Democratic Syrian Forces, and the new regime. It was okay for eight paragraphs, and in just few days ago, there was another meeting to arrange the committees for implementing this agreement. It's a good step, and we are happy about that, but it's not enough. It's the beginning. From the other side, I mean, the steps taken for the constitution and these committees established, and even for the constitution issued, temporary constitution issued, it's all against the people's wish. So we believe the wrong steps from the beginning will result in maybe in some bigger mistakes.
Ambassador Jeffrey, let me ask you then, we just heard from Saleh saying wrong steps at the beginning can lead to future mistakes. This transition period is 5 years, and that came as a surprise to some observers. Do you see that as perhaps a wrong step from the beginning?
Well, first of all, it's for the Syrian people, and we have two of them here today, to decide whether these are wrong steps or not. I've certainly been involved in the UN Resolution 2254 process for Syria, which looked at a way to resolve the internal disputes with a constitutional process, eventually elections, and that was stretched over several years. I also know that in my involvement in Iraq from 2004 to 2005, we rushed the creation of a new government and a new constitution. The plan we had was ironically also 5 years with an American governing presence authorized by the UN. But the Iraqis wanted to do this faster, so it was done faster, and it was arguably not done well. I think that the key thing will be the preservation of general security, the avoidance of the kind of attacks on minorities that, or I will say, fighting between minorities and the central government that we saw earlier this month in Latakia with the Alawites, and a process with the other minorities, the SDF, we've just heard Salah's views on that, and with the Druze. Those aren't actually a bad program under the circumstances, considering what Syria had been before and what many other countries in the Middle East are going through. So I remain cautiously optimistic.
Mahmoud, what about you? 5 years, is it too long? Is this a wrong step from the beginning? Or is this the government showing that they're being serious? They're taking it slow and steady?
Look, we have to be realistic. The new administration has inherited a very complex situation where they have to deal with several problems at the same time. They have to deal with a country that is just being released from 54 years of systematic sabotage. It's an administration that has to deal with multiple armed factions that already have divided loyalties, and that they need to reunite under one umbrella and form a new armed forces. It's an administration that has to deal with a completely collapsed economy while also facing crippling sanctions that is really limiting their way to maneuver. It's an administration that also has to deal with half of the population being displaced all over the world. So it's not very easy to say that you have to apply the ideal ways of dealing in a situation where you have a transition of power or not a peaceful, but an instability in a country. But in the same time, you have to find the ways that are more applicable to the situation in Syria. A failure to do so is going to result in a much larger problem, which will put these armed factions in a direct conflict between each other. And that's going to develop into really much larger conflict that is going to be much more difficult to control. The situation in Syria, why we are here right now, is the result of 14 years of an unresolved conflict. Had the situation been dealt with much better in the beginning, we surely wouldn't have been in this situation, and probably we wouldn't have been in the faces now, and with the people, being in charge of the country. Saying that it's the wrong beginning, if you want to take it ideally, probably yes. But looking at the situation we have on the ground, I think we have made much better progress than anticipated, at least. Obviously, we don't have to see attacks neither against minorities nor against any other sect of the Syrian people, but we do not see evidence of mass acts of violence, each targeting neither minorities nor any other sects, except the incidents that happened in the coastal area, which have been dealt with and which is actually pending an investigation. And that gives slightly a message of hope that probably the days to come would show better results and better engagement from the government.
Okay, we're going to move on to minorities in just 1 minute, but Salih, I just want to ask you just briefly, one of the key roles that this new government needs to play is providing security for its population. Has the government been able to provide a sense of security and stability for civilians? They've been in the power for 3 months now. Should they have been able to if they haven't?
Well, I think if you are looking for the security of the people and for the society of Syrians and the minorities and so, you have to be sincere about consulting those people, which they are meant by this, all the actions you do. And you have to choose the right tools to do that. I mean, you cannot do it with Salafist or jihadist ideas, which the groups are taking. I mean, we have a lot of those foreigners coming from Tajikistan, from anywhere else, and they have massacred, I mean, what's going on in the coastal areas mainly. So you cannot do security with those people. you have to choose the Syrians, to choose the right people to do it, and to do it in consultant with these people, which they are subject to this means you are trying to do. And I think all the Syrians, I mean, all the components of Syria, they are ready to do it. And all of them, they were happy about getting off from the old regime. But of course, they are looking for more good conditions and stabilize Syria. And so they're looking for that. But you cannot do it with those tools. Already they are inactive, I mean. So they have to change it. And even the committees established for doing many things, those committees, they were one color, not more than that. I mean, same idea, the same people, they cannot do anything. I think, I mean, or at least are not acceptable by the Syrian people. So this is the case, I think.
All right, let's look to the task of unifying the country. Syria is not an easy place to govern. The civil war over the last 14 years has seen violence along sectarian lines. The new Syrian administration will be an Islamic government, but religious and ethnic minorities make up about 30% of the population. And there are some, including the Druze in the south and the Kurds in the northeast, who are reluctant to relinquish control of their regions to a centralised government. So, Mahmoud, do you think Syria can ever be governed as a unified entity, or could we see a future where the country is divided along ethnic or religious lines?
Well, we have to go back to a bit in history in Syria. The only period where we saw a massive exodus of the minorities and non-minorities was during the 54 years of the Assad regime reign. Before that, we had a very nice and peaceful way of a unity in Syria, where we did not really witness any sectarian, neither violence nor divisions in Syria. It is only the last 54 years where we saw actions being taken against minorities by the Assad regime and by the Assad family regime. I'm not going to say the Assad minority regime, because it may not be considered as such. Assad regime was a family-targeted era that is just targeting any part of the Syrian people that opposes his regime.
The issue
now,
is, though, is that
today,
that's been
it's a new
more than
beginning
50
for
years
Syria
now, and you've got a whole new generation or generations of people who perhaps have been radicalised by what they saw during the Assad regime. So can this new administration unify them, or are they going to break further apart?
I believe they have no choice but to unify them, because breaking apart is not a solution for the country. It's not a solution for the needs of the people. Today, being in Damascus gives you the impression of what people are expecting for the country. You have to bear in mind that the most part of the Syrian population is not a radical, is not radicalized, and is not really a big fan of extremism. On the contrary, they are more into a different culture of religion, and the government understands this nature very well. We did witness some kind of a leaning towards the Syrian society when the current interim president has visited certain mosques in the city where they are completely where they are ideologically different from the background where they came from during the last 10 years. So unifying the country is not an option that we have, but it's just a direction where we need to head towards. And the government so far has shown signs of being directed into this direction. First, we had the SDF agreement, which was signed with Mr. Mazloum Abdi. Second, we had a limited participation of minorities in the National Dialogue Conference, in the Constitutional Committee discussions, and right now we're just about to focus on the government. So we don't see evidence of the government being radicalizing the future of the political life in Syria, rather than giving the opportunity to several factions to participate in the political process.
Salih, you represent the Kurdish region. You've said in an earlier answer that you don't think the government has done anything to solve any of the issues so far. Do you disagree with Mahmoud then, that the government is making progress and that its only option is to unify?
Well, what I said, I mean, all the people are ready for unification and to work together and to be helpful for this new regime. But the problem is in the regime itself, because as I said, I mean, those tools, I mean, for example, those, doing these massacres in the coastal areas, maybe I don't know if they are part of the regime or not. So they have to clarify themselves with tool. I don't think somebody came from Afghanistan or from Uzbekistan to Syria is fighting for the democracy of democratizing Syria. No. So he is different. So I think the government itself should be clear for what they are doing. And even this committees established, you can see now maybe some of them are from different areas. One is Jordanian and the other is Turkish origin and so. And all the government, I mean, without any all of them, they have a Turkish passport. They are still waiting the instructions from Turkey. So you cannot build your country in this side. So you have to be free, and you should refer to the Syrian people and to look for their demand, to take steps for that, more than to satisfy outside Syria, because locally you should satisfy your people. This is, I think, the important one.
So as things stand at the moment, do you think the Kurdish ethnic group want to remain as part of Syria, or do you think they've been seeing what's happening and there are some sections of the Kurdish community who don't want to be a part of this?
Well, we said from the beginning, and I am repeating again for you to know, we are the real partners of Syria for everything, for establishment, for putting the institutions, and for managing, for arrangement, economically, socially. We are part of Syria, but we would like to be a real shared partners of this country. So the problem is not from our side, and we are trying to do, maybe in near future, in just few days, maybe this, the discussions for that will start, with the new regime. And we are ready for that, I think, all the Kurdish area. There is any Kurdish movement looked for independent or for dividing Syria or no. And maybe you can recognize what we are calling for in our system, which is established in northeast of Syria. We are living together with the Arabs, the Syriacs, maybe Turkmens, and all the minorities. With all these divisions, we are living together. So there is diversities all together is a good thing. Accepting each other, changing the ideas and mentality are the same for unification, and it's valid for all of Syria. What we are calling for.
Ambassador Jeffrey, let me ask you, as an observer, as someone who has had a long history in the region, you also mentioned the reconstruction of Iraq. From the outside, looking in, we heard Salih there saying the problem's not coming from the Kurdish side. They want to be a coherent part and a valued part of this new administration. Are you seeing enough being done by the al-Shara government to not just say that they're going to include ethnic and religious minorities, but actually doing it?
They could do more. There's a difference between, and we saw this in Iraq, there's a difference between token presence of minorities and various groups and actual participation in real governance. The problem is You have the best example of all the various ethnic and religious groups actually participating in government in the Middle East is Lebanon, and that's a really bad example for everyone on misgovernment and the destruction of a state. So you've got to be very, very careful what you're doing. All in all, I am impressed with certainly al-Shara himself and his outreach to the various groups. What is not surprising, what was surprising to me is not the initial battles around Latakia between Alawite elements and the central government, but rather when that did occur, we didn't see a repeat. We didn't see the government pouring in more troops. We didn't see continued violence, but rather an effort to try to calm that down. That's the kind of practical thing we need. The country will survive and eventually prosper under two conditions. One is that the various fractions within the country work to one or another degree together, realizing that if they're divided, they will be exploited by outside forces. Mm-hmm. And the second thing is the international community has to speak with one voice. Right now, that's actually happening pretty much with two exceptions. One, Washington has almost no voice, and a second, Israel is taking a very negative position towards this regime, and that's very problematic because the Israelis have a lot of influence in Washington. Actually, there's a third country, Iran. Iran is trying to get back in. That is a recipe for another 14 years of division and violence and displacement, and it's very, very important that Iran stay out.
Mahmoud, let me turn it to you. We heard from Ambassador Jeffrey there saying there's a big difference between a token presence and real participation. What do you believe you've been seeing at the moment? When you consider that in this constitutional declaration, the new president of the country must be Muslim, how does that make minorities feel included and valued?
The constitutional declaration has been issued in unusual circumstances where it's difficult to apply ideal ways of either experts discussing the details of the declaration or probably even discussing the constitution in general. We in Syria, we are sort of a race against the time. You need to stabilize the country and you need to stabilize the arms in this country, but you also need to restart the country from scratch. So neither the president nor any other governing body have the luxury of spending enough time talking to everyone and everybody, including minorities, including any other sect, while dismissing the dangers that we have in Syria. For example, the issue of foreign fighters has always been raised here in Syria and in the media. But this is a real threat to the security that we have. It's a challenge that the administration has to deal with because, in a way, they can't go out and say that they have to leave the country because it's not going to happen that easily. But in another way, everybody understands that this may pose a threat, particularly to the minorities in Syria. Mm-hmm. Back on the streets over here, we do not see any evidence of internal clashes or internal problems that may arise from the radical part of, you can call it the fighters or the security apparel, and the various parts of the Syrian population. So what the president really has to do over here is try to balance the differences that may occur as a result of minorities, not threats, but let me say concerns, international pressure to guarantee minorities' safety, and the situation on the ground. So far, the discussions have been fruitful between all parts of the Syrian mosaic. The president has sent committees to discuss not only with Christians, but also with the Kurds and the Druze in Sueda. And so far, it's been fruitful, promising, but more needs to be done from the president, from the administration, and from anyone related to the security and the military rebuilding structure and strategy of the country.
Right. We've been talking a lot domestically. Let's broaden our focus internationally, because there have always been foreign actors playing political chess in Syria, and the new government is dealing with Turkish forces present in the north, Israeli tanks in the south, EU and US sanctions still biting economically, and Russia allegedly pushing for internal strife to weaken the new administration. So, Ambassador Jeffrey, let me ask you, to what extent can Syrians set their own path and decide their own future, or do they need international influence and a strong guiding hand from a country like America?
From my own experience working on Syria, a united policy by the international community involving everybody, probably that would include Russia, which I think does support a unified Syria, with the exception of Iran, which is a malignant force in the region. Pursuing almost any policy towards Syria as a whole, the new government reconstruction, is better than 3 or 4 sets of policies by 3 or 4 outside actors that are colliding with each other and producing chaos and violence. So therefore, my biggest concern is the division, not so much Israel. Israel has its tanks in the south and is coordinating with the Druze. But Israel's real impact on Syria, given the other things Israel is doing, is relatively limited. The main outside actor that's so important is the United States, because the United States is taking a different position than Turkey, than the Europeans, than the UN, and then the Arab states. This, and probably Russia as well, which is dealing with the Damascus government. This, to me, is very concerning. The United States does have some reasonable demands of Damascus in return for lifting the sanctions, but my sense is behind the scenes in Washington, there is a real reluctance to engage in Syria, given other things, given Israeli pressure to have a very different approach, and given the problems that we've discussed today.
Is that going to be a problem for Syria? Because if I read some comments you've made in the past, you said, if we let Syrians decide, it's going to look like Syria before, only without Assad, or like Libya. So do you think Syria can do it alone if America is distracted elsewhere?
America is the most important outside country. First of all, it's hard to get a unified international position without the United States playing a major, if not leading role. Secondly, the U.S. has a major military presence, not just in the Northeast, which we all know about, working with the SDF against the Islamic State, but also in the South at Al-Tam. And the United States has the Caesar sanctions. These are the 2 biggest impediments to a unified, economically functioning Syria. And therefore, the United States holds the key, and the inability to fathom what Washington is really thinking, but the reality that whatever it's thinking, it's put it in a different place than the Europeans and the Arabs in Turkey, is troubling.
Mahmoud, what do you think about that? The US holds the keys, as Ambassador Jeffrey said. Do you think that if left to their own devices, if left to Syria to decide, it will look like Syria before without Assad if you don't have US influence?
Yes, I do agree with the US holding the main keys. But like you said, describing the situation as it is, where you have 4 different armies or foreign presence in Syria, east, west, north, and south. Each one has its own. Each one has its own forces. Each one has its own army and structure, and sometimes they might be even colliding with each other. Like today, Russia and the United States are not in very good terms. Turkey and Israel aren't also in very good terms. So preserving the independent Syrian decision making while having foreign forces on the ground is a very complex situation. Probably we haven't seen that much in other similar cases. But in Syria today, we look for a better future that is completely different from what Assad has taken us. Assad has mainly aligned with Russia a lot in the past, and Russia has its own reason to align with Assad as well. As ordinary Syrian citizens, we don't feel we should follow that same path. And the only other option that we have is by aligning closer to the West. And the government, quite frankly, has shown signs of that. It did approach the West. It did send signals to the US administration, and it is still welcoming more actions from them. However, on the other side, the sanctions are really limiting the actions of the Syrian government. For instance, in the streets of Damascus, there is a very big shortage of liquidity. We need banknotes, and we need a lot of supply of banknotes to refresh the economy and keep things moving. The only option that we have right now to print money is by approaching Russia, because the West has still refused to print monies due to sanctions. Had we not had this sanction problem, probably it would have deterred the Syrian government from getting closer and closer to Russia. And Russia is using the opportunity to try and get closer to the Syrian government. So it's a bit of a delicate situation where the international community, particularly the West, needs to understand the dynamics that are in the Syrian situation right now, and need to take more concrete steps into engaging more with the Syrian government for the better future of both the Syrian people, the stability in the region, and the relationship with the West, with regards to stabilizing Syria and preventing it from going into further rounds of violence and bloodshed.
Salih, let me ask you. We just heard Mahmoud there saying that there's been signs from this new administration that they are trying to align with the West. US holds the key to Syria. Do you agree with that? Can Syria not forge its own path without international intervention?
Well, yes, because the measures for the democracy and the human rights and so on, all available in the Western side, I mean, from the United States, from Europeans, and so I think they could be helpful, very helpful for the Syrian regime and for the Syrian people. And already they are in Syria now, I mean, as international coalition, and so they are involved in Syria. And I think the stability in this area is helping their benefits also. So they are trying to do it. But the problem is, I mean, maybe the American soldiers or the French or the others, maybe they are coming here to help. The other soldiers or maybe armies are coming for occupation, just like Turkish army and maybe even the Iranians and the others, I mean, even Israelis. Their aim is to occupy and to be involved in that. I mean, maybe if the Americans are here, they will leave tomorrow. They don't need to stay to occupy our areas, our lands. The problem is with those forces which they are involved in occupying Syria or to changing Syria according to their benefits. And
so
now
you have concerns about Turkey's involvement. We know that the Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan is liaising with Washington to try and force the YPG to disarm the same way that we saw the PKK. Do you think Turkish involvement in Syria is an issue?
Well, the PKK is their problem, it's not our problem. And they are trying to connect us with them, which is wrongly. I mean, we don't accept it. And the other thing, I mean, we are not talking about this occupation only. And the Syrian government, the Syrian regime should get out of this influence by Turkey. Just after the signing this agreement, there were the foreign minister and the intelligence services director and the defense minister, they were in Damascus. Why they have been, I mean, in Damascus? They came to maybe to cancel this agreement because they dislike it, because of this Kurdophobia with the Turkish side. So they are trying to arrange the political situation according to the Turkey or to other sides, which is not acceptable by not only me, I mean, all the Syrian people. And even the guilty of these massacres going on in the coastal areas, maybe Turkey is involved in that because all those groups went to do this. They came from Turkish side, from the Turkish border, from those people Turkey used to send them to the other areas for their fighting, in Azerbaijan, in Somalia, in Libya, and they have sent them to these areas to massacre the Syrian people.
All right, we have unfortunately run out of time. There is so much more we could discuss, so perhaps we'll have to get you all back on at a later date. Gentlemen, that is all we have time for. Thank you so much for the insightful discussion on Arabiya English Counterpoints for today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
You've been watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Remember to subscribe to Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel and follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss any of our lively discussions. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. The world responds to Trump's long-awaited tariffs. Canadians fight back. Mark Carney announces a 25% tax on imported US vehicles. And at least 6 people are dead and over 200,000 without power after tornadoes rage across the US. Now to our top story, and the whole world is talking about President Trump's favorite word, tariffs. Yes, after months of threats, Trump finally unveiled his plan to make America wealthy again, with all eyes on his tariff table. Let's take a look.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. But such horrendous imbalances have devastated our industrial base and put our national security at risk. I don't blame these other countries at all for this calamity. I blame former presidents and past leaders who weren't doing their job. They let it happen, and they let it happen to an extent that nobody can even believe. China, first row. China, 67%. That's tariffs charged to the USA, including currency manipulation and trade barriers. So 67%, I think you can, for the most part, see it. Those with good eyes, with bad eyes.
Let's discuss that moment and all of today's news stories with Al Arabiya website editor Joanne Surya and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri Pickett. Welcome to you both. Thank you so much for joining me. So there we are, Donald Trump last night in the Rose Garden. We saw him with this table. Quite a moment in history. How do you both feel about what we just saw?
Ladies first.
Sure. It's a bit confusing, I think, like everyone has been saying. It's all new. We're still trying to figure out what's going to happen, where this is headed. We've seen all different types of reactions from all over the world, and it's just a matter of waiting at this point.
You know, yesterday, just after it happened, I would have thought there were three words that best explained what was happening. One was countermeasures, another was chaos, and the third probably would have been regrettable. Those were the ones that I saw the most. Now, almost 24 hours later, I think it's two other words, trade, war, and I would add another one, which is recession. I think those are trade wars. I think we're going to be in the midst of that, and I think that there's a real chance now that there could be a recession coming at some point in 2025.
And I feel like a lot of people think there's a lot more questions than there are answers at this crossroads after this announcement. But Joanne, Trump's approval rating has fallen to 43%, the lowest since his return to office. Could these tariffs actually be the undoing of his presidency? He says he's going to make America wealthy again and great again. But what do you think about the repercussions?
So just to be clear, that poll was before these tariffs were announced. So I think that just depends, honestly, at this point. If these tariffs do actually do what Trump is saying the goal is, that could be a win for Trump and for his administration. But if people are going to wait it out, like they're being told, just wait it out. It's bad at first, then it'll get better. But then they end up paying a lot more when they go to the grocery store or at the pump or anything like that. I think his approval rating will be even hit worse.
And you've got family in the US. You know, what have they been saying to you? You over here. What's the kind of feeling amongst everyone?
I think anxiety is the word to use there. Everyone's anxious. Nobody knows where this is headed. Especially, I'm talking from a consumer point of view. If I'm talking about my family, so they're, basic American consumers, and anytime things become more expensive, that affects people, affects families, affects individuals, even some, family friends that are in business. They said that they voted for Trump because of business and in hopes that it would improve their businesses, and it's actually having a negative impact on them so far.
And Michael, I just wanted to have a talk about the stock markets. I mean, if we talk about the US market, it opened significantly lower this morning. We saw the tech-heavy NASDAQ that was down over 5%. Listen, the European market's also lower, but not to the extent. Do you think we could see Trump attempting to U-turn, to claw back support? Do you think he's got a bit of buyer's remorse, maybe?
I don't think so. I think he is, I heard someone explain quite basically that Trump likes tariffs. He believes in them. And J.D. Vance has been out speaking along the similar lines. He is very much in favor, trying to get the American public to understand that there is going to be some short-term pain, but for long-term gain. I don't think Trump is going to be wanting to claw anything back. I think he wants this. He may want to use it as a bit of a foreign policy tool, which tariffs traditionally are not used as. But I think he's wanting to have these conversations with countries. But I also think that he doesn't want the tariffs to go anywhere. He believes in them and he wants them.
Well, actually, earlier on, I spoke to former Trump chair Rob Artlett, who believed President Trump knows exactly what he's doing. Take a listen.
He just wants an even playing field. When there is a country, as an example, that's got a 200% tariff on their rice that's coming into America, that's not really fair. So at the end of the day, President Trump is only placing these tariffs on countries that are not being fair to the American citizens as it relates to their exports that are coming into this country. This actually could be part of his tremendous legacy because that's exactly what he believes, and I believe President Trump. Again, he is a very successful businessman, and he's bringing his business experience to the White House.
So there we are. That was Rob Artlett. And he basically said to me, listen, this is going to be Trump's legacy, which I thought was really interesting. But today, Trump himself came out and he said on his social media platform in capital letters, the operation is over, the patient has lived and it's healing. And the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, said, trust in President Trump. So really, Joanne, is this Republican Party watertight, and no matter what happens, they're going to be supporting this?
I think so, yes. So that's something known about the Republican Party, is that they stick together, they stand behind each other no matter what, and we've seen that with Trump and his administration, and also with Trump, he seems to surround himself with people who are loyal to him, and we've seen that especially with this administration compared to his last term. So yes, I would say yes to that question.
I would actually counter that. I think that when you're talking about India, when you're talking about China, Japan, South Korea, some of the countries in Asia that were hit hard, I would agree that the Republicans will be, they'll stand in line and they'll be loyal and faithful to the president. But I wonder when things hit Canada and Mexico, when it hits closer to home, when there is a more direct impact on American consumers, I wonder if maybe some of that faithfulness will start to be a little less strong.
And that's something that I have kind of been asking a lot of people, especially Republicans we've been speaking to on the show, like Rob Artlett and Angie Wong. I've spoken to them about the midterm elections, and I did say to them, are people willing to endure the pain, but only for how long? So would the midterms be a real significant turning point if this really starts to bite people when they go to the supermarket?
And I think we saw something similar to that with the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. I'm not sure if that was backlash against Musk or if that was because of some of what President Trump is doing. I do think that 18 months from now, if things go south, like some people think that they could, I think it could be I don't think the Republicans would fare very well. And I think that would concern a lot of people.
We're only on day 74. Just to let you know, not even 100 days of Trump yet. But staying with tariffs now, and Canada's response to them, Prime Minister Mark Carney told reporters Canada will act with purpose and with force after Trump slapped a brand new 25% tariff on foreign-made cars. Take a look.
And the U.S. has signaled that there will be additional tariffs in so-called strategic sectors, pharmaceuticals, lumber, and semiconductors. So we're in a situation where there is going to be an impact on the U.S. economy, which will build with time. In our judgment, it will be negative on the U.S. economy. That will have an impact on us. But the series of measures will directly affect millions of Canadians. We are going to fight these tariffs with countermeasures. We are going to protect our workers, and we are going to build the strongest economy in the G7. In a crisis, it's important to come together, and it's essential to act with purpose and with force, and that's what we will do.
And we're lucky enough to have an American and a Canadian in the studio today. So, of course, Michael, as a resident of Canada, what do you make of 25% tariff for your countrymen? And were you expecting more?
So yesterday I was expecting more, and I thought it would be a lot worse. But you have to remember that today Canada will find out more, hopefully there'll be more clarity on the auto tariffs. But you also have to remember that it wasn't too long ago that there were 25% tariffs that were imposed on steel and aluminum. Aluminum for some, aluminum for others. There also is the threat, but it looks like it's probably going to be some sort of tariffs on lumber and pharmaceuticals and on microprocessors. So while that one day Canada did better than expected, I think in the long run we might not fare as well.
Joanne, I just wanted to say, Trump seemed to have a real issue with Canada under Justin Trudeau. Do you think he's been a little bit nicer to Carney?
Well, he hasn't called him governor of Canada yet, so that's, I think, a good sign. Another thing is that they did have a phone call recently, and they both seemed to have a positive outcome from that conversation. They said it was constructive, it was productive, and so they haven't been, Trump, I guess I would say, he hasn't been really attacking him as much as he was on Trudeau. And soon, I think we'll just have to wait and see how this relationship plays out, really, with time. And then also they're going to meet in person after the elections in Canada, after the Canada elections. So I think we'll see more once that meeting happens and how they are in person together.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael, Mark Carney, he's got a great CV. We know that. He was, of course, the governor of the Bank of England, where I had the opportunity to meet him. And he was also the governor of the Bank of Canada. So he's a guy with loads of skin in the game. Do you think President Trump is going to respect him more and maybe be kinder to Canada?
I think he'll respect him more because of the CV, as you said, but also, you know, traditionally Trump has not thought the highest of career politicians. And although Justin Trudeau had been a teacher before he entered politics, I think because he came from a family, his father, of course, had been prime minister, I think that right away that would be something that Trump would not feel a kinship with. And I think with Mark Carney, he sees somebody who's a little bit older. He's going to be 60. And I think he sees somebody who has an established track record, and as you said, an impressive CV. And I think that there is maybe that thinking that he has to be a little bit more conciliatory, at least in the beginning, to see in which direction the relationship's going to go.
So I just wanted to speak to you a little bit. You touched on the election there, Joanne, but for you, do you think Mark Carney's got a good shot at winning this, and how's he doing in the polls?
So the elections will be on the 28th of April, so you have about 3 weeks or so. If elections were held today, he would probably have a majority government, and there's no way that you would have said that a few months ago. I think that he is doing well because he has the advantage that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of Conservatives, and the leader of the NDP do not have, which is that Mark Carney can actually stand up in front of a group of reporters and say, this is what I talked to the president about. And Trump and tariffs are the only issue that are on the Canadian election scene this year. And when he can do that and the others can't, I think that gives him a huge advantage.
So there's been a big US-Canada feud going on, Joanne. We heard about Canadianos coming in. And can you tell me any more about this? What do you think about the two once really close allies now seemingly having this rift?
Well, there's always been a bit of, I wouldn't say competition, but there's always been a bit of sensitivity between Americans and Canadians, right? It's like, oh,
no, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, right. Am I right? Like, there's always like, oh, they're Canadian, oh, they're American.
I
like, maybe it's an American thing. I don't know. It goes back to maybe Americans being in their own bubble and thinking, you know, thinking differently about the rest of the world. But it's just one of those things. I think we'll hear more about those things just for like a little drama, just about the coffee, Americanos now being Canadianos, that kind of thing. It just goes with you know, just the drama that comes with all this.
Yeah, and the 51st state that he kept on touting, of course, Donald Trump, and also the governor's situation. That seems to have all died down now.
I haven't heard that recently.
But, yeah, I didn't realise there was any conflict between America and Canada, but there we are.
I think maybe it could be on the American side, but I'm sure any American would agree that there is a bit of a sensitivity there, just to say other Canadians, other Americans, that kind of thing.
And to all the viewers, we're all friends here.
Yes.
Yes. Indeed. Stay right there for now. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Hungary has announced its withdrawal from the International Criminal Court. It comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is under an ICC arrest warrant, arrives in Budapest for a state visit. Hungary is a founding member of the ICC, which does consist of 125 member states. Thousands of people in Haiti have taken to the streets to protest against armed gangs. Violent groups have forced over 1 million from their homes, leading to mass hunger and a declining economy. The coalition, known as Viv and Sam, are also accused of extortion, mass rapes and killings. Senior Russia negotiator Kirill Dmitriev has met with the Trump administration in Washington, and the United States continues to push for a Russia-Ukraine ceasefire. Dmitriev is the highest-ranking Russian official to travel to the U.S. on state business since Russia expanded its invasion of Ukraine. And at least 30 people have died as a result of the Los Angeles wildfires, which raged through the region back in January. Authorities gave the update as the remains of another victim were discovered. The fires, which destroyed parts of California, burned for over 3 weeks and forced thousands to evacuate their homes. The death toll from the 7.7 magnitude earthquake that hit Myanmar last Friday has now killed over 3,000 people. In a statement, the military-led government said hundreds more are still missing and nearly 5,000 have been injured. Search and rescue teams say they are scrambling to provide medical aid and shelter for the survivors. Let's hear from some of them.
There is zero possibility of finding survivors. It is the 5th or 6th day after the earthquake, and the weather is extremely hot. So it is not possible for people to stay alive in this situation. We have only recovered bodies so far.
It was an 8-story building, but 5 stories went down into the ground. Only 3 stories remain above ground. We found 3 dead bodies yesterday. Some bodies still remain under the rubble. We have been searching for 4 days since the first day of the earthquake. We searched during the day and overnight. We could smell bodies under the debris. The smell disappears briefly while digging, but returns later. We don't know what will happen in the coming days.
Joanne, horrendous scenes that we're seeing coming out of Myanmar, obviously nearly a week since that earthquake hit. Many countries have sent aid to support the efforts there, but it's complex because of the ongoing civil war in the country.
Yeah, so the civil war has really affected aid being able to deliver aid to different areas. One, access restrictions. So in conflict zones, there's issues with the roads. There's issues with bridges, any kind of transportation, so they can't get aid to the right areas. And then also there's been reports that and concerns that the aid is being distributed to places held by the military junta instead of everywhere that needs the aid. So there's also been those concerns where aid is not reaching those most in need.
Yeah, absolutely. And Michael, we're also hearing that there could be severe rains coming from Myanmar. And as we know, it's pretty cut off from the rest of the world. And there's concerns of cholera. And what do you think that the world can do right now? Is aid going to be able to get into the countries, and are people going to be able to join forces like the UN and the WHO?
Well, I think one of the surprises has actually been China in this situation. They have not only sent over a lot of personnel, where in the past U.S. Aid would have done that, but they've also donated $14 million for relief efforts, where the U.S. Aid has only donated $2 million. So you already see, with Trump being in power, as you said, only 74 days, you're seeing how things have changed in a situation like this, where in the past the U.S. was there before anybody else. U.S. rescuers are hung up right now at various border crossings because they're waiting for visas to be sorted out. So while we are optimistic that things will hopefully improve in the short term, I think things will change in the long term because of the way things have happened, have shifted in U.S. politics.
And also, Joanne, we've seen so many sad scenes, family members waiting for days because there's just no machinery to help these people right now. But incredibly, some survivors are still being pulled from the rubble.
Yeah, there's actually one survivor recently. He was pulled after being under the rubble for nearly 125 hours. He was alive. Obviously, he needed a lot of medical care, so he is in the hospital now being treated, but he's one of the stories of survival.
Yeah, and we're just looking at those pictures now. Pretty incredible. But of course, Bangkok, Michael, also felt the effects of this. And I think it was so many aftershocks that caused so much problem.
And that's usually the case. I lived in Japan for many years where you would have earthquakes almost on a weekly basis. And the big one is not, you being from California, you would know, the big one is not the big one, it's the aftershocks. Those are where people will sometimes go to help, and there will be buildings that will be almost falling, and then with the aftershocks, they will fall. So it's an ongoing situation that I think is incredibly dangerous for everybody that's involved, of course. But I do think that the aftershocks that were felt in Thailand have proven to be not as bad as, of course, the big one. But in this particular case, they still have to continue to be really careful.
Yeah, very sad scenes. Thank you. Well, stay right there, Joanne and Michael. We'll be back with you in just a moment's time. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Oil prices fell by over 3% on Thursday as a reaction to President Trump's tariff announcement. Investors are concerned a global trade war will affect economic growth and limit fuel demand. Brent futures were down $2.66 to $72.29 a barrel, and that was earlier today. Similarly, US crypto stocks fell in pre-market trading on Thursday. Investor confidence has been rattled due to increasing trade tensions, prompting a sell-off in the riskier assets. Crypto exchange Coinbase Global fell 4%, while major Bitcoin holder Strategy dropped 3%. Turning to all the sports news now, and Fenerbahce boss Jose Mourinho has been accused of physically attacking the manager Okan Burak after he appeared to grab his nose following their team's clash in the Turkish Cup. Mourinho approached Okan Burak from behind and appeared to pinch his nose. Burak then fell and covered his face with his hands. It took place when both managers were speaking with match officials after the very final whistle. And the British tennis player Emma Raducanu has pulled out of next week's Billie Jean King Cup qualifiers in the Netherlands to look after her body. The UK number 2 reached the Miami Open quarterfinals last week. The 22-year-old has competed in 7 tournaments so far this year, the most she's played in the first 3 months of a season. Severe storms causing tornadoes and floodings have hit areas of America's South and Midwest, leaving at least 2 people dead. It comes on the back of a recent spate of powerful storms across the country, but the National Weather Service warns there's now the threat of multi-day catastrophic and potentially historic rainfall event. Al Arabiya's news correspondent Sarah Firth has more on this developing story.
The terrifying moment capturing a tornado on the ground in Mississippi, heading towards Tennessee overnight. Residents in some of the towns along the storm path urged to take shelter immediately. At least 19 tornadoes struck Wednesday night as storms ripped through areas from Texas to Michigan, killing at least 2 people. Today, the National Weather Service warning of generational floods in the US South and Midwest. This was the aftermath of recent storm damage in Alabama. And in Mississippi, recent storms left a trail of damage, with homes destroyed and trees uprooted. Today are Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee and Mississippi all on severe storm warnings. Some of these areas have already declared a state of emergency. Homes destroyed, cars submerged. These areas in America's South and Midwest, not unused to extreme weather, but with many still picking up the pieces of damage caused by recent storms, the warning now is stark that the worst could still be yet to come. Sarah Firth, Al Arabiya News, Washington.
So, Joanne, you've actually lived in California. Luckily, you've never experienced a US tornado, is that correct?
Yes, so no tornadoes in California, but we grew up hearing about tornadoes, seeing what happens in other parts of the country on TV and on the news. But every area, I feel, in the US has its own natural disasters. In California, we have the wildfires, for example, or earthquakes in some parts of California. And that is something that we just have to deal with because it depends on where we live.
Yeah, absolutely. But Michael, your house in Florida was affected by Hurricane Milton. What can you tell us about that experience?
So as a Canadian owning in America, some might think that I'm a traitor, but we bought it many years ago. It's 90 seconds away from the beach. It's in a small town called Treasure Island. And when Hurricane Milton hit last year, it was rendered uninhabitable. There was sand. I mean, it became an indoor swimming pool. There were pictures that neighbors had taken where the water came up to about 4 feet high. So now we're waiting for FEMA and for the insurance company to decide how much we'll get. But what's interesting for the tornado talk is that the moisture that affected this particular weather in what's called the tornado alley in the States also came from the Gulf. And tornadoes are so much more common than hurricanes, but the amount of destruction that they can produce, I think if you're looking at photographs from the aftermath, a hurricane, it might look like it's a little bit soggy, but you can see with tornadoes, roofs are just getting ripped off, and you can see, people's lives destroyed. It seems so much more dramatically than just about any other natural disaster.
Yeah, we're just having a look and we can see some pictures on the screen that you've sent us of your house. And it is really difficult, isn't it, to see that destruction? And where do you start repairing it, really?
For us, if I can speak personally for a moment, it was just a year before we had shipped all our household items, the stuff that we had gathered over 34 years of marriage and 2 grown children. We just shipped all that stuff from the UAE to Florida. And of course, a year later, the storm hit and it was all ruined. And it was a Category 5 storm, which meant that there was sewage backing up. So anything that was touched by any of the water had to be thrown away. So you had workmen who came in and threw out all your furniture, all your personal belongings. It didn't matter. So probably 80% of what we would have considered personal keepsakes were destroyed.
Yeah, of course. And we were speaking earlier, I was saying I've never been in anything, but I can remember the Dubai floods. I know it's nothing like that, but it was very traumatic and it was quite scary. And I remember the water almost coming up into my house.
I remember our car flooded in the parking garage under the building, and I think it was maybe 4 or 5 feet of water inside the building, inside the garage, and then also in the ground floor of the building. And we had to walk out as a family through water that was knee high to get to the main road to be able to catch a ride to get out of the area. There's no way out other than walking through the water. That was traumatizing to have to go through that, and like with a little kid and all that. And it was something that I hope we never have to experience again. And I hope no one has to experience that at all.
Yeah, because I've never been through anything like that, and I was in this same situation. But I always think nature has a way of winning in lots of different aspects of life. And finally, we've reached this point in the show that Joanne and Michael have come up with a couple of very quirky stories of the day, and they're going to tell us about it. So, Michael, tell us about the escaped otter.
So actually, it was two American river otters escaped from a zoo in Wisconsin, in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And what was interesting is that whenever you have, I think, wildlife, and then they are given names, it elevates their story. So you had Ophelia and you had Louis. Now, Ophelia was captured about a week afterwards. Louis, however, is still on the run. And it is otter mating season. So the thinking is that perhaps Louis is going to be gone a little bit longer, and hopefully he'll have a safe return, just like Ophelia.
Maybe he's having a look for a different, girlfriend for a little while if it's mating season. And Joanne, you got a really interesting story about some family ashes. Let's just watch it first. Oh, we were meant to see the clip, but it doesn't seem to be happening.
Technical difficulties.
We'll show the clip eventually. But tell us the story.
So this mom of a toddler, she left her child for, I think, seconds or less than 2 minutes. She goes upstairs to do something with the laundry. She comes back and she finds him in his grandfather's ashes. Spread, you can see it in the clip, spread all over the couch and on his face, meaning he was definitely eating it. So she was mortified. You can hear her voice in the video. I was trying to see if she was in the middle between like laughing and crying, because toddlers just do the craziest things, and sometimes you want to be so mad at them, but also you want to laugh because it's just hilarious. Good thing the boy's okay. She did get him checked out. Doctor said he'll be fine. They just told her to have him drink water, and I guess it'll just flush out of his system. But yeah. It went viral on TikTok and people had a lot to say in the comments.
I was really distressed when I first watched it, I'm not going to lie. But I don't know, Michael, people do a lot of things with ashes. We were talking about this earlier. What kind of insights do you have into this?
So the first one that came to my mind was many years ago, Keith Richards announcing that he had snorted some of his father's ashes. Mm-hmm. And I think that others can make jewelry. They can use it as actually almost like henna, where they have tattoos. The ashes are used they're tattooed into the person. So if you want that loved one to stay with you forever, there are ways to make sure that it happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just talking about strange things we ate as children, and I remember eating all the dog biscuits. I got to confess, because it used to drive my mum wild. And you've got a little boy. What strange things has he been eating?
I mean, sand at the beach, that was one of the first things, but I think that's just normal. He wants to try the texture. Today, he drove me crazy because he dropped his snacks on the floor in the parking garage where, everyone walks and all the cars. Yeah. And he had a tantrum because I wouldn't let him eat it off the floor.
2 second rule.
Yeah, no, not in the parking garage.
And your children, when they were young, anything?
So my kids are 28 now. They live in North America. I think that when they were younger, I think the craziest thing would probably be pineapple on pizza.
Oh, well, I love pineapple on pizza. It's honestly one of my favorite things. I don't think that's crazy.
But you ate dog biscuits.
No, but the dog, can I tell you something? Dog biscuits were better than the pineapple on pizza. But I don't think that's too crazy, actually. I'm with the pineapple on the pizza.
Not for me.
Well, thank you so much for those quirky stories. They were absolutely brilliant. And we do hope that the otter, Louis, is returned very soon. Thank you very much. Here's a reminder of our top stories. The world responds to Trump's long-awaited tariffs. Canadians fight back. Mark Carney announces a 25% tax on imported US vehicles. And at least 6 people are dead and over 200,000 without power after tornadoes rage across the US. And that's all from us on W News Extra. GNT with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next, followed by a special interview with Hadley Gamble. Good night, and I just want to say thank you very much to my guests who joined me on the show.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
it was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's program, the US imposes a 10% baseline tariff on all imports, as well as higher duties on dozens of other countries. Well, President Trump says the levies will, quote, make America wealthy again.
The tariffs.
Major US trade partners such as the European Union call these tariffs a major blow to the world economy, and they're weighing up their response. Will they negotiate or will they retaliate? And coming up, we will ask how long these levies might remain in place, and could they risk pushing the US economy and the world economy into recession? Hello and welcome to the program. The US President Donald Trump has sent shockwaves through the global markets by signing a far-reaching reciprocal tariff policy at the White House yesterday. Moreover, President Trump has expanded his trade war beyond traditional adversaries, targeting even close allies like the United Kingdom, imposing a 10% tariff on imports, and that includes from Northern Ireland. Well, the new tariffs impact nearly every US trading partner, 20% on the European Union, and a 10% baseline tax on all imports from all other countries. Well, President Trump stated that the tariffs are designed to boost domestic manufacturing, and he claimed that the US has been, quote, looted, pillaged, raped, and plundered by other nations. Well, the US President Trump unveiled a chart yesterday outlining these new tariffs.
European Union, they're very tough, very, very tough traders. You know, you think of European Union, very friendly. They rip us off. It's so sad to see. It's so pathetic. 39%, we're going to charge them 20%.
Well, Germany, which is Europe's largest economy, faces significant impact from these US tariffs, notably because the US is its top export destination. Well, the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has criticized the tariffs as, quote, fundamentally wrong, and Berlin is warning that the EU may retaliate by targeting American tech giants.
This is an attack on a trade order that has created prosperity all over the globe, a trade order that is essentially the result of American efforts. We are ready for talks with the American government, but it is necessary that the European Union reacts with unity and that it also makes clear what the case is with its reaction.
Meanwhile, in the UK, British steel producers are concerned about profits and jobs after President Donald Trump announced those tariffs, which include aluminium and steel imports. Well, one steel producer says it's now facing rising uncertainty over customer orders and warned that some product lines could become loss-making due to the tariffs.
There is already some indication of uncertainty of the external customers in particular as to whether they will place orders or whether they will reduce their orders to us. And equally, our ability to pass on the full cost of those tariffs is very uncertain, which if we cannot pass on the cost, makes our products less profitable. In fact, some product lines would be loss-making.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to James Rickards, economist and author of Money GPT. That's AI and the threat to the global economy. James joins us from New Hampshire in the United States. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've heard from the White House Press Secretary Caroline Levitt in response to what's been happening on Wall Street. To anyone on Wall Street this morning, she says, I would say trust in President Trump. Do you trust in President Trump?
Well, I do trust in President Trump sort of personally, but also he's got exactly the right policies. It wouldn't matter who's president if you're basically pursuing the policies that the White House is doing. You're absolutely on the right track. So, yeah, I have a lot of confidence in what they're doing. As far as Wall Street's concerned, you know, it goes up and down. We shouldn't confuse the welfare of the American people with the stock market. Now, it is true a lot of people have money in what we call 401ks or IRAs. They're just basically tax-deferred savings accounts. They're probably over-allocated in stocks. That's an asset allocation problem. The stocks are what we call repricing. They're moving to a different level. Okay, they'll move on from here. I've always recommended people have some gold in their portfolios and some treasury notes. Those are both performing very well. So if you're 100% in stocks, it's a tough day. But if you've diversified among treasury notes, treasury bills, gold, alternative assets, in addition to stocks, you're doing fine.
Yeah, okay, gold's doing very nicely, as you say, hitting some record highs, but priced into some of that activity on Wall Street and other bourses around the world is concerns that a trade war is going to spark a recession. A recession will, as well as a recession, there'll be an increase in inflation. I mean, do you think those concerns are justified?
First one, yes. Second one, no. So let me explain. We'll probably have a recession. We may very well be in a recession already. This has nothing to do with tariffs. It has everything to do with a hangover from the Biden administration, extreme fiscal policy, which is non-sustainable. The Fed had to raise interest rates a little bit to fight off some of the inflation that was coming from Biden. So we're setting the right course by trying to get the deficit under control, get spending under control. But the recession is probably already here. And again, nothing to do with tariffs. It really is, it's part of the business cycle and a continuation of the hangover from the Biden administration. Now, on your second point, Tom, about tariffs causing inflation, the answer is no. Well, actually, we're headed for disinflation, which means lower inflation, maybe even deflation, which is where prices come down. The conventional wisdom, and by the way, conventional wisdom is almost always wrong, but I'll recite it. Conventional wisdom is you put, 10% baseline tariffs, but some of these tariffs are 90%. In Vietnam, for example, it's 90%. By the way, there's a formula that they're using. They look at the tariffs you have, the tariffs you put on the U.S., but then they take a fraction, which is basically what is your trade surplus relative to your total trade, apply it, and then that's the adjusted tariff. So there's a little bit of math behind it. But people say, well, if you put 50% tariffs on China, I think they're actually higher than that, 90% tariffs on Vietnam, et cetera, and many others, isn't that going to raise prices in the U.S.? And the answer is no, and here's why. To an import transaction, you have three parties. You could have 10, but at least three. There's an exporter, which could be in, again, China, Malaysia, Vietnam, or Europe. There's an importer, which is a U.S. distributor or wholesaler. And then there's the consumer who actually buys the goods. Now, legally, the importer pays the tariffs. At the port of entry, the importer gets the goods. You got to write a check to the U.S. Treasury. That party pays the tariffs. But the question is, who bears the economic cost of it? Because you can move that cost up or down the supply chain. What happens in practice, and there's a lot of empirical evidence to back this up, the importer turns to the exporter and says, hey, you have to lower your prices. I just paid this tariff. I don't want to pay more. The consumers will not bear it. That's the point. If you just pass the price increase along to the consumers wouldn't buy it. And just to back that up, why, if the consumers could pay higher prices, why wouldn't you do it anyway? As who needs tariffs? If you can raise prices, if you're Walmart or Home Depot or any of our big retailers, Target, any of them, why wouldn't you just raise prices? Well, the answer is they can't, because the consumer can't bear it, and that kind of gets into the recession scenario. So the importer turns to the producer, the exporter, and says, lower your prices. And by the way, so the importer and the exporter, they might share it, they might split it, or they might push it all back on the exporter. It means lower profits and lower margins. But what it does not mean is inflation, because the consumer won't pay it. And by the way, I said there's evidence to back this up. There's a lot, but it's happened already. Yesterday, Walmart contacted their overseas suppliers and said, lower your prices because we got to pay these tariffs.
Okay, sounds like you need to talk to the German economy minister, Robert Habeck. He said that today's so-called Liberation Day is actually going to be Inflation Day, he said, for consumers in the United States. I mean, where do you think he's getting this idea from?
The German finance minister suffers, or economic minister suffers from studying conventional economics. They don't really understand what I just said. But, Peter Navarro and other people in the White House do understand this. So I wouldn't rely on what the German minister says. By the way, Germany has a serious problem, and here's what it is. It's not inflation in the U.S. That's just a talking point. They failed, Volkswagen in particular and Audi failed to put plants in the U.S. Now, Honda, Hyundai, Mercedes, and others, Daimler-Benz, all have manufacturing plants, or at least assembly plants in the United States. And what Trump has said is that you can sell whatever you want to Americans. That's fine. But you have to build it here. You have to build it here in America. Now, Volkswagen hasn't done that. They just built a huge Audi Q5 plant. That's their most popular SUV, one of the most popular models in Mexico. Well, the Mexican tariffs aren't as bad as tariffs on some other places, including the EU, but there's still tariffs in place there. They should have put that plant in South Carolina or Tennessee. So I sort of fault the Volkswagen Audi management for not being alert to what was happening.
Give us a little case study here, James, to help people who still don't 100% understand what all of this means. And I have to confess, it is confusing, and there are different schools of thought, for example, as we've been saying, on the issue of inflation. So let's talk about autos. You bring up German car manufacturers there in that last answer of yours. 25% levies slapped on imported cars from Germany into the United States. We've got companies like Volkswagen, you mentioned, Mercedes, BMW, all of them counting on the United States as a major export market. What concretely does this mean for those car manufacturers?
They're going to have lost sales and lost profits. By the way, I happen to know an Audi dealer, someone I've known for a very long time. He's a salesman, but he's been doing it for 30 years. He called me about a week ago. He said, Jim, you won't believe it. We're selling cars as fast as we can take the orders. They're lined up in the showroom. It's just unbelievable. And I said, yes, that's great. You're having a good month. By the way, that's going to come to a complete halt on Thursday. And it has.
A complete halt, so no one will buy a German car, basically, all the while that 25% tariffs in place.
Not unless you're rich. I mean, I bought I was fortunate. I bought a new Audi sports sedan last year, so I kind of beat the tariffs. And that's what was going on, by the way. His people were lined up to buy cars last week, trying to beat the tariffs, and they may have now that the tariffs are in place. But Germany is committed economic suicide. They've deindustrialized. The German car that I bought last year, I beat the tariffs. I read the specifications very carefully. The engine was made in Hungary, which is okay. Hungarians are smart and they're productive. Why was the German manufacturer outsourcing engine production to Hungary? The answer is energy costs are too high in Germany. So, hey, Germany, if you want to boycott Russian energy, blow up the Nord Stream pipeline, put your plants in Mexico and ignore the tariffs, then you're going to suffer the consequences.
Ooh, you've put a lot of issues on the table there that I can't hit back at all of them. Why don't I ask you, Jim, to give us another case study, because this is really helpful to make sense of all of this. A Walmart, for example, retailer in the United States. You've got lots of big retailers like Walmart, Amazon, Target, and they rely on Asian suppliers. Now, if there are problems with supply chains, are they going to have to raise prices? I mean, you've sort of said they can't, but what alternative do they have if there are supply chain issues?
Push the pricing, push the tariffs back up the supply chain to the producer and tell the producer to lower their costs. And they will, because, by the way, there are geopolitical aspects to this that people don't really grasp. If you
create those kinds of reduced revenues, reduced profit margins in Chinese manufacturers, who does that hurt? It hurts the Communist Party oligarchs. So this could actually kind of undermine the stability of the Communist Party of China. This is a big play that not many people comprehend the full scope of it. But the short answer is, somebody's got to write a check to the Treasury. There is a tariff, no question about it. That's objective. But the question is, who bears the cost of the tariff? It's not the consumer, it's the producer. The Chinese are going to have to lower the cost. Now, what can the Chinese do about that? Well, one thing they can do is devalue the currency, right? So if I put a 20% tariff on you, but you cheapen your currency by 20%, then all things equal, the cost to the U.S. consumer doesn't go up at all. It's not going up anyway, but that's one way to kind of maintain your market share. But now you're back to currency wars, which is my first book, Currency Wars, in 2011. I explain how this works. The independent of the whole tariff thing, Stephen Moran, who's the head of the Council of Economic Advisors in the White House, has published a few months ago, November, a very detailed 26-page single-spaced paper. It's kind of hard reading, but I recommend it. But he's basically sent a warning to foreign countries: don't you dare cheapen your currencies, because we want a cheaper U.S. dollar. So you got a currency war inside the trade war.
That sounds pretty catastrophic as a combination for everyone. I mean, when the Chinese say there are no winners in a trade war, I mean, you could take that one step further and say, presumably no winners either in a trade war plus a currency war, Jim. Well,
that's right. But there is one big winner, which is the United States of America. And by the way, I had the conversation we're having is very stimulating. I've had similar conversations with people around the world, and they say, Jim, don't you know, kind of to your point, Tom, this is going to hurt Germany, this is going to hurt China, this is going to hurt Brazil. And I say, yeah, that's their problem. In other words, Xi should say, let's make China great again. Or Lula should say, let's make Brazil great again. In other words, they've got to look out for themselves. The U.S. is looking out for itself, and the U.S. will be a big winner.
Okay, I mean, I just want to ask you lastly, because I'm told we're pretty much out of time. The EU is, of course, the world's largest single market. We've heard from the EU Commission President Ursula von der Leyen saying the EU holds a lot of cards. They're obviously mulling what they're going to do next, how they're going to retaliate, because it sounds like retaliate is going to be their strategy rather than negotiate, at least in the near term. Do you believe them when they say they hold a lot of cards? What are they?
I don't believe them. Ursula von der Leyen, she didn't want to negotiate in Ukraine. She wanted a war. Well, she got it. Now she's going to get a trade war and a currency war. They don't hold very many cards. They're going to have to basically, lower the prices. And again, Germany spent 14 years closing every nuclear power plant, all but 2, and closing every coal-fired plant over the fake climate change crisis. So, too bad for Germany. You shut down your energy supply, blow up the Nord Stream pipeline. What do you expect? But no, they don't hold very many cards.
Okay, well, it's been a real pleasure talking to you. I'd love to carry on the conversation, but I can't. So thank you very much indeed, James Rickards, economist and author. Thanks again for being with us on Al Arabiya News. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Lord Bilimoria, who is the chair of the International Chamber of Commerce in the UK. He's also the founder of Cobra Beer, and he is a crossbench member of the House of Lords. Lord Bilimoria, thank you again very much indeed for being with us. The United Kingdom has been hit with tariffs of 10%. That's not as bad as it could have been, is it?
Yes, the fears and the rumours were 20%, and it's now 10%. But, you've got to keep in mind that 10% is still much higher. The weighted average tariffs that the US was charging on UK imports was just over 2%, and what we were charging the US on imports from the United States to the UK, just over 2%. So 2%, 10% is a big jump, let alone 25% being applied to UK cars, let alone 25% for steel. So this is not good news at all for the UK, let alone for the global community. And of course, there are countries like China that have got 34% on top of another 20%, European Union at 20%. This has really sent out shockwaves around the world, and it's a real tariff war that has been started. But let's again keep this into perspective. The United States of America makes up 13% of global trade. So it's still 87% of global trade that is not the United States of America. But what this does do is it does destabilize things, and the markets will adjust and products will get rerouted. And of course, the biggest sufferer from all this will be the American consumer, who will end up paying higher prices. I mean, China alone, the United States imports $450 billion from China every year. So you just do the sums of applying 34% plus 20% on $450 billion passed on to the consumer. That's the American consumer that's going to hurt from all this.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard from different voices on this channel, speaking to different experts. I mean, there are some doubts being cast as regards to the mathematics behind the calculations for these tariffs, and some suggesting there's been some confusion in the Trump administration, conflating tariffs with VAT. What are your thoughts?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, where VAT is concerned is 20% that's applied in the UK to all products, whether it's domestic or whether it's imported. There's no discrimination. It's not as if one is in any way penalizing American products. It's VAT is applied to all products, whether they're domestically produced or whether they're imported. So I think that's completely misleading to add VAT into it. It's a domestic tax. And of course, VAT is not charged when you export something out of the country. So I think that's a red herring. But again, if you look going back 100 years to the Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act of 1930, at that time, it affected imports equivalent to 1.4% of the United States GDP. The reciprocal tariffs that Donald Trump has just announced yesterday are going to represent 14%. That's over 7 times greater in relative economic scale. So that's how much worse this is. And look back historically at the damage that those tariffs did in the 1930s and the Great Depression. So this is not good news.
Do you think this is going to trigger recessions in different countries around the world? I mean, could this trigger a global recession?
It could definitely trigger recessions. I mean, in the UK, we've got very low growth rates predicted. Our government here keeps talking about growth, but unfortunately, the policies they've been putting in place from the October budget that we had to the spring statement that we've just had are not policies that help growth. In fact, they hinder growth. And the Office of Budget Responsibility in the UK has forecast growth to be 1% or less. Now, if you have these tariffs, and the effect of these tariffs, even at 10%, is going to reduce that growth by almost a half, and is very close to pushing the UK into recession. And there are estimates that tens of thousands of jobs could be lost. Our automobile sector, we export £9 billion to the United States of America, over 100,000 cars, mainly luxury cars like Jaguar Land Rover, Aston Martin. And the Jaguar Land Rover is owned by Tata, an Indian company. Their share price has been hit in India because of this. So that is going to harm our sales. We'll lose possibly jobs in that sector. And pharmaceuticals, we export over £6 billion worth of pharmaceuticals to the United States of America. So yes, it could hit jobs over here as well. It could tip us into a recession. I hope not, and I hope that we're negotiating, because Donald Trump is always open for negotiation. So if we go back now and say, come on, let's try and work out something and do a deal with America. We haven't been able to, for 10 years, we've tried to do a free trade deal with America twice. Hasn't worked, mainly because of agricultural products and things like chlorinated chicken and hormone beef. But there are ways, I'm sure, to do a trade deal with the United States of America. When it comes to American cars, I don't see why we should, there was a very low tariff of UK cars going to America. We should have a very low tariff of American cars coming over here. We should be able to reciprocate almost duty-free. I mean, with the European Union, our biggest trading partner at our doorstep, making up over 40% of our trade, in spite of Brexit, we have a duty-free for goods. So, we theoretically could have duty-free with America. It's our closest ally. It's our biggest trading partner. America's £300 billion of trade a year to the UK. And again, what people are not talking about, all these tariffs have to do with goods. When it comes to goods, the UK and America, it's almost equal. 60 billion pounds we export to the US, and the US we import 58 billion. But when it comes to services, we export 126 billion pounds of services to the US, and we import much, much less than that, 57 billion pounds to the US. We've got a huge trade surplus when it comes to services. And of course, these tariffs do not apply to services. So we've got that strength. And also from a defense point of view, from every point of view, the United States is the most special relationship we have and we've had historically.
Okay, so what is the right way to respond? I mean, you seem to be suggesting that this is designed to get people to the negotiating table and that negotiation is the most likely next step. So you're saying more negotiation than, you'd err towards negotiation more than retaliation?
Definitely not retaliation when it comes to the UK. We cannot afford to retaliate. And also remember, you're talking about the United States. Not only is a friend and an ally, and by the way, Donald Trump loves the United Kingdom. His mother was Scottish. He loves the royal family. He owns property and golf courses and things in the United Kingdom. He genuinely loves the UK. There's a state visit coming up. And I think he will do a deal with us. But we've got to always keep in context the power of the United States. If you take all 27 European Union countries and you take the UK and put our GDPs together, 28 countries, the United States GDP is bigger than all of us put together. That's how powerful the USA is.
So what do you say to your friends across the channel in Europe when you hear a very different sort of argument and different language being used, for example, by the French President Emmanuel Macron, saying the response to Trump's tariffs, he says, will be more massive than anything we've seen before? I mean, would you say the Europeans, who obviously face much higher tariffs than the British, because you've got the so-called Brexit benefit, 10% instead of 20%, but would you advise him not to go down that route?
But we have always been seen as a gateway to Europe by countries like America, countries like India have seen the United Kingdom as their stepping stone into Europe. We are the bridge into Europe. And we have that position of influence where we can be that bridge between both sides. And as I said, the European Union, we actually need to get closer and closer to the European Union. For example, movement of people. At the moment, we have to queue up and have our passports stamped every time we go to a European country. That should not be necessary with the UK and the EU. We don't do that to them when they come to the UK. And similarly, when it comes to students, the exchange program, the Erasmus program that we have with European Union students and British students, it's fantastic. That hasn't existed since Brexit. We need to bring things like that back together. So we have a job to do in getting closer to the European Union on many fronts. And similarly, when it comes to the United States of America, we need to stay friends with them. So we have a delicate act over here. We've got to be friends with both and try and bring them both together. But we must not, I don't think, retaliate in any way. We've got to be friendly with both the EU and the United States to our benefit.
Okay, and just lastly, Lord Villamori, I just want to ask you, I mean, long term, do you think this tariff saga affects confidence and trust in the United States of America?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Do you think this tariff saga in the longer term will affect and dent confidence in the United States of America?
Yes, what it does do is when you have a country doing what they have done unilaterally and destabilizing global trade, it means businesses and countries feel uncertain when dealing with the United States of America. And what happens then is companies and countries will find ways around. The danger, of course, is you get goods that were meant to be going to the United States that are going to be unaffordable in the United States because of the high duties, that then those countries will try and export to other countries. And you don't want to have that happening when you have, in extreme cases, of dumping of product, which then harm your domestic market as well. So countries will end up being protective towards that behavior. And that's not good either, because what you want is a good multilateral, rules-based trading system that we've developed over the decades with the WTO that should have a big role to play over here, and with free trade, which we've shown time and again is to the benefit of the world, and behaving on a rules-based basis. When you have this, it is damaging all around. Look at what happened when Putin invaded Ukraine and the disruption to the supply chains and the energy crisis that resulted from that in 2022, 2023. It took a long time for that to settle down. And at one stage, if you remember, the port of Odessa was the only port left in Ukraine, and that was being blocked by the Russians, and the grain wasn't able to go out of there, and almost 40 million people were in threat of starvation if we had not worked, when I was president of the Confederation of British Industry, working at the B7 and the G7, when Germany had the chair, working with the UN, working with Turkey, to open up that port of Odessa that prevented the starvation of more than 40 million people. So this is very serious, and we've seen from experience what destabilization can do.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time today, Lord Bilimoria. Thank you very much for speaking to Arabiya News.
Thank you.
Well, some US lawmakers have criticized President Trump's new tariffs, whilst others within the Republican Party are saying, let's give him time to prove that these tariffs can boost American manufacturing. So will these tariffs benefit the US economy long term? And how are they going to affect US allies like the United Kingdom? Well, joining us to discuss all of that are Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist, who joins us from Nashville, Tennessee. Always a pleasure seeing you, Scotty. And Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. A pleasure to have you back with us as well, Sir Gerald. Scotty, let me turn to you, first of all, since you're in the United States. What's your opinion? Are these tariffs the right way to go?
Well, from an American perspective, I think this is actually a global trade reset, and it's not going to create doom. I don't think it's even close. It's going to create discipline. And I think what we're seeing isn't a reckless trade war. It's actually, I think, a very strategic recalibration, which is targeting all of these structural imbalances that has actually hollowed out American industry over the last few decades. I mean, these tariffs are reciprocal. They are calculated based on actual trade deficits that the United States has right now. And it's not random, it's not punitive, it's mathematically fair. And that is all the United States is hoping to do, is to create a fair trade system with our countries and use this as a way to not only benefit American workers, but more importantly, other countries become self-reliant as well.
Okay, so Gerald, let me turn to you. Picking up on what Scotty just said there, and we've heard from President Trump. He says, for decades, our country's been looted, pillaged, raped and plundered by nations both near and far, friend and foe alike. Has he and Scotty saying these tariffs are mathematically fair, have they got a point?
I do think to a certain extent there is a limited point. The truth is that other countries have subsidized, particularly manufacturing. And one thinks immediately, of course, of the People's Republic of China. And once they have dominated a market, of course, they're then in a very powerful position to determine the cost of the product. So I have some limited sympathy from that point of view, and would agree with Scotty to that extent. I don't actually think that it is going to be in the long-term interests of the United States to impose these sweeping tariffs, a different range of tariffs for different countries across the world. I think it's a scattergun approach, whereas what I think the United States might have been more beneficially inclined to do would be to target particular countries where there is unfair trade, and fairness, I know, is what President Trump has been very keen to articulate, and Scotty has done the same thing. The mathematical calculation is there, but I don't think that it's in the interest because of the United States and the people of the United States, because it's going to push up the cost of imported goods, which will be relied upon for the time being, because it will take time for that manufacturing to be reestablished. But I have some sympathy because I believe that in the United Kingdom, we should be doing that ourselves. We should be reshoring, as the expression is, and rebuilding some of our manufacturing capability that we've lost. And we've allocated to the People's Republic of China and elsewhere. I try never to buy anything made in China, if I possibly can. But it's very difficult. Okay. So I think, and if I can just make one other point, Tom, and that is that, of course, the United Kingdom, we are no longer members of the European Union, have not been for the last 5 years or so. So we're no longer members of the European Union, and therefore we are not bound to agree a common line with our European friends. We can negotiate a separate trade deal. We can negotiate separately with the United States administration.
Okay, so Joe, we'll talk about Brexit and a European response a little later on in the debate if we have time. But let me turn back to Scotty and just ask you to pick up on what Sir Gerald said there and ask you why President Trump is so sure that these tariffs are going to herald the dawning of a golden age for the US economy.
Well, I have to agree with my colleague. He is correct. It is going to probably create some short-term pain, especially on those items that we do import. I mean, let's remember this focus, the focus of these tariffs are on finished goods, not the raw materials and the components that we need to build here. You know, I think this is going to protect domestic production and supply chains. It's not going to disrupt them. But that doesn't mean that the American consumer, who is already hurting from the previous administration, is not going to feel some pain. And there's going to be some backlash to the Trump administration. But yesterday we saw something very historical in the United States. The auto workers unions, who have been traditionally far left, have always supported Democrat candidates, giving a standing ovation, wearing hats on the Rose Garden, applauding a Republican candidate, a Republican president. I mean, actually cheering him on louder than the Republican senators who were sitting there probably a little bit worried about their own back pockets that have been padded for so long by foreign interest. We had to do something in America because of our large trade deficit with various countries. And I am not one that believes that we should be using economics to try to levy other power in other countries, whether it be from security standpoint or from a military standpoint. I think that we need to look at economics right now in the world that we're in and the devastating economies that most countries are living under. And the more, and I've always said, the more self-reliant the United States can be, as my colleague pointed out, the more motivation it is for other countries to do the same and the stronger they become as well.
Okay, so Gerald, let me turn back to you. I mean, presumably not quite such a cheery mood amongst automakers in the United Kingdom at the moment, unlike the ones that we saw in the Rose Garden yesterday. But what went through your mind as you watched President Trump unveiling those tariffs on that chart in the Rose Garden yesterday?
Well, to be perfectly honest, Tom, I didn't see it, but obviously I have been reading what has happened. What has intrigued me is the different the wide range of different rates of tariff being applied to different countries: 10% to the United Kingdom, 20% to the European Union, and I think some very large figure in respect of China. But as I say, I think it's a bit of a scattergun approach. I mean, from the point of view of the United Kingdom, our total trade with the United States is about £300 billion. That is, I suppose, about $400 billion. And of our exports to the United States, which is £182 billion last year, a huge amount of that, $124 billion, was services, for which, of course, no tariffs apply. So from our point of view in the United Kingdom, our exports of 58 billion, which would be made up of cars, automobiles, Scotch whiskey, and obviously very serious for those industries. But it's, I think, very much more limited. But there is a defense issue here. I mean, we make the back end and other parts of every single F-35 Joint Strike Fighter that is made in the world, and we export those to the United States. So sticking a tariff on manufactured goods in the United Kingdom, part of a project in which the United Kingdom is an equity partner with the United States, just seems to me to be, I'm afraid, alongside some of the rather ignorant remarks that have been made about the United Kingdom, particularly, but unfortunately, by the Vice President, who, of course, said rather infamously that these random European countries hadn't fought a war for 40 years.
You mean the United States, not the United Kingdom, huh?
The countries like the United Kingdom had not fought a war for 40 years, and we have come to the support of the United States so many times. We supported the declaration of Article 5 after 9/11. And I have to say, and this obviously is trespassing upon the other areas where I do have very strong views indeed, I think this is no way to treat an ally.
Okay, Scotty, no way to treat an ally. Some ignorant comments coming out of the Trump administration there, according to Sir Gerald. I mean, love to get your response to that and ask you, should the US be concerned about retaliatory measures by pretty much every country in the world, allies and foe?
Listen, I can understand the angst. In my own household yesterday, I was upset as I was looking to purchase a new Range Rover and realized that I probably should have done that last week. And now my husband's very excited as we're going to have to probably settle on a Chevrolet. So this is having a personal effect. But from a professional standpoint, I understand the angst and the insult that are probably who I believe is our number one ally. The United Kingdom, particularly England, has been to the United States. And I think most Americans are grateful for that. But what I think that I would want the world to understand about what's going on in the United States is that there is a lot of people knowing how many trillions of dollars of debt we are here in America. It's the reason why we elected Donald Trump, that are very frustrated at our politicians, at the past presidents who have created this imbalance that has put us in this economic instability and has put us at a loss every single year. And so Americans are looking to this president, this administration, to at least try to right that wrong that past presidents have done. Just as much as we're looking at Congress right now as to why they allowed such wasteful spending, the Doge is being able to point out over and over again. Americans are looking for accountability, not only of economically globally, but also here at home of our own politicians and our misspending. So from that perspective, Trump had to do something. And I think what this is going to do, it's going to bring those to the table. I mean, think about it. Why would another country come to the table when they are winning in the negotiations, when they're getting the benefit of this trade issue? So how do you bring to the table? Well, you cut it off. And that's what Trump has had to do. And he's had to do it very dramatically because maybe some other countries like the UK are not going to be as gracious and come to the table. They're going to say, nope, this is the deal we have. You've got to stick with it. So I look at this as the bigger picture. And I do believe that in specific cases, specific instances, just like we've seen with Trump, that the United States and their delegation will be working with individual governments like the UK and will be able to make things that make sense for both sides of this issue.
Okay, so what will the UK do, Sir Gerald? I mean, Brexit, as we were saying earlier on, has made this slightly less painful for the UK. But how do you anticipate the UK responding? Negotiation or retaliation?
Well, I'm a very severe critic of virtually every domestic policy of the current Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. But in this very extraordinary international situation which we find ourselves, unprecedented certainly in my political career, if not my lifetime, I think that the civility has gone, and I think that is much to be regretted. But I do think that Sir Keir Starmer has responded very sensibly, very quietly, calmly. As he said today, we are going to consider how we do respond. And I think that the retaliation, if it doesn't come from the United Kingdom, and I don't know what the government's going to do, they know yet, but they're going to look and see, well, what is it that how might we redress this in favor of British industry? But America is going to face retaliation from all around the world. We already heard from Ursula von der Leyen in the European Union that they are going to retaliate. So all we're going to engage in is a trade war. And I do agree with Scott. She has said something very important, and that is the level of US debt. And that should concern not just the taxpayers and the people of the United States. That should concern everybody around the world, because the United States is the most powerful economy. If the United States cannot fund its debt, then we are all in very, very severe trouble. So I understand the need to cut the debt. I don't understand how this series of measures is going to deliver upon that very important objective.
Okay, as you've been speaking, we've been getting reaction from different countries. We've heard from the French President, Emmanuel Macron, saying the response to these tariffs is going to be even more massive than it was before. So he's threatening something quite big. And Scotty, as we were just saying there with Sir Gerald, I mean, the UK may or may not choose to retaliate. But supposing the EU does retaliate in a fairly major way, what would the US do in that scenario? Because we've heard from the United States that if any country retaliates, there will be escalation. How will the US respond to that?
Well, I would like to separate countries like Saudi Arabia and the UK separate from the EU, especially from Donald Trump's perspective. And I find it absolutely laughable that the leaders of the EU still have not figured out, because every time they push back on Donald Trump, he just literally laughs in their face. And ultimately they cave. They try to bully him. It's not going to work. They have no reason, no power behind them to try to bully him. While the U.S. values the EU, President Trump has very little respect for some of the biggest leaders that are usually the mouthpieces of the EU. So let's put the EU and separate them from our great trade partners that we've had in the UK as well as Saudi Arabia. But I have to ask a question to my colleague here, because I think that we've been getting along way too much during this interview. And maybe it's because of his civility. What is wrong with having fair trade? What is wrong with saying what you put on the United States, we're going to put on you, the exact same number? Why would that be detrimental? Why does that not look like something that would work for both sides?
Fine, Scotty, but that's not what's happening. What is happening is that the United States has issued this extraordinary scattergun approach, whereby everybody is in the crosshairs of the president, and there will be, whether you like it or not, it'll be a fact of life that people will retaliate. So there will be a trade war. That is what the stock markets around the world are judging, and I suspect that they're right. Margaret Thatcher, for whom I had the great pleasure and privilege of working, used to say, you can never buck the markets. And I think they've given their verdicts. And I just don't see it. Forgive me, Scotty, I do not see it being ultimately the interests of the people of the United States to deliver it in this way. The auto workers, who I quite understand have always been Democrats, and that, of course, is one of the disadvantages of being in Washington, that it's far too democratically orientated. But having said that, they'll be rejoicing today, but unless American industry is going to be competitive and able to rebuild it, same applies to us. I'm not suggesting there's something you've got to do that we haven't got to do. We've got to do it as well. The international situation, the threat from Russia, Iran, China, North Korea, and so on, means we have got to become much more self-sufficient, not just in agriculture and energy, but we've got to be much more self-sufficient in manufacturing. So it seems to me that it will be in the interests of the United States to look at particular targets. It's not going to happen because the president's made a decision, but I think it would have been more sensible to have targeted particular countries, particularly
go ahead,
where
Scotty.
they subsidize their own industry.
But to my response to that, you know what, and I'm going to give this to a very simple analogy. As a parent, it feels like that we have been spoiling our teenager for so long. And then all of a sudden, when you come in and you put down the rules, you can see why they're going to throw the temper tantrum. The trade has been overwhelmingly because of bad policies negotiated by American presidents and their administrations. For a long time have been definitely, the scales have been overly tipped in the favor of the other country's favor. So I get it when we say, no, all we're expecting it to do is be fair, why they feel like something is going wrong with it. That being said, I do hope and I do wish that there will be a civil way of handling each country, each one differently.
So, Gerald.
Well, I certainly think that would be to your collective advantage. But I repeat, I cannot see how. I think, step back one, you used the word fair. You've used the word fair a number of times. And for the global economy to work, of course, there do have to be imbalances have to be evened out, and there has to be fair competition. And if countries are going to subsidize particular industries to a great extent, then that is not fair. But I do struggle to see, if you take my country, where have we been unfair to the United States? You have yes, we have a favorable trade balance, but our trade balance is built substantially on services, including finance, where, of course, London provides so much, such an important base for so many United States interests. So where is the unfairness that we are inflicting upon the people of the United States, Scotty? Tell me.
Well, I wish that I had the specific numbers, but I guarantee, because the way that Trump spoke yesterday, all he did was take the number of what Great Britain or what the UK is giving to the United States, and he cut it in half, and that is what is he expecting. So it's whatever number that you had, we cut it in half, and you're still going to keep your tariff on us as it is, and we're going to expect half from where before we weren't expecting hardly anything. That's right there. You know, if anything, we're still allowing the unregulated teenager to have some fun, but at least we've told him now that he's got a curfew. It might be midnight, but he's got a curfew. So that's why this temper tantrum's happening. I do agree that we have a great relationship. I do agree back and forth. But once again, Trump is trying to express fairness. And that's across with all of our allies. It's not just the UK. And so he's got to have the same policy across the board. And then by each individual case, go in and negotiate.
Okay, so Gerald, do you see anything good coming out of all of this?
Not really, but I don't have a crystal ball, Tom, so I can't be certain about it. There's no doubt if you try and sort of project this onto the issue with NATO, for decades, the people of Europe have enjoyed the protection of NATO, funded by 70% by the American taxpayer, and despite warnings from my former Prime Minister David Cameron, of whose government I was a member, despite his warnings, despite many warnings over the past, Europe has basically basked in the convenience of having the United States provide that umbrella. That's been shattered now. But the result of that is also going to affect the United States. If I may say, Scotty, as a former defense minister, I do resent the fact that we are unable to ship defense equipment, weapons, if you like, from the United Kingdom if they have a single American component in it. And your government then seeks to stop us through the International Training and Armaments Regulations, ITAR. And I'll give you a case in point. Recently, the Anglo-French missile company, MBDA, sought to deliver Storm Shadow cruise missiles to Ukraine. We were prevented from doing so because there were components made in the United States. The result of all this, Scotty, is we are going to build kit here which does not have American components in it at all. That will be to your disadvantage. It will be to our advantage, because what it will do is we will build in those areas where we are not preeminent. In many areas we are. We export engines and other parts to the United States, but we will become self-sufficient. That will damage the American economy. And I have to say, forgive me, Scotty, we have found a lot in common, but we can, over here, we feel we can no longer trust our closest ally. And of course, you may not feel the need to worry about that. We're a small country, but we are a nuclear power. We are one of only 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. And every time we've been asked to come to the support of the United States, apart from Vietnam, we have done so, and we have shed blood alongside the United States. You need to think, and the president needs to think very carefully indeed.
Okay, Scotty, I've got to let you respond to that, and then we're going to wrap up, I'm afraid, because we're out of time. Scotty.
I thank you for letting me respond, because it's not that I don't in any way, and the Americans don't value the UK's friendship and their loyalty in the past. But you pointed out the reason why you're upset is because there was not able to send arms to Ukraine, something that is extremely counterproductive to what Donald Trump has said of bringing peace to that region. You said yourself that your government is not the one of your fellow Margaret Thatcher or any of the past more conservative wings of the government. The UK government looks completely different. In fact, that's how you can reason. The reason why Donald Trump didn't win is because it works counterproductive to his seeking peace within Ukraine and Russia. And from his perspective, there's no amount of money that can be placed on the bloodshed that's happening in that region. So that right there is where the streams do cross. And I think where the UK, this current government is not the government of Margaret Thatcher that would look through diplomacy and peace rather than making money and spilling blood.
Okay, well, go ahead,
on that score, I have to tell you, I think Margaret Thatcher would be entirely in favor of what we have been trying to do, which is to expel the aggressor from a free state, Ukraine. And if I may say, I think that Putin cannot be trusted. I believe that
and Zelensky can. The man that won't hold an election.
I think Ukraine's a whole other debate. We're going to have to leave it for the next one. I'm love to get you both back to talk about Ukraine. We've been talking about tariffs. Thank you both very much indeed. Scotty Nell Hughes, Republican strategist, thank you to you, and thank you to Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Neil Richmond, the Irish Minister of State for International Development and Diaspora, who joins us now from Dublin. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, sir. We've heard from the Irish leader, Micheál Martin, saying that tariffs are, quote, bad for the world economy. But I think it's fair to say that they're particularly bad for Ireland, which is one of the most exposed EU countries and the second largest exporter of goods to the United States after Germany. So what do these 20% levies mean for the Irish economy?
Well, the worst case scenario, and I must add, Tom, one of the biggest things that we're looking out for is, as of last night, the American government said that they haven't put any tariffs on pharmaceuticals yet, for now. When that comes in, that'll make things even worse. But worst case scenario, this could cost the creation of up to 80,000 jobs in Ireland and will slow our economic growth right down. But on the ground, the people, to be honest, Tom, who's going to suffer the most from this aren't necessarily Irish people. It's actually Americans. Because what we sell to America is going to get more expensive due to the actions of their government. That means people who want to have a good Irish steak in a restaurant in New York, or more pertinently, if tariffs come in on medicines and drugs, people who require insulin for their diabetes or certain treatments for their chemotherapy are going to have to pay up to 20% more. I don't know in what world people can think that putting in tariffs of this nature is a good thing. The last time this was done was in the late 1920s, and we all know what happened thereafter.
Sure. Well, let's leave pharma out of this, because for the time being, as we've been saying, the pharmaceutical sector has been spared these reciprocal tariffs. And of course, that is a big sigh of relief for Ireland, which is a major pharma producer. But I mean, a lot of the American guests we're having on our program the last few days are saying to us, Americans simply won't buy Irish products if the price goes up. They'll just look at perhaps something domestically produced. They won't eat an Irish steak, they'll eat an American one. And quite right too, they would say. How do you respond to that?
And you know what? When it comes down to the palate of someone, I'm not going to argue with that. If you want to choose to eat an American steak rather than what we would argue is a different, better Irish steak or an Irish whiskey, that is your choice. Fine, no problem. However, a lot of the products being sold from Ireland into America are vital components to the creation of finished goods. So yes, I've referred to pharmaceuticals at length because it's the biggest. But if you look at the light engineering sector, if you look at the agri-food, it's those components that are going into creating more broader goods that Americans simply need, and they'll have to simply pay more for. It's not just down to the consumer choice. When you bring in a tariff listing like the American government have brought in last night, you are impacting everyone's, because in a lot of cases, these finished products or these elements that will go into a product are just not available in the US market. And overnight, you're not going to be able to scale up the manufacturing facilities to reshore these industries like has been claimed. When we're talking about, particularly when we're talking about products that go into other products, the supply chain is simply so much more difficult. From a European point of view, what is going to happen next is that we're going to put tariffs on certain American products, or at least outline the tariffs that we'll put in. And that will mean that we'll be buying less from America and costing American jobs. When at the end of the day, we're more than happy. We want to buy more American goods. We want to buy more American services. You don't get people to buy more of your goods by increasing the cost of them or forcing them to increase the cost of them by bringing in such a round of crippling tariffs that is going to impact every country in the world. It's not just going to impact Ireland, European Union member states, it'll impact the UK, it'll impact Canada, China, but the country that will be the most impacted negatively by this is the United States.
So when we saw Donald Trump in the Rose Garden on Wednesday night with that table of tariffs in front of him saying, these are all reciprocal, except they're not reciprocal because we're going to do less to you than you've done to us. And he meant that about the EU, he meant that about the UK. In fact, he claims that the tariff that will be imposed on EU goods coming into the United States is significantly lower than what happens to US products when they go into the EU. I mean, weren't these inevitable, these tariffs?
No, because the calculations used by the American administration are quite simply false calculation and a misinterpretation of what a tariff is. They've cited VAT, value-added tax, as some form of tariff in the European Union, but that's no different than the sort of sales tax you see either at a federal or a state level in the United States. They're not tariffs. Like the sheer mathematics of the tariff scheme announced last night doesn't add up. There isn't actually any clear economic justification for it. It sounds great politically, and it's brilliant when you bring an auto worker from Michigan on stage and when you shout it out at a rally, but the sheer economics of this doesn't make sense to the American consumer, to the American public at large, who will see the price they pay for really important items quite simply go up.
Okay, so Neil, I mean, obviously the EU mulling how it's going to respond. The French president giving us some clues there. Emmanuel Macron saying, we're going to have massive response, much bigger than anything we've seen before. I mean, what sort of a response do you think we're going to get from the European Union? And do you think EU leaders are united in how to respond?
Oh, absolutely. European leaders are united. We're all donning the blue jersey as well as the green jersey at the moment. And as the European Commission President said in Strasbourg this week, all options are on the table, and they should be on the table, because whatever package of reciprocal measures the European leaders agree over coming days, and there will be a meeting of European trade ministers in Luxembourg on Monday, it'll be a package that brings the United States to the table, because we want to negotiate. We want to negotiate with the president of the US, who prides himself on being the master of the art of the deal. We want to make sure we do, of course, buy more goods from the United States, but ultimately that European, Irish, Italian, French, whatever it will be, and American consumers do not suffer from an ill-fated political judgment. It's going to be a really tough couple of days, but we're going to have a calm, measured, cohesive European response at the end of it.
I just want to ask you, I mean, a question just occurred to me. I mean, given, the island of Ireland and the division in the island, there are going to be tariffs at one rate in the north, so 10% because that's part of the UK, and tariffs at 20% in the south because that's part of the EU. I mean, does that pose any unique problem, do you think, for the island of Ireland?
It's a very fair question, and to be honest, it poses two potential problems. Yes, Northern Irish companies will be able to sell into the United States with a lower tariff rate. Now, there's only certain areas, particularly in the agri-food sector, where they may be able to get an advantage, and some of that comes down to personal preferences. But where the real impact will be felt, Tom, is in relation to if and what tariffs the European Union apply to American products being imported, thereby under the terms of the Windsor framework that emerged post-Brexit, Northern Irish companies would have to apply the higher EU tariff, but they can either apply to the British government, if they're an SME in particular, in advance for a waiver, or they can apply for a refund at the end of the process. So absolutely, this decision does have impact and creates an additional layer of bureaucracy on the island of Ireland.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Neil Richmond, Irish Minister of State for International Development and Diaspora. Thanks for your time. That is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for a look back at some of the highlights of the week's interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
Amsterdam. Trust us, there are many reasons to see Amsterdam other than the things the city is notoriously known for. A few walks into Amsterdam and you'll certainly fall in love with it. The Dutch city is unique and amazing, and there's definitely so much to do. First, you can just enjoy the weather, take in the magnificent views, and ride a bike around the city. You can easily rent one. There are so many bikes, hundreds and thousands on the streets. It's definitely a great way to see the city, enjoy the scenery, and mingle with the locals. You must also visit the Dam Square for a dose of the city's history. You can check out the Royal Palace, the Nieuwe Kerk, or New Church, and the National Monument. Aside from seeing the sights, you can also shop or try the local delicacies. One of Amsterdam's specialties are its waffles. These sweet treats are excessively popular. Their famous Stroop waffle is made from 2 thin layers of grilled waffles stuck together with syrup. You can eat it however you like, with more sweets or fruits, such as strawberries. You'll also love Amsterdam for its local beer. It's a must for those who love beer. After all, the city is considered home of Heineken International Headquarters. Not much of a beer drinker? No problem, as there are many cafes you'll surely stroll by. What's best about these cafes are their seats that face the streets, the perfect way to people watch. Aside from that, there's also the Fashion and Museum District. Notable museums are the Rich Museum, the Van Gogh Museum, and the Stedelijk. Definitely not to be missed. The city is also a place to shop high-end luxury brands. Amsterdam is also known for its great shopping malls, housed in historic buildings, such as an old post office. The buildings are of great design and are luxurious sights to see. Inside it are the top-tiered brands for both men and women, beauty finds, and more. Indeed, the city's got everything you'll need.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami, and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis, and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. As expected, the news of America's Liberation Day, as US President Donald Trump calls it, dominated the front pages and opinion sections of most American and global newspapers today, as the president announced mass tariffs against 180 countries, along with a baseline tariff on other countries, delivering the most sweeping tariff package in the US, or the US has implemented in decades. Let's start with the New York Times. This is the front page of the New York Times, dedicated an entire section to the tariffs issue and the new laws. And there are a lot of headlines talking about it. Global markets slump as US targets trade partners. The Senate votes to rescind some of Trump's tariffs. And then we have the Americans' reaction to that. The Americans' reaction to tariffs range from worried to enthusiastic, and countries targeted by Trump's tariffs may strike back at US services. In the opinion section, Thomas L. Friedman wrote an article titled, "I Just Saw the Future. It Was Not in America." As you can see, the article contrasts two visions of the future: the American-designed Tomorrowland at Shanghai Disneyland and Huawei's sprawling research campus. The author visits Huawei's complex, which he describes as being the size of 225 football fields, and serves as China's response to US trade restrictions. Despite sanctions, Huawei has innovated, producing advanced semiconductors, AI-driven tech, and smartphones, outpacing American efforts. The piece also critiques the US for political distractions, while China focuses on AI and manufacturing dominance. It warns that tariffs alone won't rebuild American industries, as global supply chains are essential. The author advocates for pragmatic cooperation between US and Chinese tech rather than isolationist policies. To the Washington Post now, which published an article in the opinion section written by its editorial board. This is the article, and it talks about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s mass layoffs at the Department of Health and Human Services, HHS, and their effects on public health and the economy. The articles say that these layoffs sent shockwaves through the healthcare sector, causing pharmaceutical stock prices to drop by 4%, and cuts aimed at improving efficiency will affect 20,000 employees and save $1.8 billion annually. But experts warn of economic and public health risks. The FDA, NIH, and CDC also major staff reductions, jeopardizing drug approvals, disease research, and public health initiatives. The article explains that critics argue these cuts threaten America's scientific and medical infrastructure, with potential long-term consequences for public health and the economy, as the administration prioritizes cost-cutting over expertise. Karen Tumulty wrote an article in the Washington Post highlighting that Elon Musk spent $25 million to buy an election in Wisconsin, and all he got in return was a cheesehead hat, as you can see. The title reads, "Musk's defeat in Wisconsin is a flashing warning for Republicans in 2026. The billionaire elevated the state Supreme Court race into a referendum on Trump's agenda." The author says that liberal Judge Susan Crawford's win in Wisconsin's Supreme Court race was seen as a rejection of Elon Musk's attempt to influence the election with his massive spending. Musk turned the race into a political showdown, pouring millions into Schimmel's campaign and linking it to Trump's agenda. But voters pushed back, showing they won't let billionaires buy elections. With Crawford's win, the article says that liberals keep control of the court, which will impact key decisions on abortion, voting districts, and labor laws. Though both sides had wealthy donors, Musk's heavy involvement seemed to hurt rather than help. This race signals trouble for Republicans ahead of 2026. Musk may have lost this time, but he's likely or unlikely to give up trying to shape future elections. Moving on to the Wall Street Journal, which published an interesting explanatory article about what to know about the US trade imbalance in charts. The journal provides different charts explaining the US trade balance, as well as a breakdown of some key US trade relationships. It also provides an explanation of what does the trade balance say about the US's industrial strengths and weaknesses. The article goes on to say that the US excels at exporting services such as banking, insurance, consulting, and legal advice. It is also a major exporter of some goods, including aircraft, soybeans, and oil. Yet, over the years, it has increasingly turned to other nations for many of the goods it consumes, including electronics, clothing, and other items. The article includes a breakdown on US imports and exports of goods by category in 2024 in billions of dollars. In the opinion section of the Wall Street Journal, the editorial board, as you can see, published an article listing the risks of Trump's new protectionist age, as the article calls it. As you can see here, the board explains that while these tariffs are aimed at protecting US industries, they risk raising consumer prices and triggering retaliation that harms American exports. Businesses may lobby for exemptions, fostering political favoritism. The shift away from free trade weakens US global influence, potentially pushing allies towards China. Though Trump claims the policy will boost the economy, it could lead to higher costs, trade disruptions, and reduced American competitiveness in the long run, making this protectionist move a risky gamble. Moving on to the Times, which published an analysis by Stephen Swinford of Trump's tariffs on the UK, saying that Britain got off lightly, but 10% tariffs will still hurt. Swinford says that the 10% tariffs on UK exports to the US, which is lower than the 20% charged to the EU, is still a major economic setback for the UK. It goes on to say that despite Prime Minister Keir Starmer's efforts to build a strong relationship with Trump, Britain did not receive special treatment. Starmer hopes to negotiate an economic deal to ease that burden, but failure could increase pressure for a tougher response, including retaliatory tariffs. The government now faces critical diplomatic challenges as the tariffs threaten to shrink the UK economy and force difficult financial decisions in the coming months. In the comments section of The Times, Juliet Samuel published an article about how Trump's chaotic style obscures the point of tariffs. The article starts with how Trump's Liberation Day tariffs mark a major shift in US trade policy. It goes on to argue that the global trade system built around the US Treasury bonds has distorted the economy, overvaluing the dollar and hurting American manufacturing. While tariffs could rebalance trade, they risk economic instability, inflation, and global tensions. Trump's strategy seeks to pressure allies into trade concessions while isolating China. However, his chaotic approach threatens to escalate trade wars instead of fostering economic fairness, making the success of his plan uncertain and potentially dangerous, according to the author. Moving on to the Financial Times, which published an article by Edward Luce in the opinion section titled Donald Trump's Beautiful Trade War. The diplomatic cost of the US president's tariffs will be enduring. The article argues that Donald Trump declared Liberation Day, introducing significant uncertainty, prompting nations and companies to seek exemptions, potentially leading to economic disruptions and higher consumer prices. Politically, while such actions might typically harm a president's approval, The long-term effects will remain uncertain. Geopolitically, these tariffs may drive US allies closer to China, altering global alliances. Away from the US tariffs, Le Monde published an article in the opinion section by Sylvie Kaufman on how the EU should consider all sorts of scenarios for the future of NATO, and how in all of these scenarios a massive calibration is necessary. Kaufman explains that a NATO without the US is viewed by some European leaders as an opportunity to build autonomous European defense capabilities, while other leaders fear chaos. The author says that if the US disengages, NATO could become an empty shell, forcing Europe to take control of its security. But the biggest unknown is how Trump views Ukraine's fate in this evolving landscape. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Dan Jurgen, thank you so much for joining Al Arabiya.
Glad to be back with you, Hadley.
I want to ask you to walk me through where we are today in the energy transition.
I think the energy transition is in need of a major rethink, because I think a lot of the expectations, a lot of the planning, a lot of the spending was done really crystallized during COVID, when demand was down and prices were down. And the consequence of that is that you had these straight lines, linear lines that went to 2050 net zero, when almost half the world's emissions were not even covered by them. And I think there's been a lot of experience and a lot of lessons that are really driving a kind of new realism and pragmatism about the energy transition, not in the way that in a dominant fashion it's been talked about, particularly in Northwest Europe and in North America.
Essentially, the politicians are going to have to get real.
I think the politicians, and I think people who think about energy transition in what has been reduced to very simple ways, without realizing just how complex it is to change a $15+ trillion world economy in 25 years, when all the other energy transitions took a century or longer, and were not really just energy transitions, they were also energy additions, because nothing else ever went away. And that's where we are today.
So when we talk about renewables, when we talk about solar and wind, adding capacity, essentially that didn't mean that fossil fuels were reduced.
No, Hadley, here's the way to just make it very simple. 2024, wind and solar were at the highest levels they ever were. In 2024, oil and coal were at the highest levels they were ever, and natural gas would have been there, except for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which disrupted global gas markets.
So essentially what we're seeing is a world still very hungry for energy.
Yes, of all forms of energy. So wind and solar, of course, now well-established businesses. But if you still look at it, in the latest data we had in 2022, 81% of the world's energy was hydrocarbons. In 2023, it was 80.5%, a 0.5% change.
Okay, so those who are passionate about the green agenda would say, what are we doing wrong? How can we fix this?
Well, I think the number thing is step back and say, how challenging is it? What are you trying to do? And there are any number of challenges that we can do. I think the first step is really to be realistic about what's actually trying to do and what the constraints are.
And when we talk about constraints, part of this obviously is funding. How do you finance a transition when everything's getting more expensive?
Well, I think, so I think the first problem is scale, which is trying to change, as I said, this immense world economy in a very short period of time. And I look back, everybody was talking about energy transition, so I looked at, when I was writing the new map about other energy transitions, and you saw how long they took, and as I said, this energy addition. So it's just the scale of doing it in itself, because what you're trying to do is change the entire infrastructure, and then you get to the cost. And the numbers that were used for the Baku UN conference were numbers that would say about 5% of world GDP over a number of years has to be spent on that. Now, developing countries don't have 5% of their GDP. So that means 10% goes to developed countries. Well, let's look at England. Right now, the budget is struggling. That's one country to get it down. Europe now is going to be spending more money on defense and has to restore competitiveness. We'll have less money. And here in Washington,
they don't want to do it.
Well, they don't want to do it. And not only that, whether you're Democrats or Republicans, there's this problem of this $36.5 trillion debt where the interest payments are greater than defense spending. So, just the money's not there to do on scale. So that's just one of the, we should talk, there are a number of other of them that really have to be looked at as well.
Tell me this, how has energy dominance changed the game for this conversation?
Well, I think obviously we've had, like we saw it at our Syria conference this year, like 180% change. Under the Biden administration, it was all of government for climate. Now it's energy dominance, the National Energy Dominance Council. And it's a recognition that the U.S. has this formidable position in the world as by far the world's largest producer of oil and natural gas. It has become, people don't realize it, the scale exports of LNG have become a major export industry. It's twice the value of all of the Hollywood and television exports in the United States is LNG. But I do want to come back to the other obstacles to the energy transition, because I think if people understand them, they'll see that we really do need this rethink. The return of energy security, people went to sleep about energy security until Ukraine. And then you had the Chancellor of Germany flying to Senegal and flying to Canada or going to Kazakhstan to get oil and gas even while doing that. But I think the biggest issue, and I know in the Gulf region, it's something that people are very aware of, is the split between the North and the South, developing nations who have other priorities. They need economic growth, they need improve health, they need to reduce poverty. So that's there. And then there are a couple of others that have emerged. No one really was talking about critical minerals.
Even just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few years ago. It really only sort of started to come on the agenda 21, 22. And then you saw, if you're really going to make this transition, you're going to need a lot more materials. An electric car uses 3 times as much copper as a conventional car. And then you see, we did this study at S&P Global. It takes 20 years to bring a new mine on, 20 years. So, well, wait a second, you need to double copper by 2035, but it's going to take another 10 years to bring it on. And then, of course, we get into geopolitics. China, the United States. China dominates exports of solar panels, but it most importantly dominates processing of minerals. And just now here in Washington, there's a big focus on the mineral issue, the critical mineral. We're going to see that energy dominance is going to be an envelope that also includes minerals. So all of that's out there too. And then the last thing that, we saw this at the Syria conference, which is electricity for AI. And in the United States, that means more natural gas going into it. So those are the kind of the parameters. Oh, and tariffs, trade turbulence, all those things. So the notion that you're just going to draw a line and get to net zero by 2035, that's why we say the energy transition is going to be multidimensional. It's going to unfold at different paces in different regions with different mixes of technology and of critical importance, different priorities by different governments.
And in your mind, how prepared is the world for this reality?
I think the developing world is. We've done our Energy Asia conference, and we've certainly heard it there. We've heard it in Africa. We've heard it where, an African country has 1/20th the GDP of a European country being told by European institutions we won't finance a gas pipeline. I think obviously a change is going in Washington, a kind of monumental change. I think Europe is still is struggling with this, and you see it. I think you're going to see it a lot in the battles over the budget, and you're also going to see it in the rise of the populist parties.
No doubt. You mentioned CERAWeek. Obviously, this is your conference. It is the largest gathering, I imagine, of oil and gas CEOs globally.
Yes,
energy companies.
Yes, yeah, it was 10,000 people this year.
10,000 people. You're the Davos of the energy world.
Yes, I think we could say that.
It's true. What was the feeling on the ground? I mean, Donald Trump has been elected. The idea of energy dominance, it's all going to be fossil fuels here on out, but that isn't the case.
Well, I think it was, first of all, LNG was really front and center. That was very interesting to see the sense that the expectations for LNG are continuing to grow. And you heard like the Japanese now, for the first time in their energy strategy, are actually seeing more LNG. And a lot of that's related to AI. So that was the first thing. I think the second thing was the big tech companies were there. They've always come before, but they came because they provide services to the energy industry. Now they're there as customers saying, how do we get our electricity? Certainly we were hearing about what energy dominance means, how it's going to be implemented, and the perspective of the new administration, not so new now. And that was, in fact, somebody from the Middle East said to me before CERAWeek, we want it to be more US-centric because we want to understand what's going on in a more granular sense. I think in terms of, we have a big technology part of it called the Agora, and there I think the takeaway was that in terms of renewable new technologies, you're going to have to depend much more on the market, not on government policy and not on incentives and from governments. And so how to be competitive. And I think we saw kind of renewables also shifting from climate to energy security as kind of their rationale.
How unhappy were oil producers at CERAWeek?
Unhappy? No, I wouldn't say unhappy. They were glad to see an administration that was coming in that is going to. The Biden administration had put on. Somebody did a calculation. In general, the Biden administration put on far more regulations across the economy than Obama and others. And to see that unwound was something. They were glad to see the pause on LNG coming to an end and the support for the energy industries. They really want permitting reform because you're not going to be able to provide the electricity if you don't have permitting reform. I think like everybody else, they're wanting to see how the world economy is going to be changed by the tariff policy, the changes in relations. Obviously, we had a lot of Canadians there who were very, thought we had a really tight relationship with the U.S. What is our new relationship now?
Yeah.
So there was a lot of, I think, wanting to understand, and the sense that geopolitics matters in a different way for the energy industries now, including the growing tension between the United States and China.
No doubt. Talk to me about the fragility of the oil market specifically.
Well, I think right now oil markets have actually not been particularly fragile because you have all that overhang of capacity primarily in the Gulf. I think it's been changed. I think the development of shale has added stability to the market as well as bringing significant new supplies on. But we also know that this market goes in cycles. And one of the key questions is, future investment. And something else I carried away is the sense that a lot of the producers were having the sense that shale is maturing. It's still going to grow, but it's not going to grow a million barrels a day. It's such a pace. And people were starting to say, we're going to have to do more exploration. We started hearing independent companies that have been overseas, out of the U.S. for 2 decades now, starting to go to different parts of the world. So I think there's a sense that not now, but you have to look 5 years down the road as to where the markets will be. And the other question, of course, is a question about demand, and in particular, what's happening in China.
Talk to me about the price, because oil in the low 70s, doesn't do anyone any favors.
Well,
unless you're Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, I think the industry in the U.S. feels that they will do okay in the low 70s. They'll continue to invest, but they're worried about prices in the 60s. Or somebody from the administration, not a total insider, I think, talked about $50, and that will affect how people invest. So right now, I think there's a sense, we've kind of built our plans around lower prices. What a change, Hadley, from when people not so long ago were thinking $90, $100 a barrel. But I think I've just done a new epilogue for the prize. And instead of just trying to tell what happened, that's my book on the history of oil.
Your Pulitzer Prize-winning book.
My Pulitzer Prize-winning book, yes. What I've done is said, what are the lessons of this book that I worked on for so long and so many people have read? And I think one of the big lessons for me is while there are hundreds of characters in that book, there are only two characters who really, really, really, really matter. One is named supply and one is named demand. And so right now we have an oil market that has a lot of extra supply. But if we see, Iran squeezed out of the market, when the Trump administration talks about maximum pressure, that starts to change the balance. Of course, there are always geopolitical events that can affect markets. But I think right now, the outlook we have is for, low 70s Brent price for now. But we don't know how the world is going to be changed by this new switch from global trade to tariffs. On the way over, I was reading a paper by somebody who's in the Trump administration saying how good it will be for the economy. There are other economists who will say this is not going to be good at all. And we will find out from experience. And one of the things I've learned from writing history, there's a very important law, which is called the law of unintended consequences.
Yes. Tell me this, how much trouble is Saudi Arabia in?
Oh, I don't.
With oil at 74.
I don't think Saudi Arabia is in trouble. I think Saudi Arabia is, will obviously adjust to lower prices, but it's in a formidable position. It is still, the single most important oil producer in the world. And I think the economy, adjustments will be made, but that's what you have to do in a cyclical industry. Timing will change of things, and projects will be managed differently. But I think, many, many other countries would like to be in the position of Saudi Arabia.
Tell me this, when you take a step back and look at this sort of within the historical context, you mentioned the prize. Is it difficult to foresee, as you say, unintended consequences, but is it difficult to see how this energy transition is going to be managed? Because we've been talking about this now for several years. The Gulf countries, all of them on board for the energy transition, moving as rapidly as possible. They've got the money to do it, they've got the technology, and they have the will. But when you take a step back and think about this, you've just said this is going to take a lot more money, a lot more time, and it's going to be much more complicated.
Right.
How messy?
Well, I think in a way, I think it's probably useful to think, that's a very good question to think about in terms of energy addition. I mean, obviously people will continue to put emphasis on how they manage their emissions. But I think it also means that oil and gas are going to be around for a long time. In fact, I just saw a quote from the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in which he said, let me level with you, oil and gas is going to be part of the mix for a long time.
And that's actually going out on a limb that other European politicians haven't managed to achieve.
Yeah, that just jumped out at me. And that shows me is that coming...
This is a man, by the way, who before he became prime minister told me at the World Economic Forum, no new drilling in the North Sea. He was very much as part of the green agenda, and that was just a couple of years ago.
Now he's come around in favor of it, at least to a degree, and I think they recognize that's the energy security issue.
Yes.
They're going to have a big problem with their electric supply unless they have adequate natural gas to back up this intermittent renewable energy system.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people haven't thought about. And so I don't know if messy is the right word, but complex. So the world will continue, natural gas demand will probably increase into the 2040s, but it will be addition because there'll be a lot more solar, there'll be wind, although offshore wind has run into problems about supply chains and costs and so forth. and there'll be new technologies. China is moving ahead very rapidly with electric cars. The United States is not moving ahead rapidly. Europe is in the middle. The question is, does the German automobile industry recover or survive? Do
you think there's a chance it could be over?
Well, I think that it's so important to the German economy, and with a new government, I think that will, just as we've seen the priority of Keith Starmer's statement, the Germans will, and we've seen the European Union at least talking about being competitive. And as you know, Hadley, when you talk to CEOs, they'll tell you why we're not competitive in Europe is because there is such a weight of regulation. That is the micromanagement that just forces investment in certain directions or sets targets that can't be achieved.
Yes.
And so if Europe, so verbally they're saying, oh, we're now in favor of competitiveness, and that was what the Draghi report did. But they have to get out of their way. They have to get away from the old way of doing things and the old way of thinking. The world has changed.
So are we in the midst of what could potentially be called the great recalibration on energy?
I think that's a very good term for it. It is recalibrating and reassessing and recognizing that those simple graphs that go to 2050 is not the way the world's going to go. Yes, people are moving ahead with hydrogen, but not in the way that was assumed. There's still the question, where is a real market for hydrogen? What are the costs? What are the infrastructure? Yeah. And by the way, if you're in Europe, yes, you want hydrogen, but you also now are going to have to spend a lot more in defense, and you want a competitive economy. And so, that word trade-offs really looms very large.
It's a tall order.
Yes.
Tell me this, when we talk about Russian energy, just from that perspective alone, how do you view the Russian economy today?
Well, I think at the beginning of, before and just when the war began, it was thought that these sanctions would be really penalize the economy. And it did for a while, but I think they pivoted to a wartime economy. And I think
you didn't think those energy sanctions were going to do that much.
Well, I think,
and I didn't think that.
Yeah. At the time, I thought, well, these are stronger sanctions, and I also thought, are they putting the right sanctions on? But what's also turned out, I think, as a result of this, is Russia's basically become an economic dependency of China.
Yes. And that's something I've asked them about on multiple occasions. It's not
they probably don't like that question.
I have that talent. But when you think about their ability to continue to wage war, do you think that the energy prices as they are today and potential sanctions are starting to bite?
Well, I think not. I think that the oil cap has not really had, it was a very interesting, important construction. It's reduced their revenue somewhat. But, now we're in just such a different mix where, what President Trump, clearly he says it, he uses that word, he wants a deal. And so at the one hand, there's talk lifting sanctions. On the other hand, there was talk just the other day of secondary sanctions and a new thing, secondary tariffs on Russian oil, because people know that's the revenue stream that keeps Russia at war. I think Putin his strategy is he doesn't care that maybe 800,000 Russians have been killed or wounded. He's determined to just wait it out and wait for the Ukrainians to run out of steam, for the support to become more fragmented. So he's playing a waiting game at great...
Whose time runs out first?
Well, let me say a waiting game at great human cost.
Yes, which doesn't seem to faze him.
Doesn't faze him at all. I mean, he's, I think one of the questions will always be, we will never know the answer, is how much did his isolation during COVID lead to this? Because if he'd been meeting prime ministers and presidents and CEOs instead of, as you know, where you had to wait 2 weeks in a hotel in Moscow.
I did.
Yeah, I know, you did, I know. That's why I mentioned it.
In isolation.
Yeah.
Well, it was either that or meet him across a very long table.
Yeah.
So I took the lesser of what seemed to be two evils.
And so he's with very few people, and one person's obsession can, really change the course of the world, and he's done that to a considerable degree.
When it comes to energy, the same question could be applied to Europe, because as Donald Trump has signaled, at least thus far, he's not interested in continuing to fund European defense. in your mind, how difficult is this going to be for Europe
well, I think
to foot the bill?
Yeah, I think it's that's where they're going to have to face the trade-offs. That's why, they're going to basically one of the big things is, okay, you've been putting money in energy transition, you're going to have to put more money, and you're going to have to get organized. And by the way, it's not a single nation. It's 27 countries plus Britain for everybody to reorient their policies and to collaborate, not across as the United States state borders, but national borders. It's a big challenge, but I think it really seems that the Europeans are serious about this and realize now that they, have to do it. I mean, this has been called an obsession of Donald Trump, and that they're not paying their share.
Yes.
And and that applied to Canada too. And so they're I would say they're scrambling right now.
Yes, almost like the grasshopper that sang all summer.
I don't know that story.
Oh, well, it didn't end well for him.
Oh.
In my mind, when you take a step back and think about this with regards to Europe specifically, okay, they know they're in real trouble. Donald Trump has signaled that the United States is not going to be there for them necessarily. What do they do next? Because there's been a lot of talk over the years about a single market for energy. Is that, in your mind, feasible?
Well, I mean, there's a single market for natural gas. I don't know if that's what people point to more is a single market in terms of financial single markets and the integration of their markets to get to scale. I think that seems to be, as I understand, more on the agenda. And now they're going to have to do something, actually, to use your language, which we haven't talked about before, a single market for defense.
Yes.
And that takes a lot of mobilization of resources to do that. And it takes political will and ability to collaborate. So those are going to be very important.
When I interviewed President Putin back in 2021, one of the most recent stories was
that was before that was not
prior to the invasion,
and that was prior to
October 2021.
Oh, but it was during COVID. That's right.
Yes, on the tail end of COVID.
That was your 2 weeks in.
Yes, sir, and in Moscow. One of the big stories at that time was how his energy infrastructure was supposedly crumbling because it was melting, because so much of it was based up in the Arctic that it was crumbling, it was melting. The infrastructure needed to be rebuilt. How much of President Putin's energy infrastructure is at risk, in your mind, in the far north, given the fact that it hasn't been serviced by Western energy companies in these years? And also, Greenland. What happens there? Because the question that I've had for the last several years now has been one of defense, security, the story that nobody's talking about until Donald Trump brought it up. But it's also a question of energy.
Well, I think I don't have a clear answer on the Arctic. I don't know what current information there is on it. Obviously, you need to continue you have a natural 3% decline in energy or 4% every year. So you have to keep investing. And it's one of the questions, have they kept it and have they had the resources to do that? We don't know that. And so we don't know what the state of the industry. They have a partner who has a lot of capital and has a lot of technical skills, and it's called China. And so, they may have wanted to have China standoffish, but no more. And China is a very tough negotiator in terms of on energy, as they've found again and again, including on previous and new pipelines for natural gas to China from Russia. In terms of Greenland, we're just going to see how that has to play out. And both Denmark and the United States are members of NATO. So
for
now, obviously, one of Vladimir Putin's great dreams is to shatter NATO, and as well as establish a Russian sphere of influence and establish Russia as a great power on the world. And certainly for him, the divisions between transatlantic unity is something that he's always disliked. I mean, he has a great sense of kind of not retribution, but resentment about the way the Soviet Union collapsed, and that seems to become his leitmotif. And so invading Ukraine, he really severed his economic relations with the West. Now we'll see what kind of settlement happens in Ukraine and on what basis it happens. But
you're not anticipating that happens
well,
quickly.
I just say it's volatile. I mean, Donald Trump is determined to do it, and he'll use all of the muscle and tools for, you know, what he said the other day about how angry he was with Putin. You know, this is, you know, he sees this as the great deal, and he sees himself as the great deal maker, and so he'll use all the tools of deal making that he's developed over his whole career to try and get it there.
How do you anticipate this will play out, in the sense that there's the big question about supply and demand, what global growth will look like after the announcement of tariffs, versus
that is the really big question.
Yeah, versus what's actually happening in the market with regards to Iran or with regards to Russia. How do you see this evolving?
Well, that's such a big question. I mean, we'll have to see. The answer on tariffs will not be evident in a day or a week or a month. I mean, there'll be obviously reactions in financial markets, but it will really be what happens over 6 months, what happens over a year, what kind of investment is made in the United States, factories. You know, we won't see the answer on the tariffs in a week or a month or 6 months. It'll really unfold over a period of time, I think. But when we do see investment coming into factories, and there is so much announcements, I might mention, if you watch American television, see all these companies, whether they're U.S. companies or foreign companies that have production in the United States, all doing these ads about how many employees they have. We have 100,000 American employees, et cetera, and suppliers. But the factories that will be built, I mean, this is an age of robotics. They're not going to be...
They're not bringing jobs.
Yeah, they're not in this same way. This is not going to take us back to Detroit or Cleveland or Youngstown, Ohio, a steel town of the 1960s. These are going to be different type of factories. And one of the questions we'll see is the labor force, the skill force that's there to do it, to implement it. So a lot is being announced, and the president wants a lot to be announced. So, you know, $100 billion, $500 billion, $1 trillion, you know, they want to do that. And I've heard the Secretary of Commerce say what we want to do is build a tariff wall around the United States. And kind of going back to the years of William McKinley at the end of the 19th century, which was a very complicated time because you had a couple of major financial panics at the same time. So, you know, what we're seeing, Hadley, is a reversal of a 8 or 9 decade trend that began in 1934 under Franklin Roosevelt, to saying that trade, open markets will lead to a better economy, and not to what you had in the Great Depression, to a view that, you know, as the administration sees it, the United States has been taken advantage, even though, of course, the United States has been doing better than any of the other industrial nations. And so we're at a great turn in history.
No doubt an inflection point.
Yeah.
Tell me, from the breadth of your experience, have we been here before in this way?
You know, if you think about turning points, you know, I think one turning point was in the late 1940s, when it was recognized that Europe was in really bad shape and the Soviet Union was going to expand. And you had this initiative called the Marshall Plan, which was the origin, by the way, US-led, of the European Union, was led by the United States. I think that was certainly that was a huge turning point when you really created the post-war, the beginning of the post-war world order. You had that, then a year or two later you had NATO, and that was kind of the foundation of this rules-based international order that is now in reverse or under
Crumbling.
great pressure. Under great pressure, we'll see, but it's one that you know, delivered immense benefits in terms of economic growth around the world, and we'll see if where this new path leads. But it is as you called it, is an inflection point, and it's being led in a very determined way by the new administration. So now, the Biden administration was also rather protectionist.
Yes.
So it wasn't like, oh, this all started yesterday.
IRA.
Yeah. Well, the IRA and tariffs, and famously Joe Biden did not invite Tesla and Elon Musk to the electric vehicle summit at the White House in August of 2021, allegedly because it was not a union shop.
Yes.
And so protectionism is not new, but and I think what's made it a great fuel of it now is also it's tied into China and the tension with China and the view of China, which is so different than it was in this country from what it was 15 years ago.
No doubt. And China today, I mean, we talk about supply and demand. Coming into this year, there was the big story, not just about artificial intelligence and what that's going to mean for the energy transition, but also about the state of China's economy. How do you gauge that today?
Well, I think the general view is that the Chinese economy does not have the dynamism it did have, that market forces are sort of in check and waiting to see how the government stimulates the economy.
Which they've so far failed to do.
Yeah, so far not on the scale. They've talked about it, but not on the scale, and the kind of chronic questions about consumer demand. And even the Biden administration was talking about kind of China's, I forgot the term, but over-exporting, exporting their surplus. So trade tensions are even beyond the Trump administration, trade tensions are rising. The Germans, well, you can let in Chinese electric cars and they'll be cheap, but you will ruin your domestic automobile industry, which is, the engine of your economy. So those kind of trade-offs exist right now.
What about AI?
Well, AI is, of course, it's not new, but it's become very new. It's very important for the energy industry. It's changed the relationship. You have this tech industry kind of getting together with an energy industry. They have entirely different time frames.
Entire different outlooks in a sense.
Yeah, outlooks. But, we'll see, it's just the AI I use is getting more and more conversational.
Yes.
And everybody says it's transformative, just don't quite know what it's going to transform. But
how are we going to fuel it?
Well, I think we're going to use a lot more natural gas to do it. I think nuclear will, some countries like, the UAE is in good position because it has significant nuclear capacity. I think nuclear comes back, but not in this decade.
Does it come back in Germany?
Well, talk about people making mistakes, shutting down 25% of your electricity supply, partly because you wanted to influence an election in one particular region. A very big and costly mistake. Maybe that will be the last place it comes back. Small modular reactors, probably in the 2030s, we'll see them. There's so many people working on nuclear, and you're seeing big tech is investing in nuclear. So and venture capital is there, and at least there's. At Syria Week, at our conference in Houston, we had the governor of Virginia and the head of this fusion company and the state's utilities saying, by 2032, we think we will have a significant, they don't call it a fusion reactor, they call it a fusion machine up and running. So.
Just all a difference of language.
Yes, difference of language.
Much more palatable.
Yes. So, but I think this is a really big deal for the energy industry. Of course, there'll be an incentive for those in the data center business and the chip business to seek to become more efficient, but the scale looks like it's going to be enormous, and that's, as I say, part of the reason that we really are being forced to rethink the energy transition.
Dan Yergin, it's wonderful to have you on Al Arabiya. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be with you again. Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
as Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Did you ever wonder what space travel does to the human body? I'm Joanne Syria, and I'm going to walk you through the answer to that question and what risks astronauts face, as well as the challenges that come with long-term missions beyond Earth's orbit.
Ignition, and go to SpaceX, go NASA Crew 10.
Our bodies evolved over millions of years to function perfectly on Earth, with its gravity, breathable air, and protection from cosmic radiation. Space, however, is a completely different environment, and changes begin to happen as soon as a person arrives in outer space. Here's what a lead flight surgeon has to say about this.
There's an adaptation phase that happens right away when you get up to space. The components of that are some motion disturbances that can lead to basically a kind of motion sickness in some people. And then the other factor is after that, or the process that your body undergoes to adapt to this new environment that doesn't have gravity in it.
Without gravity, radiation, protection, and natural environmental cues, astronauts experience a range of physiological and psychological changes that can impact their health. Unlike on Earth, where our atmosphere and magnetic field shield us from space radiation, astronauts are exposed to high-energy cosmic rays. This exposure can damage DNA, increase cancer risk, and affect the nervous and cardiovascular systems. In low Earth orbit, the Earth's magnetosphere provides some protection, but astronauts traveling beyond, say to the Moon or Mars, face much higher radiation doses. Long-term exposure could lead to neurodegenerative effects, immune system suppression, and accelerated aging. Just look at these before and after photos of Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore, who spent several months in outer space. So if you're worried about aging, I don't recommend a trip outside of planet Earth. And what about gravity? I know it might be cool to float in space, but gravity is crucial for how our bodies function. Gravity pulls fluids downward, and without it, bodily fluids shift toward the head, causing facial swelling and increased pressure inside the skull. This can lead to vision problems, a condition known as spaceflight-associated neuroocular syndrome, or SANS. Gravity also keeps our muscles and bones strong. Without it, astronauts experience bone density loss and muscle atrophy. Research has shown that astronauts lose about 2.1% of bone mineral density in their lower leg bones after a 6-month mission, and some never fully recover. Even the brain is affected. A 2023 study found that astronauts who spent at least 6 months in space experience expansion of the brain's cerebral ventricles, which could have unknown long-term effects. Then there's a toll on mental health. During long space missions, astronauts live in confined spaces with little social interaction and no exposure to nature, which can really affect their mental health. This isolation can lead to stress, sleep disturbances, mood disorders, and cognitive decline. So the longer the mission, the greater the risk. For example, astronauts traveling to Mars could spend years in deep space, facing extreme isolation and psychological effects of being millions of miles away from home. But the journey doesn't even end when the astronauts return. Recovery depends on how long they've been in space. For short missions, most effects reverse quickly. But the longer missions, some issues persist, and it can take months to regain full strength. According to Dr. Gilmore, most of the body systems recover in about 45 days.
And the body systems, most of them recover back to their baseline in that 45-day period. The one that takes a little bit longer is the bone and reabsorbing calcium that may have been lost. That can take onwards of a year, maybe a little bit longer sometimes, to regain the total amount of calcium back that might have been shed while they were in space.
Research from the 2021 Inspiration 4 mission found changes in brain, heart, muscle, and immune function after just 3 days in orbit. Another study in 2024 revealed that astronauts experience headaches more often than previously thought, with nearly all participants reporting them during long-duration missions. And despite decades of research, there's still so much we don't know about how space affects the human body. We don't fully understand how spaceflight impacts lung function, for example, or cognitive abilities, and long-term mental health. Mitochondrial dysfunction appears to play a key role in space-related health problems, but the exact mechanisms remain unclear. What about pregnancy or giving birth in space? One of the biggest unknowns is how space travel affects human reproduction. So far, most studies have been conducted on animals, like mice, but we have little data on how human fertility and embryonic development would be impacted in microgravity. If humans are to colonize space, we need to understand how spaceflight affects pregnancy and fetal development over generations. We now know about all these challenges that astronauts face in space, but scientists are working on ways to protect them. Scientists are developing mitochondrial-based countermeasures, improved exercise regimens, and enhanced shielding from radiation. And as space agencies and private companies push the boundaries of human spaceflight, understanding and mitigating these health risks will be crucial. Space exploration is one of humanity's greatest frontiers, but to conquer it, we must first learn how to protect the most important part of the mission, and that's the human body.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yide Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hi Scott, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. So we're here at the Festival of Golf. As you can hear, it's all lively in the background. The Live season opener in Riyadh. What are your expectations for this weekend?
Well, first starts with fun and probably ends with families. And so having our first round last night, which was so exciting, it is my first Live event. And just to walk the course and see people smiling, you might hear the music in the background. We have music playing, we have DJs in our neon forest, and we have a fan zone that's to the likes I've never seen before. And the Backstreet Boys are playing tonight. So, I mean, when are you going to come to a golf tournament? See the greatest stars in the world. You got DJ, you got Brooks Koepka, Bryson DeChambeau, Waco Neiman. I mean, it is a who's who of golf and pretty fun.
There's something for everyone, as you said, at the Backstreet Boys. I know a lot of the non-golf fans who are here are looking forward to that as well. There's also another first here. The tournament is being played under lights. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, you know, we have an incredible leader in His Excellency, Yasser Al-Rahman, and he thought, hey, what an incredible opportunity to play at night. It'd be the first time it's ever been done before. We're in Riyadh, which is wonderful for television back in the US. You might know we have a new deal with Fox, so it puts the broadcast times in the right zone. It gives the players kind of an opportunity to test and try something new. And we have stars in this league that want to do something different. And I think it gives us an opportunity to showcase innovation, do something new and fun, and hit some broadcast windows in the US that are helpful.
Of course, absolutely, and we'll get to that point on Fox in a moment. So here it is, it's growing as a golf hub. What is the main driver behind that? Obviously, Liv is hugely involved in this. Where do you see the game growing over the next 5 years?
Well, there are so many incredible golf projects in the kingdom. I mean, you have Dariyah Gate, the project Greg Norman designed. You have what's happening in Qadiyah with those two beautiful courses down there. And it was just with a gentleman from Neom, which seems like that's going to be incredible too. So first off, it starts with the quality of golf courses. You clearly have commitment in this market. They continue to showcase, as we have here, a spectacular golf course and continuing the fandom to build. And I think that momentum is really going to help us for the next 5 years.
Absolutely. What are your favorite aspects of the Live model? Obviously, like we've got the music here behind, the team aspect. Why do you think that is growing at such a fast rate in comparison with the PGA. Average age of the fans in the PGA is in the 60s. Average age of Live fans is now in the 30s. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I mean, my favorite aspect is the team aspect. I was with Sergio Garcia yesterday having lunch, and he was talking about how passionate he was about helping his guys, Luis and Puig and Abraham, kind of emerge and develop. I mean, and that to me is the specialness of this model. You have the greats of the game with an opportunity to kind of carry forward this next generation and help them emerge, not only as professionals and elite golfers, but also as human beings. And I think that's what brings me the most joy.
And kind of speaking about the human being aspect, I was lucky enough to walk the course behind Bryson DeChambeau last night, at Cameron Smith, at Dustin Johnson. These guys are just incredible.
You can't believe how athletic they are, right?
Yeah.
Like Bryson's drives, DJ's raw athleticism, and Cam's short game, you actually got to see it all. Like that is the best of the best on display.
Yes, and that is why, so like in terms of viewership, obviously you're competing against the PGA. As you mentioned earlier, you've just signed the deal with Fox as well as ITV in the UK.
It's a wonderful deal.
You're really starting to compete now for viewership with the PGA. This must be very exciting.
Yeah, I prefer like kind of co-opetition. I mean, I think all of us in the golf ecosystem, a rising tide lifts all boats. I don't think we're getting anywhere near scratching the surface in terms of the opportunity we have to drive more fans, golfers and non-golfers alike, into this golf family. Our household viewership opportunity in the 100 countries where we're broadcast is almost 800 million homes.
Wow.
And so, so we have such opportunity ahead and such good momentum so far. And I'm rooting for the PGA Tour to do really well. I'm rooting for the DP Tour to do really well. And Live is what I'm really passionate about.
And you yourself have had an incredible career, obviously, in the States. You've managed some of the biggest sports franchises in the world. What fundamentals from managing those are you going to bring into Live to help further the game for Live?
Well, the fundamentals are very similar. If you look at the business model here, it's TV, and so we've made some good progress as of late. We have a ways to go, but incredible progress with Fox and ITV, among others around the world. Our sponsorship base, if you don't have to look too far, then over my right shoulder to see Madden come in as one of the top. It's one of the 6 largest mining company in the world with a world-class CEO. Riyadh Air, Roshan, and our good friends in Bahri. So we have a great sponsorship base, and that's going to have to continue to grow around the world. But we've had such incredible support from the region here, which has been great. And then, look, we need more people coming. We need more people watching, reading, wearing our merchandise. Get this vest at a store near you, and experiencing this incredible hospitality. So I would just encourage you to give it a try. If you have a chance to come out and see a Live event, it is probably like no event you've ever been to in your life. It is fun, it's engaging, it's family friendly, and you get to see more stars than you see in any constellation in the sky.
Agreed about that. It was incredible last night. So you have come into Live at somewhat of an interesting time. Obviously, there's a lot of talk of allegiances with the PGA as well as the DP World Tour. Are you the man to achieve that goal? Is that something you want?
It never has been, never will be, it never could be about any one person. This is led by our incredible chairman. We have an incredible staff. And we have a golf industry that, as they say, inshallah, is actually pulling together and wanting to do what's best for the game of golf, to grow the game of golf, to come together and to make sure that everywhere around the world, golf fans are satisfied with what they're getting in terms of coverage and access to events.
President Donald Trump has recently met with the PGA Commissioner as well as Adam Scott, who also works for the PGA, to discuss a potential merger. There has been a lot of talk about this. Donald Trump has said on his campaign trail that in 15 minutes and one phone call, he could get a deal done. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, my thoughts are that if the leader of the free world is spending his time on golf, I am very happy. This game matters. It's one of the great life teachers in the world. It gives values that this world needs more of right now. It brings us together with connectivity. It gets us outside. It gets our phones in our pockets. It teaches us integrity and resilience and consistency, all things we all need to be successful in this world. And if there's commitment from all sides to bring the game together, which is good for the game of golf, I couldn't be happier.
Have you spoken with Trump?
I have not.
Okay.
But we are playing at his golf course in Miami in a few weeks. So you know.
And he is a fantastic golfer, obviously, with kind of break 50 with Bryson, who's obviously doing huge numbers online. That's been incredible to watch. Yeah. Another point, the US Championship announced on Wednesday that it will accept players from LIV. This is a huge coup, isn't it?
Well, I don't know if it's a coup. The RNA announced this similarly today. So for the Open Championship, we'll see the same in Northern Ireland this year. So very exciting. For us, is, you know, when you look at, when you consider the majors, the biggest stage in the world for the biggest stars in the world, and that's obviously the Masters at Augusta and the PGA of America, PGA Championships, and then the US Open and the Open Championships. They want the best stars in the world, and we have quite a few of them. And so I think when there's an opportunity to put those two things together, good things will happen. And we're really pleased and grateful and appreciative of this, you know, the olive branch and the step forward. We've got great leaderships in the organizations that matter, and we're thrilled to be a part of it.
I'll just end on quickly. Do you have a favorite golfer who plays elsewhere that you would like to see in LIV?
No. I have one favorite golfer. That's my father-in-law. I have to love him for something.
Yeah. Well, we look forward to seeing him on the course soon.
Okay, good. You will soon.
Thanks so much, Scott. A pleasure.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room. I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya